2021 is behind us and 2022 is here. The end of a year, the beginning of another. How much significance does it have? A date is arbitrary after all, and there should be no difference between January 1 and, say, September 4. But sometimes in our lives, the milestone of a date can be useful. Mentally, it can help us leave the past behind and start again. The last couple of years have been tough for most of us. I've experienced personal loss, seen my friends and family and everyone around me suffer, and at times it felt endless. The pandemic was more of a shared trauma for this country than even the horrors of partition. That was restricted to a few areas, while COVID entered every corner of this nation. I think every single Indian must know someone personally who died in this time. That is such a terrifying thought. But we have to move ahead. If we cannot live in hope, we cannot live at all. And one of the things that gives me hope is technology. I'm not just referring to medical science, which came up with so many effective vaccines and made this nightmare shorter than it would have been 10 years ago. I'm also referring to everyday tech, which has empowered individuals, especially individual creators. Creators today have the means of production in their own hands. They don't need intermediaries to reach their audiences, and there are no gatekeepers to tell them what they may not do. I've experienced this myself as a creator, and it's been a blessing. Now, along with the hope this may give us, we also need the willpower to do something about it, to not languish anymore, but snap out of our funk and get down to using our time in productive ways. I'm still figuring out how to do this, but I will learn and I will move forward, and I hope you do as well. Have a great 2022.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Deepak Gopalakrishnan, also known as Chuck Gopal. Now, I cannot introduce him in one sentence. He's a creator, humorist, cartoonist, an ex-advertising man, a digital marketing guru, a prolific podcaster, a prolific writer, a music maven, and a teacher and mentor to many. He's also learned a lot about productivity, especially through the latest of his podcast, Getting Meta. So I thought it would be great to have Chuck on the show to share some of his insights on productivity so that people like me could get cracking on our New Year resolutions right away. He came home to my home studio, we started talking, and we couldn't stop. We spoke for more than 4 hours on a bunch of subjects including music, the creator economy, comedy in India, advertising and digital marketing, and much, much more. Our conversation contained multitudes. In fact, this episode is probably too short because despite being podcasters ourselves, we did not speak at all about podcasting. Maybe later in 2022. Before we begin this conversation though, let's take a quick commercial break. One of the things I've learned most over the last year and a half is sharing my insights on my two greatest passions, writing and podcasting. And I'd love to invite you to be a part of this journey. Registration is now open for the January cohort of the Art of Clear Writing, where over 4 webinars on 4 Saturdays, I teach all I know about the art and craft of writing compelling prose. Much interaction, many exercises, and at the end of it, you get to join the Clear Writing community, an online community formed by the 18 previous cohorts of this course. In that community, we have book clubs, workshops, writing prompts with feedback, and much else. I am also doing a special cohort of my podcasting course, The Art of Podcasting, which I had conducted for 3 cohorts last year before I took a break. All my learnings from 5 years of The Seen and the Unseen in 3 webinars over 3 Sundays. For more details and to sign up for my writing course, head on over to indiauncut.com/clearwriting. To sign up for my podcasting course, go to seenunseen.in/learn. These links will also be at the bottom of the show notes. These are exciting times for the creator economy, and I'd love to help you be a part of it. Chuck, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, Amit.
I'll let my listeners know that when Chuck came here, we are recording this at my home studio, so he was offered 2 chairs. One is a lazy boy, one is a gaming chair. He took the lazy boy, and he was offered a free foot massage, not by any interns I have around, for I have none, but by this lovely machine that I have picked up, which my editor, the great Gaurav Chintamani of Advaita fame, has actually sampled in such a way that he told me that, listen, you want to do an episode with the foot massager on, I'll just edit the sound clean out. I've sampled that thing. But Chuck wasn't keen to get his foot massaged right at the moment. We'll come to it later. But let's start as I start all my episodes by asking the guest about the Beatles, which is, yeah, slight googly there. But just before the recording, we were talking about, Get Back, the new documentary on the Beatles by Peter Jackson and the unseen footage. And you had an interesting point to make about Sgt. Peppers. And I wanted to hear more of it, but it was time to start the recording, so we've combined the two. So let's go.
Perfect. So, Sgt. Peppers is probably the Beatles' most well-known album. Jury is still out as to whether it's the best album. That's up for debate, of course, and most influential probably. And because it changed the direction of music and their careers in many ways. What I find interesting about it and I love analyzing things like this, reading about rock history and just, doing what ifs with respect to the history and all that, is that if the Beatles started off that way, super experimental and all that, I'm not sure whether rock history would be the same, whether the Beatles would be the same and all that. Before Sgt. Peppers, and perhaps even the two albums that preceded that, they built up a massive following on the back of doing safe music. Very good music, but still fairly safe music, and they built up a huge following, which meant that an experiment album like Sgt. Peppers had a wide audience to go with, rather than say somebody like King Crimson who comes right off the bat with the weirdest possible stuff, which doesn't find that much of an audience, and they never went mainstream. So I always think, what if Sgt. Peppers was the first, or what if the Beatles' discography was actually reverse in some way? So yeah, I think about things like this once in a while.
No, it's actually fascinating because, like, first up, it's a great thought experiment, but it also leads me to the thought that it could not have been that way, that they needed to go to Hamburg and play those months and then come back and do that safe music. And, they needed Please Please Me as a first number one, and all of that entire phase to evolve to the point where, Sgt. Peppers was even possible.
Yeah.
And, like, obviously, I think you're right. If Sgt. Peppers was their first album for by some freak reason,
right,
I think the history of music would have been different.
Yeah. But to counter one point you made, Amit, which is the evolution from, say, safe music. And by the way, we use safe music in air quotes over here, so please don't troll both of us over here. The first few albums sounded simple, but there's actually a fair bit happening over there with respect to chord changes and all that, which set even the early Beatles apart. But if you look at even bands like, say, Genesis, yes, to some extent, they started off complex and then they became more poppy, if I may. It's a travesty that a progressive band like Yes, their most famous song is actually a fairly poppy number, and same with many of the others. Whether they're getting old or whether there's giving into commercial mandates, whatever the case may be, the Beatles could have started off the same way. What if they came off the bat with a weird album like Sgt. Peppers before George Martin and the executives at EMI sat them down and said, please make something that moves units. So, again, all thought experiments, things that make sense when there's...
I mean, Yes is a good example. Even Fleetwood Mac started off bluesy with Peter Green and all, and then they go into that more poppy direction. I'm not dissing the later direction, but...
Yeah. I always treat it as two completely different eras. To me, they are not the same band before and after the Buckingham Nicks thing. To me, they're completely two different bands.
And the other thing to consider is if the Beatles came with Sgt. Peppers first, would they have been allowed to record and release the damn thing?
Absolutely. So that's another thing, right, Amit? And let's jump from there into the modern days. One of the things, so I'm listening to a lot of Floyd right now because I've got a lovely new pair of headphones, and what better band than Floyd to explore that on. And, one of the facts that always blows me away is that the album that made Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon, was actually their 8th album.
Yeah.
Right? Which is bang in the middle of the discography. Actually, if you chart the discography, it actually falls in the second half of their career. Which band today would have the luxury of mucking around for 7 albums before finding, quote unquote, their sound? Yeah. Bands today are expected to be great from the word go. Whereas if you look at some of the greatest bands in history, they took a good 3-4 albums before eventually finding their sound, be it the Deep Purples of the world or be it many of the progressive bands. Floyd is the best example of it. They needed to muck around for all that time before finding the sound. So again, all just thought experiments, all just what ifs in the world of music, and that too just rock music, not even the broader scene of pop and all that. So yeah, I just love thinking about things like this.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of threads come up from what you just said, and one of them goes back to something that Steve Van Zandt said, the E Street Band guitarist for Bruce Springsteen, in an interview some time back, where he said that rock is no longer mainstream. It was mainstream for like 30 years, mid 60s to perhaps when Nirvana came out with Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Right.
And after that, it's no longer part of the mainstream. And I look at entertainment today, it seems to me that one of the things that has happened in the last 30 years, and I don't think that rock not being mainstream is necessarily part of this phenomenon. I mean, the whole music industry is a separate thing with many other forces. But I think one of the things that has happened is that there is less and less that is actually mainstream. Like there's a fragmentation of tastes, there's a fragmentation of genres. Like I was mentioning on one of my earlier shows to someone that on YouTube, we think YouTube is one thing, right? It has what it has and everybody can access all of it. But it's interesting. So on YouTube, I have an algorithm which, I mean, I love the default algorithm because it kind of gives me whatever stuff that I enjoy. But I wanted to enter some right-wing rabbit holes to see what the hell is happening there. And I didn't want it to mess up my algorithm. So I opened incognito window, another Gmail account, and entered that. And now that's a different, that's the same algorithm, but it's serving up a completely different feed to me. And I realized that everybody actually gets completely different YouTubes because of the algo. And that starts with the first choice you make. And then you go off in random directions. And similarly, I think in popular culture, there is this fragmentation of tastes. And I wonder if that means either the death of the mainstream or the winnowing down of the mainstream to something that is very safe and cuts across, like the whole Marvel movies kind of thread that's come down. I mean, most of Hollywood mainstream cinema is you're just following those franchises. And otherwise, I think it's a golden age of cinema because if you look at independent cinema and what's happening across the world, it's mind-blowing. The tools of production are open to independent filmmakers. There's great work happening out there. So in the context of music, which you followed closely, do you think that there's something to this? Like, do you look back and say that, like, when we grew up, there was a mainstream. You knew who the big bands were. And they were damn successful, even if they weren't like your Michael Jackson or Madonna. And you also knew your Michael Jackson and Madonna and who the big pop artists who dominated the charts were. And it was really clear. Do you feel that in some way that landscape has changed? It's not necessarily a bad thing. There are many more, there'll be many more niches, there'll be much more scope for different kinds of art. But what's your sense?
No, I completely agree. So even if, let's take the micro example of, say, rock music, right? And then you can pretty much extrapolate that to any other form of art, really. And there are several reasons for this. In the 70s, 80s, and 90s, right, which is where a lot of bands were built. They were built, and I think the word has to be used. They were marketed by record executives who had to put more eggs in a fewer baskets. So you had bands like Kiss, or even not Nirvana really, but even before that, Van Halen, all the bands of the 80s like Bon Jovi, etc., Def Leppard, all of these were incessantly marketed and hyped up by the record labels because they needed to succeed, because they needed to move volumes of physical product. And that, of course, started changing with respect to the internet and all that, changing tastes and everything. But what you're seeing now is fewer big artists across the board, right? You may have some huge names like, say, a Taylor Swift or Beyonce or whoever the Ed Sheerans of the world, who are guaranteed to sell out stadiums, etc., wherever they go. But everywhere else, you are likely to have very tribal, and for once on this podcast, we may use tribal in a positive sense. In a good way. Very, very passionate followings for very niche genres. For example, I am a huge fan of a genre called progressive metal. I'm wearing the t-shirt of a band called Knee Oblivisaris. And my objective of coming onto the show, by the way, Amit, was just to say Knee Oblivisaris on air, which is a progressive metal band from Australia that uses a violin, right? So now people who like that genre absolutely adore what they do. And when I say adore, what do I mean? It's not just about buying their music. Yes, buying their music. I have friends of mine who are Patreons of these guys and actually order vinyls and make it viable for a band to make a living. Maybe not become superstars. I think that era is over. Unless, of course, you're aiming for the Ed Sheeran kind of music. But make enough of a living to continue doing what they are, touring to, say, audiences of 200, 300 across the world. That happens. And I think that's happening across the board. There are platforms like, say, Bandcamp, which allow musicians to put up their album for sale so that fans who connect with them enough can actually buy the album, so that artists get more of the money. All these kind of things are happening. And I believe the same is true of not just other genres of music, but across art. For instance, there are so many platforms for things like anime and specific followers of certain kinds of visual design, for example. I think it's fascinating the way this fragmentation is happening. Like you said, it is absolutely true. So, and it's a lot of factors, right? It's because of the changing imperatives of record labels, the economics of streaming. One resource that I can give immediately for anyone who's interested in this topic is there's a fantastic podcast called The Ongoing History of New Music. It's by a Canadian music journalist called Alan Cross, and he delves into a lot of this. Why are there no big superstars anymore in the space of music? Because of streaming. It's very interesting. What are the second order effects of things like that? So absolutely fascinating, very analytical look at music and its evolution in a broader context, and with the context of, say, an individual band like, say, a Pearl Jam or the Beatles or something like that. Even doing thought experiments like, okay, if we take this band out of music history, how do things change? And those things are fascinating because in the world of music, it's usually something very small or seemingly small in the larger scheme of things that's led to a whole chain of things later. Like, for example, and heavy metal fans will know this, what if Tony Iommi never had that finger accident? He would have never detuned his guitar. Heavy metal would have sounded completely different, if at all, birthed at all. So yeah, all these butterfly effect sort of things, I think, work in the space of art more than anything else.
The seen and the unseen.
As it were,
Tony Iommi's finger. I'm also struck by what you said about the metal band you adore. What is his name? I'll also take the name and make your day.
Yeah, it's a band called Ni Oblivisaris.
Ni Oblivisaris.
Yeah, they're a band from Perth, I think.
Ni Oblivisaris. So we'll put relevant links in the show notes to Ni Oblivisaris. And something you said about them sparked off another thought, where you said that their fans absolutely adore them.
Yeah.
And now I find that very interesting, because the other thing that I think has happened, and tell me if you agree with this, is that earlier you had these few big names would make it, and nothing for the long tail. And those few big names would, yes, they would be worshipped by some at a distance, but for a lot of people, the engagement would be kind of shallow.
Yeah.
You listen to them in the background and that's it, And what I find today is that when you go deeper and deeper into these kind of different niches, the absolute numbers go down, but the level of engagement goes up a lot. Like just in podcasting, if I was to try to sell this podcast as a radio show back in 1995, obviously there are no takers for a 4-hour conversation. Now, today, and thankfully the absolute numbers are also fairly decent right now, but the level of engagement is crazy, right? Which is something I notice more and more with like a lot of the consume that I follow, the vlogs I watch or the music I listen to or whatever. I'm just way more engaged than I was at an earlier point in time. And this also leads me to thinking about, you were musing about how Dark Side of the Moon was their 8th album, and they were already more than mid-career. And in today's day and age, would they have got 7 albums to do what they were doing? Now, I think one thing about music back in the day was that it was very record label dependent. It was dependent on big business, right? So tell me a bit about whether that has changed, because my sense of the creator economy in general is that these intermediaries and these platforms are now irrelevant. Creators can directly reach users. They can directly build their community. They can directly monetize it. Monetize seems like a very cold word, but in the sense every community values the creators, and that exchange can happen. Is that also true for music? Like, how do musicians make their money? Like, if Roger Waters and Dave Gilmore are sitting today and they're forming Pink Floyd, are they going to reach an 8th album if record labels aren't interested?
That's an interesting question, and I won't speak on behalf of the music industry because I am not completely sure how that entire dynamic sort of works. But one thing is absolutely certain, what you said. Okay, let's take the hypothetical situation that the Pink Floyd is, and I used the Pink Floyd, are an unknown entity right now. They've just got out of wherever, Cambridge and all that, and they have just started they have just started, say, mucking around. So what do? They create, say, a SoundCloud, or they put up stuff on YouTube and things like that. There will be, and even if you take Gilmore out of the equation and go all the way back to early Floyd, so Sid Barrett and all that. And by the way, if there's anyone who has no clue about what we're talking about, just know that the early Floyd albums were extremely experimental, and definitely not everyone's cup of tea or saucer full of secrets, if I may. Just had to work that in.
Nicely done.
I'm very proud of myself for that. No, the thing is, I think even that weirdness would have found a niche. I think they would have found an audience as long as they stuck to what they were doing and they did it with some level of conviction. I think weirdness has a way of finding an audience in this day and age, right? As long as they continue doing it, there's all sorts of amazing content out there. Just a few weeks back, my wife introduced me to a channel hosted by a Nepali graphic designer whose entire shtick is creating mock book covers and giving random commentary while doing it. It is insanely compelling content. And one of the things that we are binging right now is a pet groomer giving the most colorful, in the good way, commentary while grooming pets. Like, it's amazing to imagine that this is actually content. Like, if you take a step back and think about it, like, groomers have been doing this for years, for centuries maybe, and this is now, she's crossed 1 million subscribers recently, and there's nothing outstanding about what she does. She's just very good at what she does, and it's weirdly compelling content. So to go back to our hypothetical situation, as long as Gilmore and Waters, or Barrett, whatever that combination was, as long as they stuck to what they were doing and they had conviction in it, and they found another bunch of weirdos to sort of go along with the ride, that would definitely happen. I think, again, the community wouldn't be all that huge, but it would be there. And given the internet, it's unlikely that they would stick to just doing music. They may do something else that branches off into, they may do a weird podcast, for instance, right? Or create weird reels, or whatever the compulsions of the day are for them to maintain themselves. They would do something like that. And you can also be sure, Amit, that the moment they start becoming quote unquote popular with Echoes, Dark Side of the Moon, etc., you'll have many of those same guys saying, "Oh, you guys have sold out," and all that. So I'm very sure they would be able to make it, but again, to what scale, not very sure. They may be a much smaller brand. They may be like how I'm talking about this band that possibly nobody else has heard of, for example. So it's very interesting to think about how these things could happen. But one thing's for sure, I don't think a record label would give them such a long leash of 7 albums to find their sound. And even the sound that we're talking about is Dark Side of the Moon. I don't think Dark Side of the Moon would have made it as an album standalone today. To somebody who hasn't heard, have you seen this movie called Yesterday by any chance? The hypothetical Beatles.
I meant to see it, but I haven't. No,
it's a good watch purely for the concept, right? It's one of those movies that I would recommend any Beatles fan watches, not expecting too much of the plot, but purely for the concept of what if you woke up in a world where you remember all the Beatles songs, but the Beatles never existed, just to see what plays out with that fairly fascinating thought process. There's one scene in which, and this is not a spoiler, where he plays Yesterday, right? And his friends are around him, and everybody's jaws are dropping. Like, wow, did you write that? And it's like, yeah, I mean, but no, I mean, it's a Paul McCartney song. Like, who? And and then he's like, it's one of the greatest songs ever written. And it's a good song, but it's not all that great. I mean, it's not Coldplay great, right? And then this guy's outraged. But then you just step back for a moment. Yesterday is very huge because not just because of the quality of the song, but also what it means culturally, popularly, and all that. When somebody listens to Dark Side of the Moon today, they are going to have a recommendation from somebody says, "Bro, you're listening to one of the greatest albums of all time." So you're already coming in with some bias, right? What if you listen to Dark Side of the Moon not knowing it was one of the greatest albums of all time?
Yeah.
How would your experience be different? I genuinely do not know. One of the things I used to do while listening to music, and I have this habit of listening to bands chronologically, I used to bias myself by reading a lot of reviews before jumping into the album, so I knew what to expect. And I realized that colored my experience a lot. And like, oh, the song that everyone says is great, I didn't think was all that great. So now my new approach is listening to it first and then going back and seeing whether... And many of the times, like, wow, what a great song this is. Didn't even get a passing mention on the review. So I don't know where we started from over here, but Could Gilmore and Waters continue making music if they started off today? I think they would, but I don't think they would be selling stadiums for sure. They would have a very strong Patreon base, but that's it. I don't think. I think too much has changed. The way music is, the also the era, right? I don't think that acid fueled kind of music, which was so 60s, 70s, would have worked in this sort of era. So many things put together. So you learn that these thought experiments, there are several, there's a lot of context behind success at one point of time. I guess that makes sense.
No, it does. And, like, I think the good part about these thought experiments is that one, of course, they're entertaining to talk about and
Yeah.
argue about. But the other good part is they make you examine these contexts deeper. I just think that maybe they would have made a different kind of music today. Maybe they
Yeah.
would have made hip hop. You don't know.
Absolutely.
Because they had a palette of sounds in their consciousness to work with. And from that palette, they create the particular music that they do. But today, they would have had a completely different palette of sounds to work with and would have worked with that. So you don't know where they're going. Like, in one of the webinars for my writing course, I talk about Shakespeare. And the point I make is that that guy was a dude. If he was alive today, he
Yeah.
would have blown everybody out of the water.
Yeah, yeah.
Because not only is it great art, but he was a box office superstar of his day. He was
Right.
Yash Chopra plus Steven Spielberg plus Ed Sheeran, as you
Right.
just mentioned, who I think is a really fine songwriter. I won't diss him just because he's popular. There's this great video I came across where he's talking about his Van Morrison influence, right? And Van Morrison is like my all-time
Right.
whatever, just adore Van Morrison, as it were. So Sheeran's talking about the Van Morrison influence, and it's like a 10-12 minute video. I'll play it. Then he talks about how he gets the idea for a song, and his initial chords are very Van Morrissey when he plays them. But then he says how he changes it around a little bit to make it more massy. And it's one of his big hits, Thinking Out Loud, right? Which is such a poppy song. But once you get that Van Morrison connection,
Right.
you're like, wow. And then you think that, wow, this guy is serious. He took that and he made it into this. I'll link that long video from the show notes. It's really interesting.
Just to finish that thought experiment of Gilmore and Waters making hip hop today, wouldn't it be amazing to think, say, Kanye West might have been a great guitarist back in the 60s or 70s?
Yeah. Like in my in the webinar where I talk about Shakespeare, right at the end I play Pink Floyd performing Shakespeare, which is actually not Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is Dave Gilmore singing Shakespeare Sonnet 18.
Wow.
And it's great, right? And I point them to another video which is on YouTube, I think by this guy called Akala, where he's giving a lecture on hip hop. And at about the 5-minute mark there, he performs Sonnet 18 to hip hop.
Wow.
Right? So you realize a universality to what Shakespeare wrote.
Right.
Because he really wrote the hardcore, simple language of his
Yeah.
time. He really, took the rhythms of everyday speech and
yeah.
wrote in that. And that's why he's so great. And this is, like, I don't know if you've thought about this. You must have. While sort of thinking about all of this, I realized that, like, number one of the points I try to underscore to my writing students, and I realized this as I was putting together the course, I realized it even harder, is that words, of course, have a music of their own, right?
Yeah.
People are reading from a book, they think it's only visual, but they're always sub-vocalizing without realizing it, reading it out in their head. So words have a music of their own. Now, when it comes to songwriting, it's actually really interesting because the words have a music of their own, and then on top of that, you put music.
Right.
And it's really interesting to then look at the great songwriters and see how they are doing their stuff and how the two come together. Like
Yeah.
when Dylan is saying the answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind, right? And everything there works so perfectly. It's
Right.
not like Dylan thought consciously about it, but, blowing in the wind, it's ending
Yeah.
with that mute sound. He doesn't say the response, comrade, is wafting in the breeze.
Yeah.
Which is the example I give of bad writing, because all of those words we don't use in our everyday speech, but he's
Right.
keeping it simple and having a powerful impact.
Absolutely.
The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind, and all the musics just go together and enhance each
Absolutely.
other. You think about this?
And yeah, absolutely. Because you also realize how different songwriters approach music differently. Like there are some musicians who write the lyrics first. I'm assuming Bob Dylan is one of those. You have others who think of the melody first and then fit in words later. And sometimes those words could be absolute nonsense because they don't care about the lyrics all that much. For them, it's more about the music. Noel Gallagher of Oasis, one of my favorite bands, is notorious for doing that. The lyrics don't mean too much, but it's really about the music, the cadence, and all that. And then when you start digging even deeper, one of the things that sets another one of my favorite bands, Iron Maiden, apart is they don't sound like any other heavy metal band, and that's because their primary songwriter happens to be a bassist, which is something that's very unique in the world of rock and heavy metal. So kind of realize how different songwriters approach these things differently, and it's kind of it's kind of fascinating to think about this. Actually, you grow up listening to this music, and then once you're older and more mature, and you open up lyrics, and you open up song meanings and genius.com for everything that you do, for everything that you listen to, and then you say, oh wow, okay, now this makes sense, okay, because it's happened. Oh, okay, fine. Knowing these little tidbits, I think, just adds more to music. So anyone who is looking to rediscover music or something of that sort, one thing I highly recommend is just opening up the lyrics, even if you're not a lyrics person, or opening up sites that give you what the meanings of the lyrics are. And for me, those go-to places are Song Meanings and Genius. There's usually a lot of song facts and all that, which adds a lot of color to the music, especially for bands like the Beatles. One thing I love about the Beatles is how all their songs are pretty much just based on everyday ordinary incidents, and knowing that just adds a lot more enjoyment to the music. You can almost feel John channeling that story of whatever X person and translating that into word. It's kind of it's sort of like being in the studio with them when you put two and two together.
Which in fact you are with Get Back, because one of the things that I was enjoying about the 1.5 episodes I've watched so far, I'll watch the full thing, is that they're constantly breaking into song, playing old songs they wrote during the Hamburg days, or they're doing random covers and all that, and there'll be some Beatles song where you can make out at one point John is imitating Dylan. And the interesting thing is, all of these takes would have actually been released had they been creators today, because they would have released everything. Whereas back in the day, the label is telling you, hey, album has X number of songs, you got to do those, everything else goes out of the window, which is just such a great loss in the creative process. And Dylan, by the way, did write his lyrics first. I don't know, have you heard this album called The New Basement Tapes?
No, I haven't. I must admit, I'm not that much of a Dylan fan, not because I dislike, just that I never went there.
Yeah. So the New Basement Tapes is basically these guys found Dylan lyrics that had never been turned into songs. So he'd written the lyrics first, like you correctly said, but he hadn't actually turned them into songs. So they gave it to contemporary songwriters and said, what can you do with this? Like Marcus Mumford did a lovely rendition of something called Kansas City. And it's really beautiful. So you have, you can actually, in some of those videos, you can see the words on the original paper where Dylan has written them. And these guys were brought together and they were given 3-4 days or whatever, and they were cooped up and told, chalo likho, and you can see the different things they do with it, and obviously a Marcus Mumford song is a Marcus Mumford song, but with Dylan's lyrics. So it's really interesting.
And I just wanted to add one more thing over here. This is one thing that I've heard you say several times, which is the form often dictates the content, right? And music is a great example of that. There is this... There are several studies showing that because of the Spotify era, right? Now, how does Spotify pay artists? I mean, whatever they pay, it is after 30 seconds of streaming. So I actually came across a band recently that makes music which is between 30 and 35 seconds each. So they just released a Beatles tribute album which has 100 songs, all of which are between 30 and 35 seconds.
Wow.
And the logic for that, hey, if Spotify is paying us for 30 seconds, why bother making more? And it's hard to argue with that logic, because you may say, oh, back in the day, people used to make 10-hour-long sona, whatever. But hey, back then the imperatives were different. Like even, I mean, you will find some equivalent of some heresy like this happening back then itself, because they needed to fit it on an LP. Because people, why fit it on recorded music? Actual music should be experienced live where you can play forever. So I think this is another fascinating layer to add on top of this. And I think we should stop that discussion on music over there. Otherwise, we'll go on talking about music itself, which is how the form dictates content.
No, and this brings another thought to mind, that there'll be these snobbish people who'll say कि back in the day, हम album सुनते थे, concept album सुनते थे, and now people are just releasing singles and putting it out there. And what you pointed out is what you think of as an album and what you romanticize was dictated by how many songs you can actually stick on that damn thing called an LP. And each of the songs, therefore, is also dictated by, what radios will play and all of that. So ultimately, 10 songs of 4 minutes each or whatever it is dictated by physical constraints. Absolutely. Why do we think of those old forms? Like even writers, I remember, so I've kind of wanted to write books all my life, right? And not written any except one shitty one, but I'll redeem myself for that soon. But now when I think about it, I think, why books? Why put that on a pedestal? Like if you're a writer, you have 800-word articles you can think of today, 10,000-word long forms, short stories have certain lengths.
Seth Godin sends out a daily newsletter which is 200 words.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
find that fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I realized while blogging is you can be, 100 words, you can be 8,000 words. It doesn't matter. Length
Right.
doesn't matter. Why do we think in terms of format? And what you just pointed out about
Yeah.
music is, 30. Why not 35 seconds?
Yeah.
Though I would
That's a
hesitate
bit of an
myself.
extreme, I know. But
Yeah, I mean, I'm not dissing it, but that particular incentive that this is where we get paid, why do more, doesn't sit well with me. But I get the point they're making.
I think it's more to make a point. And just one further thing on this music, and changing formats and all that. The biggest platform for music discovery these days, at least for artist discovery for record executives in the US right now, is actually TikTok. And I'm guessing this is something that that you know. It's very interesting how a song goes viral. For example, maybe because somebody converts it into a meme or it has memeability. So now just imagine songwriters not just now have to change incentives from, okay, will it sound good on radio, to, okay, does it have a section in the lyrics where people can do some silly dance or something so that it can go viral on TikTok, so that etc etc. So again, a form dictates a content. And the second thing, which I find really fascinating, while we can sit and argue about whether rock is mainstream, hip hop is mainstream, electronic is mainstream, music itself is getting its behind kicked by this new thing called gaming, which is what youngsters are spending more and more of their time on. So there's a lovely article headline I saw somewhere. I forget which website this was on, probably Wired or Fast Company or one of those, which is something like gaming is the new hip hop, or
Wow.
gaming is basically this generation's rock music in terms of cultural relevance. It has occupied cultural relevance, and I think with all this metaverse things that's going to happen, it's just going to become even more, especially since we have a generation now that's being bred on platforms like Roblox. So, absolutely fascinating. And then where does music come into this? Music is like, I think the future of music is more likely to be interactive experiences like, say, that Marshmello or Travis Scott doing a virtual concert inside Fortnite. I think the future is going to be something like that, and which just rips apart the concept of music as an audio format by itself, right? Who said it needs to be just an audio format? In some sense, it's going back to the time when music was performed live and there was always a visual element along with the audio. And then came along Edison with his ideas and stripped out the video part of it.
Yeah, this is mind blowing. Like, I'm in my mid to late 40s. This is the first time in my
I
life
love how you gave that as a demographic rather than
this
an
is
age.
this is the first time in my life I heard the term Roblox. But instead of panicking as other people my age might do, I feel so fucking excited because what a time to be alive, right? Everything is changing. We'll segue from music because you're right, that wasn't part of the plan to talk so much about music, and maybe it in some future date, who knows. I want to go back to the Beatles to use that to segue from it, which is, I think of the Beatles Hamburg years. And what they did in Hamburg, as you would know, is that they went there as a young band, and Ringo wasn't part of the group then. So they had Stuart Sutcliffe, I think, playing bass, and they had Pete Best on drums. And so it was a five-man outfit as far as I recall. And they just played every freaking night. They would play multiple times a day. They just played and played and played and played. And it was iteration, all before they had their first song.
10,000 hours.
10,000 hours to the max. And so I'll segue from this. It's a good theme for me because I think one of the big lessons I learned, and this must be something I'm sure that you share, is that, people often think that you learn a craft and fine, you practice it, but then once you're in the public eye, you put out only your best work and whatever. And one of the things I've realized is that the road to excellence is through constant freaking iteration. Like, one insight I like to sort of talk about, I might even have spoken about it on episode 1 of Getting Meta, is from that Ali Abdal video.
Yes, of course.
Where, I mean, the basic lesson is, and Ali Abdal did this video when he reached 100 million subs, and he shared the graph of how his subs went up, and it was an exponential graph. And at episode 50, he pointed out, when he did 2 episodes a week for 26 weeks for half a year, he reached 1,000 subs. Which is nothing, right? And his advice to creators was that just make 2 videos a week for 2 years, which is 200 videos, and don't look at your subs count and just do it, just iterate. And that's exactly what the Beatles did. And people discover that, I think, by accident, when they're just kind of doing something, and because they love it. Karna hai, like when anyone takes up a guitar, for example, they're not playing it because on day one they think they're going to be Eddie Van Halen. On day one, if you listen to yourself, you can't. but then on day 8,000 you get there.
You get there.
Yeah. So let's kind of talk about the creator economy in the sense like what are your big sort of learnings from being a creator? Because I think all the learnings I've got from being a creator are really in the last 3 or 4 years, even sooner than that, during the podcasting journey. Like I wasn't actually taking a step back and getting meta, as it were, and thinking about this stuff. I was just doing things, and gradually things happened, and at some point I took a step back and I said, this is interesting, and let's kind of connect all the threads. Tell me about that sort of compressed journey of yours of being a creator and thinking deeply about.
Sure. So one, it's only recently that that this term of creator has come around, right? We've been doing this. Oh, is that what it's called? Okay, I guess I'm a creator now. If you put out a podcast or...
But I actually love the term because while it seems to put you in a box, it's a much bigger box than other boxes like writer, musician, filmmaker.
That's true. Yeah, that's true, I guess. And there's also the connotation that you're doing something related to the internet. I don't think a journalist would be called, as in an old school journalist would be called a creator in that sense. Although arguably they are doing way more meaningful creation in that sense. So, with respect to quote unquote content creation, I used to do random articles and cartoons even from 2010 onwards, always freelanced in some capacity or the other, and just trying out various kind of things. And then podcasting came along the way, right? Where I used to listen to a lot of The Bugle at that point of time, which is a hilarious show hosted by Andy Zaltzman primarily. It used to be co-hosted by John Oliver, and now, of course, there's a rotating cast of comedians from around the world, including a couple of our own, including Anuapal, etc. So I had this idea of doing a podcast, but had no clue as to what I wanted to do. And through a series of accidents, which I'll spare listeners, I ended up starting Simplified with Naren, which, again, we didn't have too much of an idea of what we wanted. We didn't have too much of an ambition. And for us, it was just, okay, let's try this out and see what happens. Because I was always keen on doing something with Naren. And then it stuck. IVM threw us a lifeline, and I say lifeline because we desperately needed discipline more than recording equipment at the time. We were putting out episodes which were like weeks, months apart, and finally we managed to get some sort of a cadence going. And then from there, two more podcasts came along the way, which are both individual shows. One is The Origin of Things, which is a short format show. And the other, of course, is Getting Meta, for which you were, of course, very kindly the first guest. And the name of the show, of course, came about during that first interview.
And this was pre-Facebook doing whatever they did. So kindly people, what is it?
Yeah,
somebody there
absolutely.
heard the show.
Yeah. And along the way, a couple of other experiments happened as well. I started a newsletter. I created a course of my own. I'm not sure whether that counts as content creation as such. So here's the thing. So to answer your question, that was just to give you context to answer the question that you had asked. I think all of these, I had absolutely no clue what I was doing as I was going in. Right? I genuinely did not. I had no idea what the end outcome would be. I had a reasonable idea of what my second and third podcast would be, but I did that. I can say that only because I had the confidence of having done 150 episodes from my previous show, right? So otherwise, everything I started, like the newsletter for the first time, absolutely no idea how this is going to turn out. Course, zero idea. Amit, when I started that course, it was an idea that a friend gave me, saying that will you teach a few of us digital marketing? And I said, yeah, sure, I'll put some structure together and send it out to you guys and see if it works for you. I expected 10 people, and in that first batch, there were, I think, 130 or 140 people who signed up for it. And this was in 2020 mid. For all of these, I just learned along the way. And I think that is the only way to go. As long as you're genuine, as long as you are willing to, as long as you are transparent about the fact that, hey, I might make mistakes, but I will make up for it, and I will make sure that you get your money or time's worth, whatever the case may be. I think you're good. Right, I think as long as you don't overpromise, whether you're selling or whether you're asking people for their time, which, let's face it, is probably way more valuable, I think you will be fine. I think you will be fine. I think that's my one lesson of, you call me a creator, of being a creator. Just start out, as you yourself said on the first episode of Getting Meta. Just start and iterate along the way. And as long as you are either enjoying it or learning something, or ideally both, you will be fine. And give yourself a period of about 6 months or something like that to figure out whether it's all working out, whether audiences are reacting, whether you're getting what you wanted out of it. And it should be okay. Because what another thing I've also realized is that content creation in and of itself doesn't necessarily need to be the end goal. Like, that could act as signaling for something else. For example, I have a paid digital marketing newsletter. It's not exactly a digital marketing newsletter, but on the periphery. Now, the fact that I run a newsletter is on something related to marketing is enough for some people to think that I might be able to help them out with respect to consulting. Right? So, doesn't matter whether they read what I write or not. It acts as signaling in some sense for the fact that, hey, okay, if you're able to take a course on marketing, then you should be able to help me out with the problem my startup is having. Got many people write into me for that. I've got many people write in, take the course, and said, yeah, your course and all is fine, but here's the stuff that I actually need your help for. That's happened a lot. So that's another learning for me, that the content creation, yeah, it's nice if you get to 1 million subscribers or, whatever number of views, listens, whatever. But what does it play for your life or your, if I may use the oft abused phrase, personal brand in the long run? I always think that these content pieces that somebody creates is just one part of something larger. So that I think these two would be broadly some lessons that I have learned. Everything else is just a little too raw, I guess, for me to share, but I'm just having fun trying out various kinds of things, and I think it's an extremely exciting time to have ideas and just put them out to the world, really. If there was advice that I would give anyone, I'll just build on what you said, which was very succinctly, just start. Take something that you are good at doing and mix it with something that you are interested in or learning about or curious, etc. So, for example, you might be a good writer. You might be interested in, say, finance, or you might want to learn more about something, right? Or you might have experience doing something, right? So, suddenly, when you put these equations together, you'll find that there are lots of permutations and combinations. And on top of this, if you add a layer of what I like to call treatment, funny, serious, long form, whatever it is, right? Analyze some of your own favorite content creators and the stuff that they're doing and see where do they fall in this. Are they there's one phrase that I love. I don't know whether I heard it on your podcast or whether it was on somebody else's, but figure out what your role is in the story. I absolutely love that line.
It's not mine, but I love the line.
Yeah, it's great, and I think it was said in the context of journalism, right? When you are a journalist or when you're a writer, who are you? Are you the peer of the reader who is trying to figure out the story along the way, which a lot of podcasts say, like Freakonomics would be that way. Dubner is not an expert. He is learning as he interviews his guests. And I think that's a lovely way of going at it. Or are you the expert? Are you, say, a Reid Hoffman who has spent years cutting his teeth and now is pontificating to the world? If you have that, who am I in this story? Merge that with the skill that you have and a possible treatment that you want to take, you can come out with all kinds of ideas. The internet is full of crazy ideas that work, but on paper they look like they shouldn't make sense. A few months back, my wife introduced me to this Instagram account called Miss Excel, MISSEXCEL. It is, and I kid you not, a Instagrammer who teaches Excel hacks while dancing to EDM. Nothing in that sentence sounds like it should make sense. She recently made 6 figures in one day in US dollars.
Wow.
Because this created enough of a signal for her. I'm guessing nobody follows her I should learn Excel from this person. What they do follow her for is super quirky, is funny. You're signaling the fact that, yeah, I'm a cool person who knows Excel, so you're part of that thing. But what she does do is, because she's built herself up in this way, she has a serious course for $299 on learning Excel. I'm guessing that's not taught through EDM. I'm guessing that's a proper thing. But what a great way to market a course, even if that wasn't the end outcome. And as a result of that, and her fame has led to workshops and all that, and she can charge a premium now that she's well known and she has a personality and all that. That's helped her make money. So just think about it, Amit. Somebody who's creating funny content around TikTok, funny treatment, Excel being the space that you are familiar with, and dancing, which you are good at. All three of those look like a combination that shouldn't make sense, but somehow in the digital age, it just does. Think about all the other combinations that are out there. You may be great at cricket. Now, you may be very interested in cricket. What is your skill? Are you good on screen? Are you a good writer? Are you great at tweets, TikTok, whatever the case may be? And then think about treatments, funny, serious, etc., etc. There are just so many combinations to be made. So when you look at it from this perspective, the sheer spectrum of things that could be created, it's an insanely good time to have an idea or just get started. That's number one. Now, on the other side of things, and this is something I've very often thought about, so many, we say, right, so many things have changed, right? The platforms have changed, the opportunities have changed, the monetization, career options have changed. People become millionaires streaming themselves playing video games, so crying out loud. We live in an era like that, for example. But what has not changed fundamentally is the amount of time people have, right? It's not like 24 hours has magically become something else. If anything, because of hustle culture and all that, the time to consume content has become smaller and smaller, no matter whether it's coming from a network, no matter whether it's something that the famed TikTok algorithm throws up, whether it's something your friend said, whether it's a podcast that your friend has started, whatever the case may be. All this burgeoning amount of content that's out there, because thriving, hashtag content creator economy, all that, there is increasingly less time to consume all of it. And somehow, in a weird kind of way, I feel it's going to go back to some form of gatekeeper at some point of time. We always say, oh, content creator economy is awesome because we're like no longer are we in the stranglehold of the gatekeeper. Like, going back to our conversation, how we started this, musicians are free to explore themselves creatively without worrying about what the record label says. We are free of the tyranny of the middleman, or the gatekeeper, as it were. But what do you do when there are now 5,000 bands vying for your attention instead of 2? You need some filter right over there. Before that used to be a record label who would do the job of that, but now it could be somebody else. Now it might be the Spotify top 20 metal songs playlist, or it could be your trusted friend who is inadvertently acting as a gatekeeper, or it could be a publication. One very interesting thing I saw recently, I follow this author called Charlie Warzel. He writes this beautiful newsletter called Galaxy Brain. It's on the intersection of technology, culture, business, and all that. He had a thriving newsletter for a while, and recently he got, quote unquote, acquired by The Atlantic. Right? I think we're going to see a lot more of this happening. Like, even if you see the New York Times, look at the amount of talent that they're just swooping up, right? Kara Swisher, or lots of those podcasts and all that. I think somehow there's so much content creation and creators that's happening. It's become sort of like a wild west, which is romantic to some extent, until you realize that, boss, you have only 24 hours in a day and there's only so much content you can create. I need somebody to curate this for me. Curate equal to middlemen in some way or the other. Now, whether that goes back to being the traditional gatekeepers with all their pros and cons, or whether it is a new era, I think that's inevitable. I think that's a cycle that is going to happen. So, yeah.
So, number of points. I mean, this is so fascinating. The last 10 minutes when you were
sorry
speaking.
About that monologue.
I'm going to listen to it again and again. No, I'm thanking you. Don't say, how can you say sorry? It's like, thank you, sorry is almost weird. So, thread number one is gatekeepers. Like, I both agree and disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree that we need a way to filter the universe of content out there. But what I do think is that the gatekeepers of old have become irrelevant and are dying, and I think that's a great thing. Now, for example, back in the day, would Miss Excel, who wants to dance to EDM while doing Excel, ever have got a gig for whatever, any TV channel, any wherever that kind of content would feature? And the answer is clearly no.
Yeah.
She would be laughed out the door. But today, you have acted as a gatekeeper. Like, let's say you are someone whose words I take really seriously on new content to follow, right? You have acted as a gatekeeper for me, and I'm going to go there and I'm going to listen to it. And people who are listening to this episode of The Seen and the Unseen are going to click there from the show notes. So, in a sense, we are gatekeepers. So, what's happening is that you don't have that one hidebound gatekeeper who thinks in a particular way and follows convention. You have many, many gatekeepers to choose from, many ways. And I would therefore say that they're not really gatekeepers. They're arbiters of taste taste in a way,
Right.
in the sense that they are helping you, and you choose your arbiter of taste or gatekeeper or whatever term you kind of want to use. And I think that's fantastic, because the
Yeah.
point is, she can get her work out there today that would not have been possible 20 years ago. I can do a 5-hour conversation today, not have been possible
Right.
20 years ago. Of course, my doing a 5-hour conversation today depends on your willingness as well, and your stamina. Have you had your energy
Energy
bars? Yeah. But the other interesting thought that kind of struck me about content is, again, you were talking about Miss Excel, and it's fascinating because in a number of ways, she's following actually what I would consider principles that creators should follow that are not radical, right? Her work is radical.
Yeah.
But what are those principles to me? And I'm kind of thinking aloud, and
Right,
I'm
right.
kind of getting a little meta here. But one of those principles is authenticity.
Mm-hmm.
That you got to be true to yourself. If you try too hard to fill a particular gap in the market or to be somebody else or
Yeah.
whatever, it doesn't work.
Right.
You got to be true to yourself. She's being true to herself because she knows Excel. She loves dancing. I presume she loves EDM, which is where this comes from, and it works because she's having a great time doing it. Number two is that you don't have to be a spectacular expert in something to do content on it. Like,
Yes.
I taught a podcasting course briefly, and people and students would ask me that why should somebody listen to my podcast? I'm not an expert in anything. And I'm like, no, but the point is that you are on some kind of journey, maybe an intellectual journey, maybe a journey through life, which many other people have in common. So it makes your journey so relatable, as long as you're true to yourself, again, that being the primary condition. It makes it so relatable and interesting and entertaining. And it's a similar thing with this lady, who may not be the best Excel teacher in the world,
Right.
but I'm sure is perhaps a more successful now, from what you say.
Possibly. Yeah.
Possibly, because she wasn't shy of going out there and putting herself out there. She didn't say, am I the greatest Excel expert? No self-doubt.
Right.
Just go out there and do it. And the third one, which comes from that, is intimacy. That all the creators are like, I feel like I know these people. Right? मेरा ही दोस्त है. Like, I just released an episode with Abhinandan Sekri, and somebody wrote into me to say that I felt so much like I was sitting at a sofa in a drawing room with you guys, that at one point I interrupted before I realized that, wait a minute, I'm not actually there. Right? And that's such a lovely comment.
yeah.
That's what creators want, and that's what all creators kind of get. That you build those sort of intimate spaces where you feel you know the person. So, Miss Excel ticking the box on all of those, and even NYT going to big creators and taking them and all of that. I get where that comes from, but at the same time, you have, say, Yasha Monk starting Persuasion on Substack and saying, I'll do my
Right.
own thing, and many people just kind of doing their own thing. Like, Miss Excel will never feel the need to join a conglomerate, because if she's made 6 figures in one
Absolutely.
day, fuck you, I'll do my
Yeah.
thing. Why should I let someone else dictate
Yeah.
content? Tomorrow, instead of dancing to EDM, she might want to do something else, but her boss will say, no, that worked for us, dance to EDM. That's all pretty fascinating. That role in the story bit is also interesting. So tell me something. While you were telling me about how you would advocate to people that think about your role in the story, and you said that look at your favorite content creators and break it down. Did you at any point reverse engineer what other content creators are doing and get insights from that?
Interesting question, and I have to say no. I think this is something that I realized post facto. I sort of took some lessons away from some of the shows that I listen to always, and like, apart from the content itself, what makes this work? That's something I always think about, right? Which is what you said right now. Yeah, sure. This Miss Excel's content works because she enjoys 1, 2, 3, whatever. But how can I take a lesson out from there and apply it to another field which is completely unrelated? How do I break these things down to use one of our favorite phrases, first principles? How do I go back to what is the meta lesson that I can take away from here, which I can apply to something else, which could be completely different? And I think that's a sort of skill I acquired, if I may use the phrase, while I was working in advertising for some time, extracting why this example works and then transposing that to another brand in another category, etc. But no, to answer your question, not really. I never thought of it that way. I guess now that we are sitting and thinking of content, if I were to give advice to somebody today, the thing is this: I think everybody today has enough of a frame of reference from their own life in order to draw enough of an example for themselves to create content. When I teach students, for instance, since you always say students of my course, let me be another person who says that on the show as well. So one of the things I start off, and I teach a bunch of undergraduate kids at a university, I tell them, see, listen, even if you sleep through all my classes, all you need to do is this: you are subject to a lot of advertising on a daily basis. Have an opinion on them. Ask, at the other end of that ad which I blocked or email that I deleted, there was some brand manager who paid somebody a lot of money for that to reach you, right? You may not be an expert in advertising yet or marketing yet or whatever, but you are an expert, as cheesy as it may sound, at being you, right? Somebody did something in order for this ad, email, whatever it is, to reach you. You are the ultimate judge of whether that works for you or not. If it does not work, or even if it works, why? Just ask yourself that, reflect on that, and then you automatically will feel yourself becoming a better marketer, or start thinking that way. Why didn't you swipe up on that Instagram ad? Why did you delete that email? HDFC Bank desperately wanted you to open an FD with them, but you deleted it. Why did you delete? Did they target the wrong person? Did they use the wrong kind of message? Are you tired of them incessantly spamming? Don't you trust them? You've just got 4 great points that the CMO of HDFC Bank would love to know. Thinking like this, I think, always works. Similarly, it works kind of similar with content, I think. Everyone consumes enough content to just reflect on them enough. Why do I like these pieces of content? Like, what makes this content tick? Like, why do I like some content that is entertaining, something that's useful, something that's close to my heart, etc., etc. Take all these sort of lessons, and then you'll like mishmash them, make your own framework, and then you'll realize that there is, hey, okay, if I look at it this way, I can create X content in this way on this platform around English football, for instance, because I'm passionate about it, nobody else is doing it or whatever. So that's the way I look at it now. But I have to admit, a lot of this is very post facto and not exactly something that I thought of when I was, getting into it, which is why my other piece of advice is just jump into it and figure it out later. There are a lot of things that I don't like about Mark Zuckerberg, but the one thing that he did say that I thought made absolute sense was, and I actually not quite sure whether he said this, if you shipped a perfect product, you waited too long. And I thought that was a lovely way to sum. He said in the context of a product, but I think that works for content as well. If your first episode is really, really good, either you're very good, but then even you being really good is possibly because you've done so many things before. Faye D'Souza's first Instagram thing would have been great because she's kind of familiar with doing that. Yes, the format is different, the orientation is different and all that, but she's comfortable. She's a journalist for so long, and she's comfortable speaking in front of a camera. It's not like she's gone off and started a fiction novel or something. That would be, something different. So yeah, I think that's the way I think about these things.
Yeah, and the image that came to my mind, and it's not a very good metaphor, but I'll say it anyway, is like you and I are kind of like, we are learning to run while a tiger is chasing us.
Yeah.
So, of course, there's no tiger chasing us per se, but the point is that if you just try to intellectually figure out what is a perfect way to run, you'll just sit there and become fat.
But in the context of product, you could say tiger capital is chasing you.
Tiger capital is chasing you. Yeah. So the other point from your wonderful 10-minute monologue before this, another point that I wanted to pick up on was creator, where you said that I teach a course and I don't know if that would be called creating. So again, I'm kind of thinking aloud because we're making up the rules as we go along. There's a tiger chasing us, we're learning to run. Is that if I might take a shot at trying to define a creator just for myself, whether others agree with it, I would say a creator is someone who has some knowledge or skill which they share with the world by creating something.
Right.
And to distinguish it from products and all, I'll just say that something isn't a physical thing, but that they share with the world in some way. So whether you're putting out music, whether you're doing a podcast, whether you're teaching a course, there's something inside you that you have that can be of value to others, and you put it out there, and you're automatically, in that sense, a creator. And this brings me to another thought. Like, there's a dear filmmaker friend of mine, and he was sitting right where you are sitting on this lazy boy, not getting a foot massage also because I didn't have the foot massager then. And he's around my age, and I felt kind of bad for him. And he was kind of low because he made a short film once, which won a lot of film festival awards and got him offers from Bollywood bigwigs who he became friends with. And they said, "Do this for us, do that for us." He said, "No, no, I have one dream film. I want to make that first. I want that to be my entry." We know how this story normally goes, right? Guy grows old, film never happens, or he gives in. Well, guess what? He made the freaking film. He made the film 8 years ago, but after making it, for all kinds of reasons, it never got released. So he's made his dream movie. He likes the way he made it. Everything has happened. 8 साल कुछ नहीं हुआ, ठीक है? And so he was sitting here bemoaning that and telling me, and we meet about once a year where he'll kind of come to Andheri and he'll call me up and he'll say, "Aaja, kya se aaja yaar." So, and it's kind of the same lament. And this time I told him that, "Boss, this won't do." The point is, if you think about yourself, and this is kind of me talking to him, that if you think about yourself, you're in your late 40s. You probably have 15 years of productive life to go when your cognitive energies are functioning properly for you to do something, right? After that, you're gone. It's a waste. I mean, of course, I know life is meaningless. We all die. But apart from that, if you want to make something of it, after that is gone. So my thing was ki abhi reconfigure the way you think about creation and the way you think about films and the way you think about art. You have tons of, and he's an FTII grad also, so you have tons of knowledge about how to make a film, how to write a film. He's written a book on script writing which hasn't yet gotten released. How to make a film, how to write a film. You've got all of that knowledge. Freaking do something. Start a YouTube channel. It'll cost you nothing. You don't need gatekeepers. You don't need baniya producer saying nahi ye hai wo hai ye hai wo hai. Just make something every freaking day, because otherwise what you have is going waste. Like, I'm sure every single person listening to this has something that other people can benefit from.
Absolutely.
What are you doing with it? Right? And so this is just something that I felt so strongly about. I felt I have to share it because it broke my heart to see the guy once a year. He comes every time he's cribbing कि मेरा film release नहीं हो रहा. And I'm like, अबे छोड़ दे यार. होगा तो होगा, वो तुम्हारे हाथ में नहीं है. But you can't let the next 15 years go in a lament and then you say, nahi, I'll start a YouTube channel, and then you realize you're fucking senile and your brain cells aren't working, right? So my next question is about, since you have kindly allowed me without contradicting me to put teaching as part of creating.
Which makes sense, by the way. I think, on many levels you can... there are also a lot of lessons from the world of entertainment, I suppose, that teachers... could utilize. But I think I will agree with you on that. Teacher, at least to some extent, they can be called creators, I guess. After all of Byju's and all, they're searching for, the same sort of, the same challenge that Netflix has, you can say that Byju's also has. They are also searching for quote-unquote creators.
And compelling content.
Compelling.
What are you and I doing when you and I teach our course? We are actually telling stories. They're all micro stories around the concepts you want to teach. And we're not literally telling stories, but we're building a certain narrative and we're doing all of that. My next question for you kind of regards that. Do you feel that act of teaching, in a sense, forced you to get meta and think conceptually about the stuff you're teaching? In the sense, did teaching make you a better practitioner?
Oh, absolutely. Like, there is no doubt about that. Amit, so I have taught at various levels, and this is not really a flex as much as it is just, happy accidents. There's all these teaching things ended up being. I've taught at an MBA level, I've taught at an undergraduate level, and I have taught at a working professional level, which is the course I ran for myself. Out of these three, which one do you think was the toughest to teach?
Tell me.
The undergraduate one.
Yeah.
Right? Because kids have an annoying habit of getting to the root of the problem and asking very, very fundamental questions. Right? So you're saying, okay, you should do X kind of branding and not, or whatever the case may be. Their question will be, why bother doing branding at all? So, they ask very, very fundamental questions, which forces you to... So this happened to me a couple of times. And then I said, okay, I can't fluff around with these guys. Fluff flies in the boardroom. I can faff around with my client or my... this thing, because that's the way the industry works, and we can rant about advertising later. The entire industry survives on gas, and this is joke that you have to get an MBA just to understand other MBAs, and there's a lot of truth in that. But when you're teaching undergraduate students, you suddenly have to, or even younger, that will be even more challenging. You really need to ask fundamental questions. You not only need to simplify your content, but that's the thing, simplifying your content is actually tougher, because now you need to really get down to the roots of things, and you need to ask yourself, okay, is this really needed? What is a framework that will cover all of this? So, to answer your question, yes, absolutely. I think that whole process of teaching, and again, now this is irrespective of which level it was, it forces me to become a better practitioner, because it is also a subject. I teach marketing, so it's not a theoretical subject in many ways. At least I try not to make it. I try to use as many real examples as possible. It forces you not just to brush up on the basics but get better, but constantly evaluate. And like, if I come across an example today, right, if I, like, on the way to your house, if I see a billboard or something, like, is that consistent with what I am teaching? Is that consistent with how I think about marketing? Again, breaking down to first principles pretty much over there. If something contradicts, now do I need to change something, or this is an exception, or should I add something else to the framework? This happens all the time. And I like where the stuff that I'm teaching is at right now. I feel reasonably confident of presenting it to a bunch of 16-year-olds. And let me tell you, Amit, there's nothing scarier than going to a bunch of 16-year-olds and telling them, I'm going to teach you how to use Instagram. There's nothing scarier than that.
Uncle, sit down.
Oh, seriously. And that's the thing. It constantly forces you to get better. I think it's become more fulfilling because of that. I think both feed off each other. The teaching helps because when you teach, this is another thing I've realized when I put that course and all that together. A lot of it's not like I had these models and frameworks and all that, and immediately it was just a matter of spilling them out onto slides. If I want to take, say, a session on, say, like how video is being used in marketing, for example, I'll have a broad idea of, like, what are the end points that I want to get to, and I'll have, say, hundreds of examples in the middle. But to make sense of all of it, you need to simplify it down somewhere to a framework, and then bingo, you find yourself creating a framework that didn't exist, at least in your slides 5 hours back. And that sort of thing is fascinating. And then when you say, oh, if I'm using this for video, I can apply the same thing to something else and something else. And then suddenly you find more of these frameworks getting together, which becomes an even larger framework. So I think this whole, it's discovery, and for me, it's been extremely fulfilling doing something like that. I totally understand now why teachers, my mom's a teacher, so she, like, when they say that teaching is extremely fulfilling, not just is it like the selfless part of it, I suppose, which I always found, to be honest, a little overrated, the giving back part of it, but it just forces you to become better. So yeah, absolutely. To answer your question,
Like, I did an episode with our mutual friend Krish Ashok, who's also been on your show, by the way, another terrific episode. And one of the things Ashok kind of said was about the pyramid of learning.
Yeah.
Right? That your learning is fairly shallow if, you're just reading something. It's a little deeper if someone's telling you about it, but it is the deepest when you have to teach it.
Yes.
And I would say, in a sense, writing about it is also pretty deep.
Yes.
And like I keep telling my students that don't think that the connection between clear writing and clear thinking is a one-way connection. Like, obviously, everyone who's a clear thinker will have a better chance of being a clear writer. But forcing yourself to write clearly in simple language that everyone can understand, not being able to hide behind vague jargon or abstract generalizations, you're forced to understand your subject so much better.
Absolutely. I would say my aim in some way is, can people who study from me teach exactly what I do?
Wow.
Can they take at least, I mean, the examples and all that might be different, but the broad takeaways, right? There are always 3 or 4 takeaways at the end of each presentation. Can I be reasonably confident that these guys will go and say that to their future bosses or their colleagues who miss the class or whatever? I try to work towards an aim like that, and it's worked well for me. I don't know if it's a would be a universal practice, but yeah, that's something I think would take that pyramid like one step. It gives a foundation, I suppose, to that pyramid. Pyramid's L1.
Pyramid L1. But, at some point, I'll take you back to your personal journey because I really want to know about your childhood and all of that. But we'll save it for after the break. As we are sort of on teaching digital marketing, I thought, let me also ask a little bit about digital marketing, because I am basically a digital creator, right? But I do zero digital marketing. And my sort of baffling excuse for not doing it is I will often say, hey, the product is the best marketing, which I kind of believe. It's not the full story, but I kind of believe in it because I've been fortunate enough that whatever little success I've had is kind of organic, but we don't know the counterfactual. Yeah. Now, the thing about advertising is when you're an advertising man, so you know the famous quote by John Wanamaker when he says half the money I spend on advertising is wasted. I don't know which half. And Ambi Parmeswaran was on my show a year back.
I remember that,
and he used the phrase spray and pray for digital marketing.
Yeah.
And my sense, like I did little markety things once in a while, like created audiograms with a minute of a snippet
Yeah.
from my
Yeah.
show and all that, and realized that it was basically just solving no purpose at all.
Mhm.
And what other people who have tried digital marketing on, Facebook and blah 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 say that it's just no point, it's a waste. So here you are, successful practitioner, teaches a course on it. What's your perspective on this? Like, what are amateurs like me missing? Like, how should I think differently, say, about digital marketing, even if I were inclined to do it?
Yeah, so I think it all starts with a very fundamental what do you want to do? Right? Like, are you looking to reach a new audience? Are you looking to deepen engagement, if I may use that phrase, with people who you're connected to? I think it all starts from there. I think a lot of the mistakes that happen in marketing today are just because of unclear objectives. Like, I want to use Instagram is not a strategy, right? It's right. That's a CMO reading about Instagram in some publication and then making that some poor sod's KRA.
It's a box to tick.
It's
Like
a
they
box
make all
to
these
tick. Yeah,
boxes.
yeah. If it's a box to tick, then it won't work. It might lead to a pretty looking PPT slide at the end of it, but it's not going to solve a problem. So then you think about, okay, let's assume that you want to reach a new audience, for example. Okay, what would be a good way to reach that audience? What would be a medium to reach that audience on? What would be a message that will resonate with them? Right? I'm being extremely broad over here because I can't do ad hoc consultancy while on air. But I think it all starts with asking extremely fundamental questions like that and having logic behind everything that you do, right? And giving everything enough time. Like everything that you said about content creation, give it enough time to breathe, etc. A lot of marketing is also that way. You are very unlikely to click a product's banner ad the first time you see it. It's usually after, say, 3 or 4 attempts at reaching you that you end up clicking that, and maybe the context has changed or whatever it is. So that amount of repetition is needed. Like Zomato didn't become a funny company, a funny brand on Instagram overnight. They've been doing this for years before they have got that solid reputation. You have guys who do flash in the pan sort of tweets that get popular once in a while, but unless you make a habit of it, you will not be known for it, and brand perception, etc., will not change, right? And of course, that's a long story by itself. I think, Amit, it all starts with understanding what the objectives are, how what you can do to change the or let me break it down this way. I think this is a simpler way of looking at it. Look at all the obstacles that are in your way towards your ideal goal and break them down. I think that's honestly the simplest way to think about marketing, because what is marketing? It's something is solving. At the end of the day, product needs to be sold, right? Whether you're doing sales led advertising or whether you're doing brand building led advertising, the end objective is to put sales on the get money into the company's bank account, right? Think about all the reasons why that's not happening right now, or why your objective is not being achieved. Like in your case, suppose it's just this elite audience that is listening to your show, which means that a huge chunk isn't. What are those reasons? You can't start marketing without knowing what those reasons are, because you can't just, again, in Ambi's words, spray and pray, throw an ad at them and hope that they will convert. The ad that works for, say, the Lokhandwala crowd might not work for a Raipur audience, might not work for a Trivandrum audience, so on and so forth. Understanding why people are not clicking that ad or consuming a content, forget clicking the ad, why they're not, then it could be many other problems. They don't know what a podcast is, they don't like you, they have never heard a podcast before, and the idea of a 4-hour long podcast scares them. And then you realize it's not a marketing problem, it might even be a product problem. The USP of the product that works for one audience is actually a non-USP for another audience. When you start breaking things down this way, you will eventually get to a point which can be solved by advertising, which is, okay, this message needs to be communicated to that audience and they are on MX Takatak. Great, got it. Now that's a brief. But if you try to solve a problem with only advertising, I don't think it works. So I think you need to understand why it doesn't work. So everything you see has a role to play. Your product has a role to play. Research has a role to play. It's simple yet complicated at the same time. But I have always found the easiest way of approaching marketing. Just ask yourself, what is the goal that you want to achieve? right? For in your case, it could be get more listeners. In somebody else's case, it could be sell this new product. In somebody else's case, it could be I've started a new course. I need to get people for it. Great, you got your objective, which is honestly half the battle won. What is stopping that ideal objective from happening right now? Start from there. Keep asking why till you have enough actionables. I think that's the way to go about marketing.
That's fantastic. People now don't need to do your course anymore because you have just kind of given all the gun right
Pretty
here.
much.
No, it's fantastic. Like when I did my podcast course, I remember someone asked me that what about the marketing aspect of it, and I said, listen, just focus on getting a good product first, because if marketing a shitty product just doesn't help. People will just kind of sample it, and the thing with podcasting is you also want to become somebody's habit, and I think this is true of all creators, which is why you got to keep on doing. That's when you're given the privilege of somebody making you their habit, that's kind of what you aim for. So let's now take a quick commercial break. And in case you're feeling really bad because you've prepared these copious notes on your childhood and got these old family albums with you to show me, don't feel bad. We'll talk about that after the break. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Deepak Chuck Gopalakrishnan, or Chuck Gopal, or how do you like to be known?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think let's just go with Chuck for now, because that's what most people, apart from the income tax department, know me as. In fact, my email ID at my last two jobs actually had my nickname rather than my name, because everyone there was just calling me that.
So Chuck Gopal at pmo.com, Chuck Gopal at reliance.com.
No, let's just keep it to Chuck for now.
Yeah. Hello, this is Mr. Ambani's office. Can I speak to Chuck, please?
Yeah, that's a dream, isn't it?
Okay, so tell me about, let's go back in the hoary past. Where were you born? Where did you grow up? What was your childhood like? So on and so forth.
Yeah, so I was born in a small country called Bahrain, which I guess many people would consider the Middle East just an ex of Kerala. Spent 15 years of my life over there, then came back to Kerala for 2 years. But I think those 15 years in Bahrain, they were very uneventful. Didn't have too many friends as such over there, and that wasn't necessarily because I was antisocial or anything. It was the sheer heat and the distances between houses meant that you needed, and zero public transport, I must add, meant that you needed your dad to ferry you around everywhere in any case. So I didn't have too many close friendships growing up, which is something like I missed, really. And I used to read a lot when I was a kid, but then most of that reading was, your Enid Blytons, Archies, that sort of thing. And we had a few nice local magazines over there. So if any Gulf kids are over there, they'll definitely have heard of Young Times. And that was a gateway to a completely different kind of world. In fact, that magazine was responsible for my initial music knowledge, my initial technology knowledge, a whole bunch of things. It was like a dream for me to get published in Young Time. I think that happened once or twice. So, following my 10th, I came back to India, or rather, I came to India. It's not I came back to India. I did my 11th and 12th in Kochi, and then went along with the herd and to an engineering college because that was the thing to do. I think those 4 years in engineering college really changed everything. I mean, I didn't become a great engineer or anything like that. Chemical engineering, for anyone who's keeping score. But I think a lot of what I ended up becoming later and all that, I think those are the formative years in many, many ways, which looking back now, I can say, and I don't think it was very apparent at the time, from musical taste to what I want out of life and all those sort of things. Somewhere along the way in college, typically around the third semester of engineering, you figure out what you really want to do with life. And for me, that ended up being advertising. I remember there was this old magazine. I don't know if you remember this, Amit. There was this old magazine called A&M,
Yeah, I
Advertising
remember
and
this.
Marketing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it was started by the same guy who ended up starting AFAX, Shrikant Kandekar, if I'm not mistaken. So I read that magazine and I was fascinated. Like, oh wow, thought goes behind all this advertising stuff and all that. And I became obsessed. I had friends of mine who said that they wanted to do an MBA, and that seemed a little too distant for me. I wasn't too keen on following the herd that much. Also, I like had enough of that and want to make my own choices right now. And suddenly, this intersection of MBA and MBA and advertising came up, and then I was obsessed with this college called Micah. Really wanted to get through to it, learned everything about it, read up everything, whatever. Didn't get through the first attempt, realized why, fixed it, and got through on the second attempt. Spent 2 years in Ahmedabad over there, and been in Mumbai ever since. Post that, been working in various advertising, marketing roles, etc., and been freelancing since 2019, early 2019 or so. I've always done some sort of freelancing on the side to keep the creative side going. Ironic, right? You're working in an industry that's supposed to be creative, yet you're searching for more creative fulfillment somewhere else. Let's just say that the love for advertising died out fairly quickly, but that's another story by itself. So that's really where it was. I genuinely think I ended up trying more things after the age when people typically stop trying things, be it with respect to work, be it even with respect to the kind of music or going outside the comfort zone with respect to music, or just generally trying stuff. So yeah, that's life in a nutshell, I guess.
It's kind of fascinating that earlier we were speaking about form determining content in like a different kind of context. And over here, when you talk about Bahrain, it seems that just the geographical form of the place where the houses are so
Yeah,
far
yeah,
apart
yeah.
is, in a sense, dictating the content of who
Yeah,
you are at that
yeah,
point in
yeah.
time. Now, you said your engineering years were formative and you left it at that with that intriguing cliffhanger of a sentence we should really come at. Like, if this was a serial, that would be the end of an episode. My engineering years changed who I was.
See, I've listened to this.
And,
I've
yeah.
listened to your show enough times to know that you would have made a note and gone back to it. So I didn't lose the same train of thought.
Yeah. So this is a moment to kind of elaborate on that. I'm really
Yeah,
interested
yeah.
in that.
So again, when I went into engineering, I didn't have too much of an idea. Let's face it, of what even engineering was, right? Just genuinely didn't know that there were other options out there, and I didn't lament that too much later, because I do believe that some things worked out for the best. A few things. I think I got more confident in terms of what my strengths were. I realized that, okay, slightly more on the creative side of things, etc., etc. In terms of the music I consume, like it, I went in listening to Backstreet Boys, and I got out pretty much nerding out over Dream Theater and that whole thing. So I figured out. So here's the thing about Kerala engineering colleges. This is a very interesting set of people who come together, right? Especially a government college, because being a government college, fees are extremely low. So you have a lot of people who, let's face it, wouldn't otherwise have had the chance to access high quality education. Lots of reservations, lots of people from across the country, even though, of course, 95% would be largely Malayalis. So among this so-called local crowd, and please don't mistake me, I do not say that with any like malice or anything like that. Some of my best friends who I made during engineering were people who I had difficulty speaking to, because I don't speak Malayalam very well and they don't speak English very well. So you had these set of guys. At the same time, you had a fair bunch of people from the Gulf. So people who I had enough cultural context with, could talk about the cartoons and things that happened, and again, young times and all that. And then you had that demographic from India as well. So you had the convent educated guys as well, who used to hang out with us, all that, purely because the type of music and all that we consumed were similar, and there were interesting overlaps. So I thought this was So all in all, you had guys who you knew were destined to say get into an IIM someday, and then you had a mix of things, and I think that was very very enriching because you were forced to interact with a lot of people. Spent most of my life extremely sheltered in Bahrain, forcibly so, and in 11th and 12th because again in 11th and 12th you're just focusing on your boards and getting into a good college or whatever. I think college was the first time I actually did things, expanded outside outside school books and into more other kinds of books. Developed extra currics for the first time. Learned a little bit of music. Ironically, I actually, like every good South Indian boy growing up in the Gulf, I learned Carnatic, but I never was really too passionate about that. It was when I picked up the guitar and started learning music that I actually liked that I started paying more of an attention to things, including, ironically enough, back Carnatic and like, oh yeah, that is what is happening over there, except I never paid attention to it. It's amazing how perspective changes. It's kind of weird. So this is weird little story that I have, which I think I want to say kind of changed everything. It's kind of weird, and maybe I'm hyping it up more than it actually is. So there was this. I in my first year of college, I was staying in a hostel, just predominantly the local guys, right? And I was an extremely shy. I was an outsider for all practical purposes because my Malayalam was very bad. I don't get cultural references, and because I grew up in the Gulf, I don't even get the Hindi references. So like Sholay, all these things just went over my head. Like these guys are talking about shows in the DD ads of the 90s, completely over my head. So I was in my room silently reading Michael Crichton or something like that and just whiling the time away. Recently started discovering some sort of music, etc. And I was pretty much an unknown entity in the hostel and college at around that time. I was kind of happy with that. But I always had a sense of humor, or what I'd like to think was a sense of humor. Growing up, like I said, I used to read a lot of Archie, but the one publication that actually I would say impacted the content I ended up creating was Mad Magazine. There was something about that slightly surreal sort of humor that really, really appealed to me. And when I was in 11th and 12th, I tried making Mad Magazine style comics when I was in school, but they would be based on people around. That was my first attempt at content creation, if you want to, now that we are using that term, it would be like a series of how me and a bunch of friends stole the samosas from the canteen, and then the superheroes who were the professors would come and save the day. All sorts of things with all sorts of in jokes here and there. I don't know how much of an Archie fan you are, but one of my favorite artists was a guy called Sam Squats. And what I used to love about him, apart from his art itself, is that while the main story is happening in the foreground, in the background, some random thing would be happening. He was delightful at doing that. Very similar to Mads, those little things that they draw on the sides. I was highly inspired by all this randomness that somehow seemed to make sense together, right? And this was a time long before I discovered Monty Python or Sgt Peppers or even Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So my idea of randomness came from a completely different angle, and somehow I worked all of this in, and I realized I enjoyed doing stuff like this. But again, this was to a English speaking convent educated audience, etc. When I came to college, all of that, obviously there was no audience for something like that. So something very interesting happened. So it was the term exams for our first and second terms combined. It's the first stressful time for the entire hostel. So they decided to do and I'm not making this up, a PJ competition. Okay. In Malayalam, PJ is called Chali, so it was a Chali competition. And the way it worked was, it was extremely sophisticated. For if anyone who thinks that this is a frivolous activity, it was very well thought through. There were two jury members anyone who wanted to submit a joke or a Chali rather to the competition had to go and say to these guys, and they would update it in their ledger. And every day the score would be updated at the front of their door. They were roommates. So there was some like seedings. Already basis reputation. So some guys had like 10 points already because of the reputation. I obviously had 0 because nobody knew who I was. Then But I was good at coming out with puns, especially engineering college puns, because you have so many terms to work around with. So I would make random things like, what do you call the temperature of 15th of August 1947? The answer would be degree of freedom. So I would make things like this. And I just got the balls one day to go to these guys and submit my humble entry. And at first they were like, you of all people are coming to them, okay, let's hear your submission. And they were surprised that I could do this. And then that encouraged me to do more. And I think I was the topmost person who didn't have a seeding in that competition. So over a period of 2 months, my reputation, if I may use that phrase, transformed a little bit. I know it seems like a very, very weird story, Amit, and like I'm probably making out a silly hostile thing to be more than what it actually is. But the amount of confidence that that little thing gave me, that I could do this in front of an audience that wasn't my so-called, quote unquote target audience, as we might say, that these are like people who I would have never spoken to otherwise, who suddenly now know me because of this. There are people who from other departments coming up and saying, oh, do you have a joke on our department? So that felt strange, weird, scary all at once. And I didn't quite know what to make of it. But what one thing I didn't let go was my love for jokes, or chalis as they are. Enough for a very good friend of mine at the time to say, we are not calling you Deepak anymore. We are calling you Chali plus Deepak. And that's really how the
Chuck,
name
that's
Chuck
how the
came
name
about.
comes. What an
Yes.
origin story.
Yeah. That's really how the name came about. And it's stuck since then. Random idea it was in 2004, I guess. And it's stuck ever since. I think everyone has those little moments that changed life in some way or the other. And I think that was it for me. The fact that I decided to go up to these guys and actually say that silly little thing. Because I think that gave me the confidence then to, I was learning the guitar a little bit at that time. Say, okay, what if I take this to stage? Like, I mean, not that I blew the crowds away. We were very bad. But going up and getting booed on stage is another experience altogether, because once that happens, you can take anything else that comes your way. And we embrace that. We actually took on the mantle of being that one act that tries very hard, is always going to get booed. And we absolutely had a whale of a time. That's what I said. When I said discovering myself in college, I think that was, incidents like this were instrumental in doing that, figuring out what kind of music I liked, what my role in my friends group in some sense was. As the years progressed in college, my hobbies became more and more, I started doing more and more things. Like there was a certain, like a friend, like there were three of us who were obsessed with doing the Hindu crossword on a daily basis. And that was a time when every mobile operator was offering free SMS. And, while WhatsApp has made things super convenient, growing up in an age of SMS was a different vibe altogether, as the kids might say these days. So we used to sit at the back and and all of us had mastered the art of typing on a T9 mobile phone, Nokia 1100, without looking at the screens. Right. And we would solve the crossword. And the challenge was, we get the crossword, each of us had the Hindu subscription, we would get it and we would all try to solve it. The challenge was to see whether we could nail it by the end of the day. More often than not, we didn't. But on the 10 odd occasions that we did, it was a cause for celebration. So, we would do things like that. And then somewhere along the way, since I realized, okay, my future is not in engineering, is going to be more in advertising and MBA in any case. So the attention that we paid, I mean, and it kind of felt bad in some sense, because I knew I was taking up a seat which I was never going to actually utilize. But I was also extremely practical. I was very meticulous about maintaining 75% attendance, to the point where we had a so-called cutometer, where we would, actually track how much percentage of attendance we had, and everything else I just utilized towards anything that could get me towards the institute that I wanted to, because to me that was, the larger thing in any case. So it's not like I was going off and playing hooky on the side. So yeah, that was about it. I think a combination of all these things together, the kind of things that I read also changed, the kind of music I listened to changed, the discovering what my strengths, weaknesses, all that were also sort of changed. I discovered a few skills that I knew I had, which I never thought I would actually put out. A combination of all these things. I think if you look at it from a delta point of view, now I'm being an engineer over here, in terms of the change that happened, I don't think any other experience has changed me as much. Like Micah was great, but the change that happened when I went in 2007 and when I got on 2009 wasn't as much as the delta that happened when I went into engineering and out. And I think the thing, I had no plan when I went in. Again, it goes back to our first conversation. Just get into it, learn lessons along the way. Many of them will be post facto. Like, for example, only now, 10 years later, am I realizing the worth of a MICA education. When I got out, it wasn't instantly apparent to me. So yeah, that was all these things put together, I think, was why I said that college was really, I think those 4 years made in me in many ways. I don't think I have changed all that much from like 2006 when I graduated to where I am right now in terms of thinking, in terms of, I mean, what I used to call logic then has become first principles now. So it's become more sophisticated, maybe. Here's the thing, I still listen to music the same way how I did back then. The kind of music might have changed, but my approach to certain things haven't changed. So yeah, I think all that is. Again probably romanticizing those 4 years more than I should have. But yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, some things you realize only in hindsight.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing about that joke competition being important because it gave you the confidence is it makes so much sense, because what is important to one person, it might seem
Yeah.
trivial outside. The other angle I want to explore is that when I look back on my childhood and when I look back on my own growing up years and going through college and all of that, you realize that there are sort of two simultaneous processes working on you.
Yeah.
And one is you're figuring out who you are in terms of what you like, what kind of person you are, what your tastes are, and all of that. But the other comes from the anxiety of fitting in.
Yeah.
Because obviously you want your peers to like you want to be seen as cool, you don't want to do uncool things, all of that. And there's a tug of war there. And with many people, I think this can be a lifelong process. Like on both these margins. For example, I think there are many people who perhaps don't introspect enough or are self-reflective enough, and their personhood, who they really are, is kind of determined in many ways by accident and serendipity, and they let things happen to them, and they don't perhaps sit back and think. And of course, one extreme argument could be made that there is no personhood, you're acting even to yourself. But apart from that, and the other aspect is that anxiety of what
Yeah.
other people think of you, I think is a lifelong anxiety that you have to learn to lose. And I actually started thinking about it in a mindful way, really, I think probably only in my 40s, where, you realize that, first of all, that anxiety is pointless because nobody's thinking of you. Everybody's got their head up their own
Their
ass.
own thing, yeah.
Nobody gives a shit. So you just you just do what you do. So is this something that you've thought about? Because I imagine both these processes would have happened during those engineering years, because just in terms of age, how old you are,
Yeah.
that is a formative period in everybody's life. That one, you're figuring out who you are in terms of maybe your humor, maybe the kind of music you're discovering, the kind of books you're enjoying reading. And at the same time, you're trying to fit in, you're trying to get that validation from the people around you. In a sense, you're asking yourself even then, what is my role in the story? Right.
Yeah.
And maybe trying to form that role for yourself.
yeah.
And it seems that humor in some ways is also a way of fitting in, of,
Yeah.
gaining that kind. So
Yeah.
Is this something you've thought about?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. In fact, more than engineering, I think this hit me a lot when I was in 11th and 12th, and for many reasons. Because one, I was coming into a school that I was coming in at 11th and 12th. I was one of like 3 people who didn't study in that institute before. So, which meant I was going into one of the top schools in the city with very smart people. I grew up in Bahrain, and Bahrain has many things going for it. But there are only so many people, and your frame of reference in terms of your peer group and all that is only there. Just to give you context, I scored 92.x in my 10th, and that made me 3rd in the country. Right? Again, we're talking about a country which is roughly the size of the suburb that we are recording this in right now.
That's one of the finest humble brags in my podcast. I came 3rd in the country.
No. Yeah, but I'm saying that for context. And now
Yeah.
that 92.6 became some 8th in the class that I was in. Right? So just to give you a context of the peer group that I had. Along with this, all these guys were really good at playing cricket. Somebody played guitar really well, which I never thought was a thing. There was somebody else who was a great dancer. All of these guys were studying by day and organizing events at night. I was in awe of my peer group because I've never been exposed to something like this before. And those 2 years, the amount of imposter syndrome that I had, the amount of trying to fit in, plus I didn't speak the language all that well. all those things. And I think in some way, I told you about that first content creation exercise, which was the comics and all that. Uh, that was born out of a desperation to, I wouldn't say fit in, but to almost say I am eligible to be part of this group of people. Sure, I may not be able to play cricket, terrible at it. I may not be able to play sport or learn something which, I mean, let's face it, by 11th, if you don't play some of these things in your formative years, you're never going to get there in any case. So, drawing was one thing I was decent at. I thought, okay, let's try to convert some of that. And I was very happy when people were actually asking me, when are you going to do the next one, for example. So I would say that whatever you spoke about, this wantingness to fit in and all that, was more true for me in my 11th and 12th because of the new change in circumstances and all that. Strangely enough, college was a little easier because I stopped worrying about that at one level. A second level, I had a very tight group of friends when I was in college. So I didn't, and it was a very small group, right? So I didn't need to impress the whole college. I just needed to impress three people, all of whom had the same sort of interests, etc. And we were very, very tight. A lot of this pressure that you're talking about, it's very interesting. You asked this question, it just seems like a very natural question. And when you were saying that, flashes of how insecure I was in 11th and 12th came, but engineering, not at all. I didn't feel the need to do that at all. Also, because I knew that I will always be an outsider over here. Because here you have a college that is entirely, let's face it, 95% Malayalam, their frame of reference completely different. I will always be a niche out here, right? I will niche in the sense, I don't say that in a positive way. I will always be an outsider over here. I'm okay with that. I know what I want from this place. I will get it, make a few friends, and screw off from here, right? And I think I got that. So I think in some sense that pressure was off. To some extent, it came back when I went to Micah and I had that, again, need to impress everyone all over again. But I think by then things had changed, gotten older, had some skills, etc. Did enough online notoriety for myself to have some sort of a reputation going in and all that. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure if I answered your question, but I didn't face that anxiety when I was in college in any case.
And have they changed in interesting ways? For example, one thing that, when I look back on the past, I look back on myself and I think, hey, I'm a completely different person, right?
Yeah.
Completely. But I look back on others and many of them seem to be the same guy. They
Yeah.
put on weight
Yeah.
and all
Yeah.
of that. But it's almost like there is an essentialness that is there.
Yeah.
And they are that thing all their lives, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah.
So what's your sense of this, of that essentialness and the complete change?
I think this is true from, say, the 2-3 people from school I'm in touch with, the 5-6 people from college I'm in touch with, and maybe the many people from post that I'm in touch with. Very few people have surprised me of going off on another path altogether. This could also be, Amit, because of the nature of the places where I studied. I studied in a Kerala college. I studied in Gujarat, but Micah is extremely not like the rest of Gujarat. If you know what I mean. And in that sense, those people always had some principles or some grounding, etc., which was never likely to change. Yeah, you're right. They've put on weight. They've taken career paths that I never thought they would. Like, there were some people from my batch at Micah who became entrepreneurs who I never thought that would happen. That aspect changed. The professional aspect changed. But yeah, as a person, I don't think that many people have surprised me in that. I'm not quite sure why that is. But I guess some part of it, yeah, just remains the same, as you say.
And you also mentioned that, there were all these people who were good at so many things.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff you realize that if you don't have it by the 11th standard, you're
Yeah,
not going to
yeah.
get good at it. What did you mean?
Sport, mostly.
Mostly
Yeah,
sport.
mostly sport. Because, yeah, sure, a drawing or music or something you can pick up later. But if you haven't been through the rough and tumble of playing cricket when you were, say, 8 years old, right? 15 and 16 is a very, very difficult time to pick up a team sport. Let me make that clear. Like, I cycle and I think I'm decent at it, but that's something I picked up in my late 20s. But something like a team sport, not just because of skill itself, I think it also involves a lot of interpersonal communications and all those little nuances which you miss. I still remember whenever basketball game was on, I felt very out of place playing as part of a team. So me and a couple of others would always just play by ourselves, or we would play solo. I don't know whether that's sad or whether that's resourceful, but yeah, that's basically what I meant. I realized that, okay, yeah, I am too old to start playing these kind of games. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's true of non-team sports also. Like chess, for example, if you're not at a certain level by 11 or
Sure.
12, you're simply not going to make it. Which, one of the, when I talk to my writing students, again, the word students, when I talk to participants of my
My
writing
writing
course,
course.
one of the things that I take pains to emphasize, and again, is something I feel really strongly about. So I take pains to emphasize, is that in certain things, I mean, hard work is required for everything, but in certain things, you also need some raw talent. Like if you're a batsman, you need your hand eye
Yeah, yeah,
coordination. If you're a fast bowler, you'll need your fast twitch muscles. Certain things you have to be born with. But for writing, as I keep saying, you don't need to be born with anything. Anyone can learn to write great prose, right? It's just a question of putting in the work. You can start at any point in time and you can pick it up. And it's important to say this because there are too many people who are perhaps at an early stage in their learning,
yeah,
and they have the imposter syndrome and they don't have the confidence, and they just beat themselves up.
yeah.
And you cannot do that. It's just a question of putting in the
Yeah,
10,000 hours, as
yeah,
it were.
and by corollary, there are some people who probably got an undeserved 80 out of 100 for their English exam in the ninth, who think they are great writers, but
Yeah.
no, they're just good at cracking an exam system. So yeah, I think it works both ways.
Works both ways. So I want to ask you this about music. Where does music fall in that? Like you tried to be a musician, you learned the guitar and all of that,
Yeah,
from your college years, and which is okay, not that early. You're not a child prodigy,
Yeah.
but it's pretty much when most people learn, I
yeah,
think.
yeah.
So how was that journey for you? And and where would you say music falls on that spectrum? For example, I know you're a big fan of, say, Warren Mendoza,
Yeah.
right? Great guitarist. So, what's the difference between a you and a him? Is there also a certain difference in a lot of talent, or is it just that he's put in many more hours from an earlier stage? So, to a budding musician, what would you say? Where does it
Yeah,
fall on the
okay. So
spectrum?
I don't think you should use the word musician with me at any point of time. Yes, there was a time tried to learn how to play the guitar, made a fool of myself on stage enough number of times, but I don't think that is enough to qualify as a musician per se. So like there were multiple questions you asked, so I'll try to answer them together. So one is, you could say I had a grounding in music because I was put through the Carnatic thing. Enjoyed it for what it was, but wasn't like I would definitely not want to go through that again because I didn't see myself doing that beyond a point. I honestly went more for the company of friends rather than for the art itself. In college, it was just something I wanted to try. I didn't start off with, oh, I'm going to become a great musician one day. Right? For me, it was just something I wanted to try. It looked like an interesting time pass sort of activity. I've used the word time pass activity. And it was also the time I started listening to slightly more challenging music than the Backstreet Boys, Bon Jovis of the world. With all due respect to said artists. Now, what happens is when you play an instrument, you start gaining immense amount of respect for the recorded music as well. So I thought both of those fed off nicely off each other and learned enough to be able to perform a few songs on stage, and that I think really is where my my journey as a quote unquote musician should come into play. It taught me a lot though. It taught me being in a band is a different experience altogether. You experience a lot of highs and lows together. It's a logistically very difficult game because you have to lug instruments all over the place. You have to practice a lot before you can even make a very basic four chord song sound decent. There are lots of fights that happen. You want to perform one song, another person wants to perform another person wants to perform an original. So yeah, the number of fights we have had in bands, and we're just talking about two college bands over here, let alone, I wonder what happened. It goes back to Beatles, right? Imagine what those
Get back, yeah.
conversations were like. And now I understand what creative differences mean, when bands break up. That was really it with respect to performing, just to use you accuse me of being a musician, so I will leave it at that. In terms of how I might be different from a Warren purely from that perspective, one, of course, he's put in the hours and all that, but I think he also, so that obviously changes you, right? We may both have an interesting idea for a melody in our heads, but he's able to translate that into final output better because he's got the skills for it, which you can argue have been built over a period of time. But then what happens, because you know the basics, is that you're able to form those melodies in the first place better. You know what's going to work better. You know what audiences are going to react to better. So it's not just a matter of you sitting on the pot and coming out of the tune and saying, hey, this might be a hit song, right? In order to get to that stage, you need to have done a whole lot of other things, studied music, put two and two together. And I think is more important, right? And I don't think that is something that you can be born with by itself. I think stuff like that comes from having learned music, studied music, having tried a lot of things. No, okay, this sounds good, but it's actually derived from something else. It sounds exciting now, but in final version output, it won't be great, or whatever the case may be. And finally, just the doggedness to pursue and get it out. I think that's a very, very big thing. Even if you have a very simple melody in your head, as any content creator will know, an idea sounds great until you need to start execution, right? And then the difficult job begins of putting it together, getting a band together, recording it, and all that. So it's a scandalous question to ask, Amit, but I think those are I think the few ways in which I humble Deepak Gopalakrishnan, I'm different from the finest guitarist of the country.
No, I think the moment I kind of phrased the question and I was thinking aloud, I realized it's sort of absurdly phrased. Because I think obviously if two different people put in an equal number of hours and hard work, they can reach something like an equal number, an equal amount of proficiency.
Correct.
But in actually having that extra spark that
Correct.
takes it to the
Yeah,
play,
yeah.
like there might be people who can play the guitar technically as well as Warren,
Yeah,
for example.
yeah.
Can they write a Nova Sky?
Yeah.
Right? So
Absolutely.
that's kind of what takes it to the other level. And this also reminds me about a conversation I had perhaps circa 2001 or maybe even in the late 90s about a friend with a band called Orange Street. And what I mentioned about them was that I thought they had interesting ideas for songs and some of the originals were really good. But there was something missing. And my friend said, what the problem is? They're not good enough to play their own songs. And
Wow.
yeah, and if anyone from Orange State is listening to this, I'm sorry if it sounds harsh. I'm reporting what somebody else said to me, but it's just something that came to mind when you spoke about how you can come up with a melody, but
Yeah.
then to actually execute it and take it out there, maybe you
Yeah.
need your 10,000 hours. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe an Orange Street today, if they had persevered, would have been like a whole different
Absolutely.
level.
100%.
So let's kind of go back now. You've done Micah.
Yeah.
And I'm interested that here also there are other creative urges playing out. Like you're doing your cartooning and your
Yeah.
humor and your little bits of thing out there. You're going on the internet in those times. What was that like? How important was that for you? Did you ever at some point say that this is what I want to do? Because typically the creators don't really want to be marketing and advertising people, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, oh yeah, I mean, actually, let me go back a little bit. I think that's an important part of the story that I haven't mentioned, which is this website called Pagal Guy. Not sure if you're familiar with this.
Yeah.
That also, for those who don't know, Pagal Guy used to be a thriving forum of MBA aspirants from around the country, built on very old forum technology that you will find only certain hobbyist communities using right now. Obviously, all those conversations have migrated to WhatsApp group, Facebook groups, and all that right now. But back in the day, Pagal Guy was the community of all MBA aspirants across the country. And I think that by itself, and I hate to sound elitist when I'm saying this, is a great filter by itself, because now you have some very smart people scattered across the country, different backgrounds. I think that entire experience of hanging out with those guys. So again, just to give context as to where I was studying in a small town in Kerala. I had my friends who I was hanging out with, sure, and a couple of them were also keen on doing MBA and all that. But nobody else had heard of Micah, yet alone wanted that to be the only B school that they were aspiring for. And I went from that, dearth of information to this place where not only were there people like me, but also, with similar interests across the country and all that. I was addicted to Pagal Guy. And this was just the time when internet cafes and all that started becoming a little popular in small towns as well. So I would still remember, and my college was on the outskirts of the town, as most of these big colleges tend to be. So I would take a bus right after college. I would go to what do you have? What is this thing? Reliance World, something, Web World, Reliance Web World.
Yeah, I remember those.
I was such a fan of Reliance Web World. I actually once wore their T-shirt like a salesman on stage while playing bass. But that's, but yeah, that's
no wonder your musical career didn't take off. Yeah.
That's how cool I was back in the day. Yeah. So I used to go to Reliance Web World and I would spend hours and hours on Pagal Guy, just absorbing everything I could about not just Micah, but oh wow, these are the cultural references of these people. And I spent a lot of time over there, and that was the first virtual community that I was a part of. Orkut was all just taking off at that point of time. And from there, parts of that community segued into Twitter. right? It's kind of interesting. So I'm not a big fan of my Twitter handle by itself, Chuck_Gopal. I prefer Chuck of all trades, which is cheesy in another different way, but leave it at that. The only reason is because of character limit, Chuck of all trades 16, and so I just carried forward the the handle I had randomly made when I was on Pagal Guy. So a lot of people from there suddenly identified me. Oh, you're the same guy over here. Okay, cool, whatever. Now, the question that you asked was very interesting. The internet and in particular some certain creators played such a role for me growing up. I told you how Mad Magazine influenced me a lot when I was in school, and that took me on one type of humor. There was another strand of humor that I discovered when I was at Micah, which took me on a completely different path. And that gentleman was Anand Ramachandran, aka Big Fat Phoenix. For those of you who are unaware, he used to write one of India's funniest. I want to say it's a blog, but it's more like a stream of consciousness, personal diary of sorts. Come satire news sort of thing, called Son of Bosi. I think strands of that, some remnants of that are still littered around the internet, which Anand, with his munificence, once in a while revives.
In fact, I don't know, Chuck, the first time you and I met, we were at Infinity Mall, and
Yes.
you were with Anand.
I was
and
with Anand,
of course, dear friend of mine at that time, lived in Mumbai also. And that's when he kind of introduced us.
Not too far from where we are recording right now. In fact, so many times hung out at this place. But anyway, so I discovered, I don't know how, to be very honest, because I was not into that South Indian humor scene at all. It just randomly came up, and from there, to be very honest, like exactly what you said, I know you through those guys, a lot of Twitter guys, Naren, from that entire, like that opened up a completely different, world to me. Getting onto Twitter and discovering all this at the same time. So it's just a lot of, happy accidents coming together, really. And that influenced me a lot. I think I was so influenced by and inspired by that era of great humor writers, very specifically Anand, Naren, Krish Ashok, for example. A lot of people's tweets, Ramesh Srivat's tweets, for instance. So that was the A gang to me at that point of time. And I still think a lot of those guys are far funnier than many of the stand-up comedians who we see right now, with all due respect to even those set of talents. And yeah, I think that influenced me a lot, that entire thing. And I think, I think you will agree with me on this, that Twitter from 2009 to say around 2012-13 was sort of like a golden period. Like so many friendships really made from there, so many weddings of people who I met on Twitter at that time, still close friends right now. So many professional engagements have come up because of that. So yeah, I think it is a perfect storm, and I think it was a product of its time. Both Pagal Guy right now, for example, something like that wouldn't happen, and also that it's just one of those golden periods that tended to that happen, and I'm just very, very grateful to have been a part of both of these at a time when that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I was never too active on Twitter, but I do remember it as being such a nice, friendly, warm place to hang out, and it's just become like the most toxic place in the world.
I mean, that's a slippery slope we should like just avoid and not talk about. But the other thing about that early Twitter era is how the humor was sometimes just so random, spontaneous, and like I remember there was this one, we would do random hashtags and people would get it. I put out, for example, something like I tried to make a hashtag that was making puns on Iron Maiden songs with context of Mumbai. So Iron Maiden has a song called Power Slave. So I just said Powai Slave, hashtag Iron Maiden Mumbai. That's it. I just left it at that with zero context. 5 minutes later, people understood and they were riffing off it, which is the finest definition of what a meme is. And we would do random things like this. Again, Anand or Ramesh, one of these troublemakers, they had a hashtag called Twitter Sounds. And what Twitter Sounds was, a person's handle said twice together, what does that resemble? So, for example, and Anand would come out with all sorts of things. Ramesh Srivats was the shuffling sound that students make in the back bench when they see the principal walking down the hall. To me, that one tweet personified early Twitter, that era. So I think a lot of I was influenced by that a lot because I wanted to get to that level, in terms of humor, in terms of acceptability in some sense, in terms of, again, imposter syndrome, all those sort of things, right? Yeah, I think
And did you also try stand up and stuff when that had
I
started?
did actually. So it is very strange. Actually, my story of stand up is extremely different from the wave that's happening right now, or arguably peaked a couple of years back. One of the early experiments I tried in when I was, just starting off freelancing and all that, was I used to draw comics for Pagal Guy. In fact, they were all based on MBA life and all that. It was an idea that my editor at the time had it, a person who I've unfortunately follow, we've had our differences, so we don't, we are out of touch, but a person who I have deep respect for, with respect to his professional capabilities. And if he's listening, I want him to know that. He encouraged me to try this sort of, okay, let's try making you. Oh, actually, the story goes before that. Do you remember this old website called Fly You Fools? By
Yeah, of
any
course.
chance,
Yeah,
Saad
yeah,
Akhtar,
of course.
who weirdly thinking about it, you resemble. Uh,
Okay.
Saad Akhtar, he used to, Fly You Fools was a short-lived cult webcomic where he had these photographs of his. You'll remember this. He had those some 10, 15 photographs he had taken, and he would use those same photographs in every comic, and he would just change the text on the bubbles. This was a standard shtick. It was beautiful. He put out a competition one day. Again, it goes back to competitions again. I think my life changes when competitions like this happen. He put out a fill in the whatever your regular fill in the bubble sort of competition. I won the audience this thing favorite. So Saad selected somebody else, but some 15 people in the comments said, "Oh no, Deepak deserves, like his was the funniest." Like, Areva, that actually that makes me feel happier. So my editor, or who would go on to be my editor, he saw this and said, "Hey, you want to try doing something like this for Pagal Guy?" The initial idea was exactly the same. He actually photographed some people in office. He sent them to me and said, "Do what you can with these." So I did something. It worked out well. At least the first two got received well. And then I said, "Do you mind if I try drawing these?" And my drawing skills had deteriorated greatly from the time I got a C plus for drawing a apple in higher kindergarten. But that being said, I did win a few drawing prizes and stuff along the way. So I tried doing it, and it worked out well. I think what worked more than the art, honestly, was the fact that somebody was making MBA related jokes. It was extremely niche in terms of its audience, but that was the community that Pagal Guy was at that point of time. You could make
This is a little bit like Miss Excel.
it is. It very much is. And I actually wanted to make that point. And so, like, I'll tell you the kind of jokes, again, quote unquote, that would work. And you will see why they would bomb better, say, a comedy store or something like that. There are some very subtle differences between I Am Ahmedabad and I Am Bangalore, which only people in the MBA circuit know, because it doesn't matter to anybody else. I Am Bangalore, for instance, at least this was a scene 10 years back. Can't say whether it's the same thing right now. I Am Bangalore used to be this place which was a wild card with respect to whether you would get a call or not. You had people who would get a call from all other IIMs, and for some reason, Bangalore would not be there. And you would have people who will get a call only from Bangalore, even though they have only 92 percentile. They put it down to whatever, like some lemon and spoon race, you must have won in fifth standard, therefore you've gotten this. So all sorts of theories. So, bringing out humor in these, right? So would be kind of the things that these comics would play on. And then I did another series which I'm very proud of. Actually, if you ask me for all the random content creation exercise I've done pre-podcast, this would be the one I'm proudest of. It's a series for Pagal Guy called Apla, a Pagal Look At, which was basically some 30 or 40 odd MBA careers, but told in a comic format. So I actually went and spoke to like an investment banker, somebody who does market research, etc., etc. Like, I would tell them, "You don't be funny. I will try to do that. You tell me what your job is." And then I would somehow find humor in there, do this thing. And as I did this, I was realizing, oh man, here is where the mad influence comes in. Here is where the Anand Ramachandran influence is coming in. All those were like coming together very beautifully. Eventually, the series ran out of steam because, one, there are only so many times you can rehash the fact that MBAs faff a lot, and two, there are only so many MBA careers there are. So that died
But is it online somewhere?
It is online. It's not on Pagal Guy because the site is restructured. So what I have done is I've actually created, because I'm too I like those comics enough to put them on a website. So I've created a WordPress for this. So obviously show notes. I've just put all of this, and I've also picked my top 20. This is what I think are the best of the lot. And I was very proud of this. I'm very proud of these the comics that I've done. So another thing happened along the way, and this actually is going to answer your question, which is Pagal was such a strong community that we used to have meetups once in a while. Right? Just imagine a forum where people all over the country would travel to Pune every year in order to meet, fly down, about 100, 150 odd people. And they actually had to take registrations because the venue could only hold so much.
Wow.
Just imagine a community of strangers coming together, knowing each other only by avatar and whatever. It was beautiful, Amit. In its heyday, Pagal Guy was the most beautiful community I could have hoped to be a part of. Sadly, of course, no longer a thing now, but fair enough. A product of its time, I suppose. The editor, he suggested, why don't you take some of these jokes and try to convert them into a stand-up set and see what happens. I thought, all right, fair enough. What's the worst that could happen? Because see, these are all a bunch of MBA related jokes. You just say I am Bangalore and people will start laughing because that's the nature of it. Everyone's in a good spirit, whatever. That little set I did, I was 10-15 minutes. It went way better than I could have expected. Enough for me to think, what if I actually took this to B schools? Because I wasn't, and I must admit, at this time, I had no idea about the Indian stand-up scene. I had no idea who Veerdas was or Tanmay, whoever. Completely removed from that scene because that Twitter was very different from the Twitter that I was hanging out on. And I tried it and it worked. It kept working. It kept working, Amit, till people stopped understanding IIPM jokes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the time I realized. So this is, I think the last show I did was early 2017 or 2018. So I had a decent run from 2012 or so all the way to 2007. 5 years I milked that set. Along the way, I tried a lot of things. The first stand-up show that I ever saw on video, I must admit, pirated video, was by an English comedian called David Gorman, and it's called Google Whack. Google whacking is the practice of finding or searching for two terms which yields just one Google result. So that's
Wow.
called Google whacking, and apparently it's a sport. He had a complete stand-up set about this, which I will not get into. But what fascinated me about that was the fact that he was using a projector. I've never seen any comedian before or since do that. I've seen some attempts like when AIB does like a show for something, but that is for a show. This was part of his material. And I realized how much weight that added. It wasn't just supporting what he was saying. Many times it was the joke. Sometimes he would stop, he'd click his pointer, something would change on screen, his expression would be the same. And that was the joke by itself. You can't hear an audio version of that and laugh because everything was in the visuals. I got highly inspired by that, and for a couple of years I actually made a PPT version of this because I thought, hey, what's the most MBA thing that could happen? If I'm making a set on MBA jokes, might as well have a PPT accompanying it. So I had a lot of fun with that. In fact, I think there might still be one video that I did from I Am Kozhikode in 2016 or something floating around on YouTube somewhere. Please don't link that though.
You've said it, so they'll find it, but I won't link it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But jokes apart, literally, I had a lot of fun with that. And again, I went to a lot of B schools just to do this. And I had no aspirations to make this a professional thing because I knew I would eventually get tired of it. I think I had enough self-awareness at that point of time to know that if this I need to take to the next level, the amount of work that I'll need to put in will be exponentially higher. And I was at a stage professionally where I didn't want to do that because I knew what I was doing in my day job was fine. This thing, let me have some nice memories while I was at it. And I did. I made some great friends doing the whole thing. The most beautiful thing, and there are some people from XIMB batch of 2016 who might kill me for saying this on air. I did a clandestine show at XIMB because I was flown down for an event where the rules, out of respect, I will not say what the event was, but intrepid people will YouTube enough to find out, where strictly the rules were the people who are being invited for this cannot do anything else. No commercial discussions can happen, no guest lecture, nothing of that kind. They're coming only for this event and have to fly back. But the kids over there knew, hey, you do the stand-up set. No, do you mind tomorrow if you do over here? We won't tell anyone. You can't publicize, but we'll spread it in the hostels and all that. I thought, wow, how beautiful is that? Like doing a clandestine show at a B school. So that's what I did. All sorts of things like this. One day, one of the most memorable days for me, and I'm just reminiscing over here randomly, Amit, sorry for that. In the morning, I performed at I Am Ahmedabad in front of the very person who I was making fun of not Philip Kotler, Abraham Koshi, who co-wrote the book with him, with at least the version that's in India. It felt so amazing to get applause from professors and a filled hall of IIM Ahmedabad students. And one of the things that I would always do, actually, no, later that day, I immediately took a flight and I performed at IIM Raipur, I think. IIM Raipur or one of those. So, had a whale of a time doing this. One thing I would do is I would customize the jokes basis the institute. So, I would never take the same set to every place. I had some fillers where I would always speak to students beforehand and tell me 5 things about your college that only the students know and people will make fun of. And these, I realized over a point of time, these could be a few standard things. Tell me one committee, for instance, on your campus, which nobody knows what they do. And the moment it is mentioned, everybody laughs. So you get in something over there. One B school over here, for example, had let's not use that because we'll get into trouble. But let's just say that there were committees that everyone would laugh at. Then there would be some person with some quirk or something. There would be some subject that nobody understood. You have been a B school student. You know what makes your audience, you know what makes these guys tick. Work that into the set. I think that level of customizing really, really helped. Sometimes I would even take pictures and put them into the slides with people's permissions, of course. And I think that was fun. I think that entire period taught me a lot again about myself, content creation, all that sort of thing. I had a whale of a time doing it on stage. The anticipation of I've done this set about 30 times in all in B schools across the country, and very proud of that. But the nervousness that you feel just as your name is being announced, because the number of things that can go wrong, because now it's not just the jokes, it's also the fact that you're using a damn projector that has to work, laptop has to work, everything needs to sync together. What if something goes wrong, or what if nobody laughs, which has also happened. There have been times when jokes have absolutely fell flat, jokes that killed it at one B school, people suddenly don't, like in another B school, don't get at all. And like I said, the last show my only regret is that my last show was a bit of a downer, because that's when I realized enough of this, because the jokes aren't working anymore because people don't understand the context. I'm still making jokes that were relevant in 2012-13. What is that? IIPM. The worst thing to happen to my stand-up career was somebody realizing to shut down IIPM, because that stopped being part of cultural consciousness and had to end that entire thing. But yeah, I tried stand-up, and yes, on the side I had done, this gave me enough confidence to actually go and perform at your regular open nights where I made the usual kind of jokes. I won a couple as well. In 2017 or something, I'd won an open mic and stuff like that over here. And again, I don't want to sound like it's coming off as bragging or anything like that, because here's the one thing I've realized about the stand-up circuit, having been a outside participant, then an inside participant, then even working for OML, which is very much involved in the comedy circuit. It's not just the jokes that you make. It's also about the tenacity to stick it out for that long. It's about using the same jokes over and over again, having them bomb in some place, having them succeed in some place, come back night after night. And by then, 2017 or so, the circuit had become cutthroat in terms of the slots for an open mic would go in seconds. That's how competitive the circuit was, at least in Bombay. And I didn't have the stomach for it anymore. Here I am pushing 30, have a day job that's paying me enough. There are other things to do. I don't want to go and sit with a bunch of 20-year-olds pretending to laugh at everybody's jokes, because that's not, because I know that's the only way to climb up this ladder organically. And I wasn't too keen on shortcutting it and going the other way. Once I realized that the whole B school thing, that time was done, I sort of like, it's time to hang up the stand-up boots, as it were. A very long answer, I know, but I hope that answers the question.
No,
that was the sort of...
There's no answer which is too long on the show.
on this show.
Yeah, on the show. That was fascinating in many ways, especially the fact that all these years, like those are the years stand-up kind of exploded, right? To many, it was a question of timing.
Yeah.
That, many of the early guys weren't really that good.
Absolutely.
They were just there at the start and they made their names and they made a lot of money.
And they will be the first ones to admit it, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. And some of them were good, but many of them were.
Yes, yeah.
And it's just a kind of a sort of a question of luck.
But kudos to them for trying it out at a time when...
Exactly.
Like right now, Comics Tan, the show on Netflix, on Amazon Prime, its Twitter bio is convincing Indian parents that comedy is a viable career or something of that sort. But yeah, we are in an age right now where if you're thinking of being a comedian, you have an agency like OML or somebody else who will manage you professionally. This was Wild West back in 2011, 12, when all these guys started. So kudos to them for having the gumption to pursue this, even if they weren't necessarily the best at.
And were you tempted to kind of then enter the fray in that way? The way that, tempted to go out there with the AIBs and the East India companies and
you
look at what
you
they're
you talk
doing.
as if I could. You talk as if I could. So here's the thing I realized, Amit. I think I was very comfortable doing what I was doing. Right. I knew I possibly could if I put in the work. If I it honestly to me was really about the work. It was about the work ethic to write, rewrite, perform open mics again and again. It's really about that. Not saying that I'm born with talent or something, but I wasn't willing to do the latter. One, because so much competition was there. Two, I had too many other things happening in life in any case. And three, and very importantly, I had a reasonably decent captive audience. At the end of the day, what do all these kids who want to do stand up want? They want to perform in front of an audience of, say, a few hundred people every day, or not every day, but a few times. I had done that. Here's a very weird thing about my this very circuitous stand up journey that I had. I had gone to open mics, performing to audiences of the other open micers, having performed to an audience of about 500, 600 I am Ahmedabad already. So when I put that in context, I realized, I mean, if that was a kick I wanted, I've already got it. I hope I'm not coming off as pretentious or like pompous when I say this. The fact is, I took a niche at that point of time, took a chance on it, and then suddenly people were like, wait, you're going to say B school related jokes? We want to like tell me more about this, and I just wanted to have fun. I didn't charge a lot of money for this. I said, cover the airfare, give me a place to stay, give me some amount of money. I'm fine. I really didn't make a lot of money doing this. For me, it was all about the experience, going out, meeting people, trying out something new. And I think that worked for that period of time. Was I tempted to get into the space? I was. But when I look at the amount of work that would have entailed, which it rightly should, I wasn't willing to. Let me put it that way. Purely because there were too many other things happening on the side, including my day job, which was going decently at that point of time. So, yeah.
Again, thinking aloud, people will often look at counterfactuals and they'll
Yeah.
compare the road taken with the road not taken. But it's not just the road not taken, it's also the work not done.
Yes.
To take the road not taken, you would have had to change everything, do a lot
Yeah.
of work in a particular direction.
Yeah.
You can't just view the romanticized aspects of the road not taken with the mundane aspects of
Absolutely,
the road
absolutely.
taken.
And at the same time, I think one thing's become very clear to me after speaking to a lot of comedians, having worked at OML, etc. The end product, which is that 1 hour of seeing this guy living his dream on stage and all that, that is the only happy hour that person has in the day. Otherwise, it is traveling, it is writing, it is constant rejection, it is paranoia, it is everything, because it is completely a subjective craft, and you're in the public eye, and we all know what can happen to people in the public eye these days, in the something surfacing from 10 years back, whatever the case may be. These guys are in a state of constant, like, it may seem great on stage, wow, he's living his dream, telling jokes and all, and for people who are able to do that, then great. So that's the other thing that people tend to miss, and this is true of anything, stand-up comedy, music, everything.
Yeah, podcasting. So, one final question on stand-up, because I didn't know all of this and I didn't plan to have a section on stand-up and comedy.
I wasn't planning on saying it. This was part of my YouTube that I have hidden somewhere, but I guess now I'll have to just...
Now, interpret, listeners will discover it, and etc., etc. So, final question. What do you think about the evolution of stand-up comedy in the country? Like, I'll briefly give you my views on it, which are likely to be outdated and which are also likely to be somewhat superficial because I haven't seen the scene too deeply. But my initial view when the early stand-up in English started happening maybe a decade ago was that a lot of it was derivative of Western comics. A lot of it did not really come from so much lived experience. No fault of many of these guys because they were so young. A lot of it didn't have that authenticity, the earthiness which comedians in the languages could bring in. But I saw the scene changing in the sense that recently I've seen young guys who I think are just really, really good. And I would imagine that that's kind of happening because the ecosystem is so much bigger. And when you have a bigger ecosystem, whoever emerges to the top is likely to be good. Also, the other aspect which I think will play out really over 10, 15, 20 years is to see what it happens when they age.
Right.
Because a lot of the best stand-up comedy that I like from the West is stuff by people who are in their 40s, 50s,
Yeah.
who've been there, done that. A lot of self-reflection in comedy anyway.
Right.
They've changed completely. They look back on their lives, and that makes for the best work. I mean, even if it's not, politically correct to take his name, Louis C.K.'s late work is just fantastic. You
Yeah.
see Louis C.K. performing at 25, it is shit. There's nothing to laugh at. You look at him at 50, it's just a whole new level.
Arguably, I would say the same of Carlin as well.
Mm.
I wasn't a big fan of the early stuff that he done. I was like, what are you doing? Or they're just being loud. But then who can dispute the genius of the man later?
Yeah, so I think that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting,
waiting
for
for.
someone like guys who are already very good now, like Varun Grover, Rohan Joshi. What are they going to be in 2030?
Right.
That really fascinates me because
Yeah.
you have much more lived experience. You have and artists are, especially comics, are given, if they're good comics, through tons of self-reflection. As a material of life, gives them material to work with. Where does
Yeah,
that go?
yeah.
So what's your sense of how that scene has kind of evolved as you've seen it?
It's a very interesting question. Unfortunately, I don't have as nuanced an answer as I should have because I stopped following and being interested as a whole in comedy about 3-4 years back, and I think a lot has happened since. But I can definitely tell you what happened from then. I think it was interesting because bookending my so-called stand-up career was the birth of open mics. They were struggling to fill in slots. Like literally, they had people like Rohan pinging me and asking, "Would you like to? Would you like? We are doing an open mic tomorrow. Can you come in and whatever." To a time, like I said, is selling out like IRCTC Tatkal tickets, right? That is sort of like the bookending. In terms of the content itself, yes, you're right. A lot of it tends to be derivative from there. And I think also that was purely because that was the reference point that a lot of these guys had. They would see the, whatever, the Russell Peters or the Carlins of the world, and a lot of the pop culture that they consumed was also sort of like that. I think things started to change. And of course, I think we have a lot of that credit has to go to Zakir Khan for that, for making it cool to be vulnerable in another language, one, and also not classically funny. Like if you see, there aren't that many jokes that are littered around Zakir's comedy. And again, because my Hindi is not all that great, a lot of what he says goes completely over my head. But to me, it's like what you were saying about Shakespeare in some sense. It's poetry, the way he speaks, the intonations. You can, even if you don't know the language, you're able to understand it because of the way that he talks, and suddenly he gets you to a very serious point about a breakup that's happening at the table, where he said he's leaving the audience hanging and he's holding his hand in his head and he thinks he's going to deliver a moment of shairi over here, and then he berates the waiter for putting ilaichi in his biryani. That was a punchline. Sorry for the spoiler. But his ability to do that and be relatable and all that, I think he allowed people to. I know a lot of people, for example, who come to open mics and do stuff in Hindi, they look up to Zakir, right? You can see it, and if you ask them, they will definitely say, "Ha, Zakir bhai," and the reverence that he is treated with, it's sort of unmatched. At least from what I have seen. What I've also seen is that people are trying other things. I think there are people trying to emerge with their own genres and styles to varying degrees of success, but that's fine, right? You need those varying degrees in order to have somebody. Like I've seen people try surreal humor, right? I've seen people go to an open mic and stand for 20 seconds saying nothing and then saying something bizarre like, "I was a fly." Great. I mean, he bombed, but great that some people are trying stuff like this. I see those kind of things emerging here and there. My guess is that the trend is continuing. I saw 2 seasons of Comicstan, and I think the guys who won, or at least the top 5 in each, are easily like better than a lot of the comics we saw back in the day. In fact, the comics themselves will be the first people to tell you this. Right? They will say, if you guys were back there, I wouldn't have had a stand-up special on Netflix or whatever it is. Matter of timing, like you said. So that way, I think the quality of comedy will get better. I think the content that they speak about also will get better. All conditions willing, of course. The other thing that will happen is I don't think the comedy is going to be restricted to the traditional format of coming on stage and talking in front of a mic anymore. I think because the formats are so many more, be it a podcast, be it a web series. The example that you often like saying, Samay Raina's, the stuff that he does with his chess casts, for example.
Or Gaurav Kapoor's vlogs, if you've seen them.
Yes, of course, Gaurav Kapoor's vlogs. I think people will start doing things like this as well, which is channel their humor into things that aren't going in front of a stage and like I told you about my frustration of, or rather being dissuaded from getting into the scene because of the process that it entailed. The traditional, you need to cut your teeth at open mics and then get a slot somewhere, and then this, and then this, and then this, and eventually something will happen, right? I think a lot of people are just bypassing that gatekeeper, if you can think of that, and then just going and trying some experiment of their own on YouTube or something like that with a friend. Some of it might stick, some of it may not stick. So I think that's the other thing that's happening. If you're seeing how comedy is sort of going, and maybe on the basis of that fame, they can get a shoe in a open mic or something, or even a show itself. So yeah, that's very unstructured thoughts, and to be honest, is a fascinating topic to explore, and you should really get somebody who is who's been part of the scene onto the scene and
Yeah, sure, at some point. And just kind of taking off from there, like, we spoke earlier of how creators should not restrict themselves by putting them in a box. If you're
Yeah.
a creator, you can do so many things.
Right, yeah.
You don't just have to do one thing. And that speaks to also what you said about
Yeah.
to do comedy, you don't just have to go on a stage in front of a mic and perform. And what comedians do is, tease out the little things and the textures of everyday life that make you smile when you have a
Yeah.
moment of recognition,
Absolutely.
And in a sense, I look at someone like Gaurav Kapoor do his vlog, and this is, of course, a Delhi comedian
Yes.
for listeners who might not be familiar, doing his vlog. And it's exactly that. It's just daily things. His wife is shouting
Yeah.
at him because he's left his bathroom door open.
Yeah.
And he had a frequent sponsor at one point, which was Mama Earth. So now when he goes to all his live shows, that's become a meme.
Now.
And so it's really nice how it's not a different thing.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of thing
Yeah.
where, you're taking off from everyday life and kind of taking people on a journey with you.
Absolutely. And this segment I'm just going to end, and I want to give this as a recommendation actually. So there are lots of these comedy based web series that are doing the rounds on the net, right? And actually some of them are pretty good from whatever I've seen. There is this absolutely surreal show that 10 people in the country have seen, which is called Starboys. Starboyz. Okay, it's starring Kenny Sebastian and Naveen Richard, both of whom are Mallus. The whole thing is it's like a poor parody of any of the space-based shows. So these guys have a spaceship of their own, and they're going around and having their own adventures. What are these adventures? Stealing chart from somewhere, this thing, that thing, all silly things. But the amount of surreal, random humor that they're able to bring in, the amount of things that only people from Bangalore will understand, the things that only Malayalis will understand, it is an other level of, whatever. All concerned have said that everyone was completely sober during the making of that. I'm not quite sure whether that was true of the approval process, because it is completely surreal. Highly recommended for anyone who, if anyone likes Monty Python and has any predilection for anything South Indian, including food, I would highly recommend it. It's a short series which you'll find on YouTube.
Marvelous. So let's leave comedy for the moment and go to tragedy. I mean, it's not exactly tragedy, but about your corporate career, so to say. Like, you go in there, trained
Yeah.
for something, expecting something, wanting to do something, having a conception of
Yeah.
what advertising and marketing involve. And then, and then there is a reality of what is in
Yeah.
front of you. How different was it? Did you have issues with, working in corporate setups like that? Did you find advertising workplaces toxic, as many people have pointed out? And I was in advertising really briefly in the early 90s.
Sure.
Not in the early 90s, mid 90s, 94. But I sensed at different points in time that there is some truth through that. So take me through your experiences and how you looked at this work.
Actually, the shock came, or the realization came, a lot before even advertising. So at Mica, I had all these dreams of wanting to get into an ad agency and all that. However, the good folks at Wall Street had other plans. I graduated in 2009, so I don't need to set context, I think. Basically clutching at straws and taking anything that we could get. Long story short, I went into a company which, let's just say that we weren't a fit for each other, and left in about 6 months. I went into a small agency, far from my big dreams of working at Ogilvy or Burnett or something, two agencies that I did end up working in subsequently. So a couple of interesting things happened. I never considered digital as a career because, again, back in 2009, digital wasn't really a thing, right? If you told me that the website Orkut or whatever, Facebook was coming up at that time, would be a serious marketing platform at one point of time, I would have, like, not just me, anyone would have laughed anyone out of the room. And today, as the statistic goes, out of every advertising dollar that is spent, 70 cents goes to either Facebook, Amazon, or Alphabet. Meta, I should say. Anyway, so what ended up happening was I found or rather a friend told me that one of his friends had joined a small company that did social media marketing. And he said, hey, you are digitally savvy, right? So would you like to check this out? And digitally savvy, my creds were I wrote the Mica blog for a couple of years, was on Pagal Guy, all those sort of things, which was apparently enough for a qualification at that point of time. And I joined that little company and I actually did pretty decently over there. It wasn't what I had signed up for. And when I say signed up, I mean the whole advertising thing, including Mica and all that. But I turned out to be decent at what I was doing and I sort of enjoyed it. I cut my teeth over there and it's still the workplace that I have spent the maximum amount of time in. Subsequently, I wanted more not in terms of money, but more in terms of exposure. Small agency and all that. The problem I knew I had maxed out that place. It gave me a lot of good learnings. I had a lot of good times over there, but wanted to move on. Spent 2 years at Ogilvy, 2 years at Leo Burnett post that, and I think a lot of good things and bad things happen. So I shouldn't come across as someone who's like super critical of advertising as a whole. There is, to be fair, there are lots of smart people in the industry at all levels, right at the junior level all the way up to the top. I mean, there's some genuinely good work that happens in these places. That being said, it didn't take long for the tint in the rose tinted glasses to wear off. I think a few things happened. I realized that, or let me put it this way, if I may be slightly philosophical about this, if I were to sum up all problems about the way advertising is done right now, not just in India, but really around the world, the focus has shifted from using creativity to solve business problems, which is really what advertising was, to figuring out how do I retain this client. And that's a big shift, right? When the needle shifts from what can we do, what is best for the brand, to how do we keep this guy and how do we keep this. So when you start off with that as a fundamental problem, it leads to a lot of things. What does it mean? So one, now we'll get down to the micro things, what this translates to. One, it means that a resource that is technically billed as a full resource on one account and being charged to the client accordingly is actually a full resource on 3 different accounts. So you don't need me to explain what that will do to morale, creativity, and productivity, right? So that's at a fundamental level. It's usually the bottom rung that tends to take that. 2, there is a vast disconnect in terms of mediums and all that. Creative agencies, let's face it, are not very creative when it comes to updating their knowledge of mediums and all that. And it genuinely pains me to say this. I feel no joy in trashing this industry that I was dreaming to be a part of, and genuinely it gave me some good moments and still has a lot of smart people. But the bigger agencies, their default is how do we solve this with a TVC? Which the world has moved on from that, right? The solution to every business problem is not a 30-second spot on television anymore, right? Especially if it is a digital brand. I still remember, Amit, the day I decided to quit working in advertising. Not the day I decided to hand in my papers, but the day I decided I want out of this career. It was when we were sitting in a Bangalore office at 2 a.m. We had pitch 3 or 4 days later, a very cocky client who had come into a lot of money and had the gumption to say on a Thursday that I want to pitch on Monday. So you can imagine again what that does to everything. And it was a digital brand for which everyone was desperately trying to find a ATL way or a TV way of solving the problem, which was, in my opinion, not the way to go about this. I was supposed to be the quote unquote digital expert on that, but again, digital has always been treated as the last 2 slides of the presentation. You come along, you add some Facebook ideas at the end. That was generally the approach. That pissed me off after. I mean, I could take it to a point, but had enough of that. The profession and I don't deserve this anymore. I want out of this. So that is like number 2, like you are outdated and all that. Third is, and this really cheesed me off, the gulf between what was being pitched and what was actually being executed was so vast, and both sides were okay with it. It's almost like both client and agency know that the pitch is just a song and dance, and the song and dance was great. We will change the world. We will do this. We will change not just the people's perception of the brand, but we will do good for society, this thing, that thing, everything. Like the world was your oyster when it came to the pitch. Be as creative as you want, change everything, right? And we were genuinely excited when we got the chance to do stuff like that and win accounts. When the account was won, it was more like, ha, TK, that was for show. Now get back to doing the same shit that any other agency would have done. It's just a matter of who has quoted the lowest amount of money, or whoever the CMO likes, or whatever the case may be. All these things after a point of time build up enough. You have enough of your juniors crying about everything. You have enough of your bosses not understanding. And because the emphasis is more on, it shifted to things like headcount, revenue per headcount, and things like that. And I personally think it's very difficult to do that in a creative business. Sure, you might arguably be able to do that in manufacturing or something like that, but definitely not in a ideas business, because you can't provide ideas per hour like how you can provide, say, screws per hour once you have the process nailed down. Screws nailed down. Never mind. It's an unnecessary joke. So yeah, I think it was a combination of all these things that really made me realize that this is not a place for creativity, really. It's a place for people who can game the system. To be fair, there are people who game the system and they enjoy it. Power to them. If they have figured out how to master the system and go up the ranks, generally good people, it's not like they were slimy or anything like that, great for them. If they get a kick out of this entire system, great. Whatever makes you happy, as long as you're not killing anyone. And in some cases, that if you're selling tobacco, you're literally then killing somebody. So I think it's a combination of all of these things. I was also fed up with this whole, I don't remember if Ambi had spoken about this on his show, but it was the charade around awards. Did he speak about this by any chance?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, so award functions are these lovely things that happen in the field of advertising where they award, this is the best campaign that happened in this or whatever. The thing is, all of this is based on a submission that the agency themselves has to make, right? And if there is any respect I have for anyone in an ad agency, it is people who write those cases. And Amit, I'm telling you, with all due respect to you, your course, your writing, India Uncut, 80,000 blogs, whatever the case may be, nobody can spin fiction like these guys. Like, goodness gracious, I have seen what people can do taking a simple Twitter idea. We ran a hashtag contest, suddenly becomes something that changed the fortunes of the company. I had enough of that deception for a while. Like, it was fun at the beginning saying, okay, let's see how much we can milk this. Let's see if we can have some fun with this and how much we can gas this up. At some point of time, reality catches up to you and you start questioning, like, why am I doing this? I think the other hilarious thing about awards is, there are multiple award functions and all of them are super expensive to enter, by the way. That's how basically all these publications make money, like AFAX and all that, by holding awards, IAMAI, whoever it is. It's well known that some agencies are going to win certain award functions and dominate that, so some other agencies won't participate in those. So you basically have a system, a circle jerk, if you will, where every agency is the best agency in the country according to a different awards function. You see all these things, you laugh at first, it plays on your mind, and then eventually all these things come together. Another brief from a client comes in, unreasonable request, whatever. You have enough after a point of time, and that really combination of all these things is why I decided to leave advertising. Do I regret my years in advertising? Absolutely not. I think I learned a lot over there. Again, about things that I was good at. I think I was reasonably good at what I was doing. I wouldn't say I was great at it, but I think I was good at it enough to earn respect of my peers. One thing, I learned a lot of things, and I think advertising made me extremely philosophical in that sense. One, I realized that I was a different kind of lazy, and I don't mean wanting to avoid work. I would get very good at preempting feedback enough to do extra work in advance so that I wouldn't have to do it later. Right? So I was very good at figuring out, okay, the client will not like this approach. I don't want to screw my weekend over giving feedback on a Friday. So I'll tell you what, I'll give you 2 routes now itself. One crazy creative route that you want, another safer route that I know is going to work and will work, which is what your CMO is going to select at the end of the day. So I got very good at doing that. I also got very good at doing this inside the agency, both to my seniors and my juniors. I would tell them, take the time, give me an extra creative. The client might ask for the option. So I also realized that some things that I thought of as logical was apparently a nice thing to do. I would explain to the creative folks what the business was before asking them to create. In my mind, I wasn't trying to be a nice person or anything. I just thought, boss, the better you understand this, the easier my job becomes, because I don't need to spoon feed you every time, right? Apparently this was a good thing to do. Apparently I was a nice person to work with because I would do things like this, which tells you how low the bar is in the first place. So I would do things like this. So that's why I said a different kind of lazy. I would like work very hard in one go to make my life easier in the future. Basically, there was a time going back to childhood when my dad always used to park in reverse, and that had a like very lasting impact on me. At first I was like wondering, why does he keep doing this? Why is he making it so difficult for him to park away? I just want to go to the garden and play or something. Then after the trip I realized, it becomes easier to take. Okay, while everyone else is struggling, okay, now I get it. I think that was a small lesson from childhood. I don't think my dad even realizes that he had this impact on me because of that small thing. But I inculcated that in some way, and I said, listen, I am in the zone right now. For me to take out another 30 minutes and do this will save me 2 hours of work later when I need to get in the zone again, all that sort of thing. So that was one thing I think I was reasonably good at when I was in advertising. I also I think I also learned a lot about businesses. I think I took a lot of effort to understand clients' businesses, and the other thing this you might appreciate because you always talk about joining dots. One of the things that I always try to do is I would try to take lessons from one category or one brand example and see how they could be applied somewhere else, right? Because there are meta lessons to be taken away from absolutely everything. So I would do things like that. And I've always felt, Amit, that especially in advertising, and I guess this might be true everywhere, gaining respect of your seniors is one thing, but I always was aiming for gaining respect of juniors, because once you have that, I don't know, for some reason I always I don't have a like, as a result of doing that my life is great right now, but I just feel that I have a solid base of people who I can count on, and who will vouch for me should I need something from them. And it's worked out brilliantly. Like when I got into freelance for the first time, I had all these people saying, get this guy because he'll help out. When I put out the course, a lot of them amplified, a lot of them signed up for it. To me, all of this was just, again, complete selfishness. This was just preempting and making my life easier in the future in some way, if that sort of makes sense. So I don't regret my time in advertising. I think I did some good work. We had some good colleagues, made some good friends over there, learned a lot about what my actual skills were. I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing today if I did not go through both the good things and the bad things in my career. But I think one of the things that I was always perceptive of was where I am right now in my career. I think I was very good at zooming out at all points of time. This is something that a lot of guests on Getting Meta also said, that like Rohan Joshi, for instance, one of the most poignant parts of his interview was he was talking about when he got into stand-up and AIB became big. It was sort of like a vacuum that just sucked his life so much that he was just unable to he was unable to sit back and see what this is doing to him, his health, his creativity, everything. And only once all that crap unfortunately happened and he was forced to take a back seat, that he allowed himself to be exhausted, to use his words, and put the last few years and his own life in perspective. And which is why deliberately now he is creating lesser content, and he has his own explanation for that, for which the episode is there for you to listen to. But I think I was good at that. I think I was always very aware of where I was in career, where I am right now, when I need to make a shift, when I should probably stick it with some more time. I had this simple philosophy, like how do you justify every month of your job in your next interview? Right? So that was a simple heuristic that I had for myself at some point of time. The moment you find it difficult to justify it in your next job interview, you should bounce. That's why I kind of left the last job that I was at, Insider. I was enjoying what I was doing over there, reasonably good at it, but the work I was doing took me like almost a year or so back. And this is not disrespect to the company or people, lovely people, but because of restructures and all those things, I was doing things that they didn't need to pay me what they were paying me to do what I was doing. Let me put it that way. And I kept asking myself this question, right? Okay, like suppose I'm going for an interview tomorrow and he asks, okay, this is what you've done, but you were doing much more before. How do you justify this last 1 year over here? if I had an answer like, yeah, there are, ESOPs or some great product is coming or whatever the case may be, but I couldn't find that answer. And that's when I realized, okay, I need to take a step back from here. I think that's a decent piece of advice to keep. Like, how do you justify your last month? How do you justify it to one potential interviewer and two to yourself? Because it's a much more difficult question to answer. I think a lot of what to do in career then sort of makes itself apparent at that point of time. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of fascinating stands on this. Like one of them, in fact, is the big scam that awards shows are. Like even in podcasting, like a few months back, there were some people who were boasting about being on the shortlist of a particular podcast award. So I went and I looked at the rules, and the thing was you had to pay a certain sum of money, and everyone who paid that money was shortlisted. So you had a shortlist with whatever unlimited length, and everyone who paid that money was shortlisted. And every podcast awards, basically, you have to pay big money to enter. So it's like a circle jerk. And I think the kind of people who would enter that would typically be the kind of people who don't have a following anyway. I mean, I don't see if you have any self-respect why you should go in for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I always think that in these creative spaces, be it podcasting, be it advertising, whatever, there is a respect that you see on the trophy shelf, and then there's a respect that's a word on the street.
No, and in advertising, I remember in the 1990s, it used to be common practice that like there was a whole genre of advertising which was only for awards.
Yeah,
in the sense, agencies would go
yeah.
to a random ice cream parlor which has one outlet somewhere on Grant Road and say that there is this random magazine and we'll run a one-page ad for you there, which nobody reads and which costs nothing. And they would enter that for the awards, and that would be where they would be so-called creative.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, this problem has only got amplified with digital, with things like so there are awards like the Effie Awards for Good or the Cannes for Good, etc. And it pains me because there are some really creative campaigns that come out of that, and I don't know whether it actually changes lives or anything, but whatever, Amitabh Bachchan will retweet something and that becomes, okay, we've got now millions of reach. This cause has now reached so many people and whatever it is. And all activity stops right after the award has been won. It kind of breaks my heart to see things like that. So yeah, so whether it is at a commercial level, like what you were saying, which is your scam print ads, they used to be called, or be it things like this, it's pretty rampant.
Yeah, and the other thing that struck me about what you were saying was when you said that agencies' focus shifted from doing the best possible work for their clients on making their product sell or whatever to retaining the customer. And I see this in many NGOs and think tanks across the country, where essentially your whole point is where are you getting funding from?
Yes.
Right? I know a candidate for CEO of a think tank I know who didn't eventually take up the job because he was because he realized that the job was all going to be about fundraising.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to be about whatever the primary motive of the kind of NGO. And what you also said about the agency pitches, and it's an incredible pitch, but afterwards they don't deliver, and both sides are okay with it.
Yeah.
And that it struck me that there is a principal agent kind of problem there, which comes down to incentives. Like you are incentivized to get the client by doing the best pitch possible.
Yeah.
Those guys are incentivized to, on the other side, to go through the charade and pick somebody.
Yeah.
But after that, there are no incentives to work hard. You go through the motions and tick the boxes.
Yeah, absolutely. And the sad thing is, the bigger the company is, the more
likely this is to happen.
Yeah, the more likely this is to happen. And I just wanted to add something to the previous point that you said, which is about retaining the client. And when you was talking about NGOs and all that and funding, it became clear to me. Many times we had to sell services that we didn't think were in the right interest of the client, or rather, let me not say it's going to harm the client. But it's not going to add any value. And social media is a great example of that. I'm an ardent critic of a lot of social media marketing, and that's a possible other 5 hours by itself. But why does a mutual fund brand need to be on Instagram in the first place, right? In your heart of hearts, you know that doesn't need to be, but your job is to convince the client that it needs to be done so that the agency can get another 1.5 lakhs of retainer or whatever the case may be. I'm not saying that this happens across the board or something, but this is the way, incentives again are sort of structured. So at some point, this breaks you down because the principles that you stand for, not just your own moral principles, but also marketing itself, like all the things that you learned, you spend so much money to learn at an institute and uphold these other two things of marketing and all that. Suddenly everything all goes to pieces because of and the tragedy of it all, Amit, is yes, sure, you might let go of some business in the short run or something, but I think that's in the long run is going to be good. Just imagine, I genuinely think that there is space for an honest agency in the country. And when I say honest agency, I actually mean somebody who says, no, we will not do this for you because we don't think it's in the best interest of the brand. It is not in our short term interest to say this because we will potentially lose this project and maybe even you as a client. But we genuinely think that this is what is going to be better for your brand in the long run. Stop doing this nonsense. Put your money in some Google search advertising. I think this will help you achieve the objectives that you have right now. I think in the long run, that agency is going to get a lot more calls from that CMO than somebody who just goes along with the song and dance that is the scene right now.
Yeah, and I look across media and I don't know advertising at all anymore.
Sure.
But from what I know of media, mainstream media, newspapers, television, it seems to me that the mainstream has changed completely,
Yeah.
if there is such a thing, that the way we discover content, filter content, consume content has changed completely. Our media houses haven't figured
Totally.
this out. Something's got to give, something's going to give. At
Yeah.
some point, either they change or they die.
Yeah.
That's the way of the world.
Yeah.
Is it something similar in advertising? Is there radical disruption for which there is scope?
It's already happening. By the way, agencies are getting their lunch, dinner, snacks, everything eaten by. Look at who are eating. First of all, there are small boutique agencies that are coming up and saying we will do only this, and they're taking that business. A great example of this is influencer marketing agencies. Now we can have another discussion on whether influencer marketing itself is a good thing or not. But the fact of the matter is, this is stuff that creative agencies should be driving, and that's being eaten away by these guys and other similar specialists for various other things, right? Then you're having consultancies that are coming and increasingly building their skill set. The Accenture acquired Drogafy, one of the most revered ad agencies in the world, modern ad agencies in the world right now. All consultancy are stepping up their digital skills, or not digital skills, sorry, their advertising / communication skills, and they're tying it to language that the CEO understands. I was on this webinar last year, one of these marketing webinars, and the global head of, I think it was Citibank, I forget his name, Indian guy, he was saying something like the CMO is having less of a seat at the table because he is increasingly speaking in language that is not relevant to the rest of the company. He talks about whatever the metric, some impressions, this thing, that thing, and all that. But boss, tell me how that translates into revenue, or revenue today or revenue tomorrow, whatever the case may be, because what the rest of the C-suite wants to know, which is why now the CMO's role is being slowly eaten away by everything else. I remember the title of that talk. It was something like the make the CMO's role relevant again, or how can CMO stay relevant, something like that it was. And I think it was fascinating. It's happening both at the client end and the agency end. It's also being eaten up by consultants, freelancers, for example, who some companies are increasingly finding, hey, let's just get some honest opinions from these guys and then we'll go out and execute and all that. I work with some clients who actually have me vet agency ideas, for
Wow.
example, right? For example, again, I really don't want to take names or anything over here. Somebody I know, somebody very respected, that from the space of advertising / marketing, etc., that I know, sat in on a pitch for a client that he / she was consulting with, to listen to agency pitch. And these were the top agencies in the country. And he / she came back to me and said, is this the way they're still thinking? And it mirrored so many of my own thoughts. Like, why do they think that a TVC is the answer to everything? Why does everything have the same kind of build-up lead to here is our script? Not even saying that we think a TVC is the best thing for this, just directly jumping into script. And then digital is there somewhere later, right? So their lunch is already being eaten. It's obsolescence to some way. It's also comfort that there are still legacy clients for legacy agencies that will keep the coffers running. Something or the other will happen. Once in a while, some bright spark will have some idea, and there are some genuinely good ideas, which even dinosaur agencies will come up with pure media might. They will, oh, this is a great campaign, this agency has won award, etc. It's that whole cycle again. The point is, while the business somehow still seems to be surviving, I don't see talent surviving in that industry anymore. And by that, what I mean is increasingly people wanting to leave. I have spoken to so many people let me put it this way. I don't know a single person who works in advertising that I have respect for at my level or below who is happy with what they're doing right now or are in advertising anymore. That's a blanket statement that I can confidently make right now. everyone wants to leave. Everyone wants to either move over to the client side of things. Everyone wants to move over to something like, there are so many more creative agencies, creative opportunities now with content being a thing right now. People want to move to, say, spaces like OML or something like that. The Bangalore startup scene is willing to absorb a lot of these. Many of them want to branch out as freelancers and control their own destiny in some sense. So talent, I think, is going to leave way before clients will, because clients, like you said, there's a certain comfort in running that hamster wheel.
There's inertia as well.
There is there is so much inertia. There is just so much inertia for this whole thing to change. They're very comfortable with the whole system. It's unlikely that change is going to come from that end. Startups have already figured this out. Startups have doing things themselves right now, and they will outsource for very specialist things. And yeah, that's the way it is. That's the way it is right now. I think the entire it again. I must say, none of this gives me a sense of Schadenfreude to say this. It genuinely pains me to see this industry that I grew up wanting to desperately be a part of crumbling like this. And it is crumbling. Let me make no bones about it. I've been saying this is not feasible as a business model because your people are not happy in this anymore. You're losing your best talent to others. Advertising is no longer the dream career that it once used to be. There was a point of time when I was arguably wanting to get into Mica and all that, where people say, oh, I really want to work in agencies and all that. I might still be wrong, by the way. I'm still waiting for people to listen to this and then troll me saying, oh, I'm very happy with my job or whatever the case may be. But genuinely, in my circle, I'm not seeing this anymore. I'm seeing more people whose eyes are being awakened, or they've finally accepted the fact that, yeah, okay, I need out from here, because there's also a sense of inertia over there as well, right? So yeah, I don't see that much of a future for the traditional way in which advertising is done, which is not to say that it can't be repaired or fixed, but then that's a different talk show altogether. I still genuinely think that there is a role for advertising to play, which is to use creativity to solve business problems. The only thing is, I don't think defaulting to TVCs is the way to do it. For any a book to recommend over here, which again would be a fascinating recommendation irrespective of advertising context or not, is Alchemy by Rory Sutherland. Rory Sutherland is actually an Ogilvy guy himself, a big name in behavioral science. So anyone who's managed to read Daniel Kahneman but wants a slightly more entertaining version, this is the place to go to. It's a fascinating book. So the full title of that, the full Christian name of that book is Alchemy: The Surprising Power of Ideas That Don't Make Sense. And it's exactly that. It is a fascinating Venn diagram intersection of creativity and evolution. It's basically how are human beings drawn to ideas that shouldn't make sense. Let me put it and some of the examples he uses. I'll just use one example which I love citing again and again. Suppose a sales guy wanted to establish contact with a prospect. How would they go about doing it? The easiest way to do it, the cheapest way to do it, and in some sense the most guaranteed to reach way of doing it is sending them a message on a platform like LinkedIn or email, right? It's cheap, it's easy, I can do it now. The person's over there, I can send it immediately. What is the disadvantage of that? That same advantage holds true for everybody else. That person's going to receive hundreds of emails like this. How do you catch that person's attention? Write him a letter. He's going to remember that. She is going to remember that for sure, right? There's a reason, and he goes on to that analogy. There's a reason why you don't propose over text, right? You want to make a show and dance of something. And then he goes, and what I love about it, we challenge a lot of what I think about advertising as well, right? In the day and age where it is so easy to reach the exact audience that you want using all the powers of digital advertising, why do brands still want to advertise on TV? Because there's a certain prestige to do that. Cred advertising on the IPL is not to reach Cred's audience. It is to signal to Cred's audience that, hey, we are now big enough to go on the IPL. And it is a signal to everybody else that something called Cred exists. You will never use Cred, we know, but we are around over here. So it is more a signaling device than it is a strategic marketing communication sort of thing. His book is filled with examples like this. And the reason I say that is some of those examples are not traditional marketing ideas. One of the solutions that there was a business district somewhere in South, I think it was in Argentina, that needed to be promoted. The ad agency refused to run an ad. They said, divert the entire ad budget into building a bridge. Because the problem with that is it's not about lack of awareness, it's lack of access. build a bridge that will solve your business problems more than any ad campaign ever can.
Fantastic.
Right, so exactly right, and it's littered with examples. Now the thing is, if you think about it, these are not very creative genius ideas. These are things that should come naturally to us. If you think about it, strip away the problem is also defaulting to communications as a way of solving this. There is this business problem. How do we solve this? Communications is one of the way to solve that. Within that, advertising is one way to solve that. Within that, TVC is one very outdated way to solve that. When you put it in this perspective, you'll see the role of ad agencies. There is still relevance for it. It's just that there's a huge mindset shift that needs to happen. The first mindset shift will be, how do we go back to solving business problems using creative communications, then getting out of the communications part and saying, how do we solve business problems with creativity? And that really, if you think about that as the space in which ad agencies are playing with right now look at who they are competing with. Suddenly an Ogilvy is competing with an Accenture, right? A Leo Burnett is competing with a TCS, for example, who arguably think about these things in a manner that the CEO understands more than anything else. So yeah, all that really is distilled thoughts as to what I think the advertising industry state is in right now, at least in India. I might be completely wrong, by the way. I'd love to hear counterpoints to things like this, especially on the lack of happiness at a lower level. If there's anyone out there who actually enjoys what they're doing in an ad agency genuinely, right, and they still think that there is good in advertising, etc., let me know, because I have struggled to find you so far.
Yeah, and honestly, if anyone has contrary views to what Deepak just expressed, don't send a tweet, don't send an email, make a fucking TVC. That's how you can get your point across.
Or a letter, I was about to say.
Or a letter you were about to say. Okay, so, someday, if the history of advertising is written and, people talk about the day Indian advertising died, they can pin it down to really one event, which is also a great album title, which is The Day Chuck Left. So, can you hear the guitars already? Yeah, the opening riff is coming on. The Day Chuck Left. Yeah, so epic music possible. So now tell me about freelancing, because you come to this stage where you are like, this is not for me, and you've lost faith in it, and you're freelancing, and this is a bold step, because it's a step into the unknown. You're giving up what is a regular income. You don't know whether your personal brand, as it were, means anything outside of the context of working in one of these big places. So what's the thought process that goes in? And then you wrote a brilliant thread on Twitter, which of course I will link, where you talk about all your advice to would-be freelancers from all that you have learned. So take me through a bit of that journey.
Yeah, certainly. But before that, I just want to, you missed out a little bit over there, because right after I was frustrated with advertising, etc., I actually I went to I went to OML technically, and then I went to Insider after that. Actually, it was part of the same company. It just was a bit of a transition because Paytm had bought over that unit, etc., etc. I have a couple of fascinating points over here. So jumping from advertising to what was events was a completely different shift by itself. And I actually have some of the free freelance work I used to do back in the day. One of my for my first byline was doing gig reviews across Bombay. I used to go to small venues, and I just did it because I loved attending shows and I wanted to write something. So I used to write for a couple of magazines. As a result of this, I ended up interviewing actually a lot of people from big names on the scene. I guess that was somehow me trying to, again, I guess it was the outsider trying to desperately fit in and shortcut very quickly. I think as I'm saying this, I see the parallels with those comics I was drawing in 11th and 12th, trying to fit in and trying to infuse myself in there very quickly.
But is it hindsight, or were you thinking of it that way at the time?
No, this is hindsight. This is completely hindsight. At that point of time, I just wanted to try something out. I used to write for what was then a blog called Codwine. I interviewed Warren. I interviewed Baiju from Mother Jane. I interviewed Mother Jane as a whole. Lots. I actually interviewed a fair bit of people like Aviel. And it was interesting. A small thing. I mean, it's not enough cred to get a writing gig at Rolling Stone or something, but it was what it was, and people like knew, you wrote that article, whatever. The scene is small enough for people to know, right? I'd like to, and then that led to another series of comics that I did. I there was a point of time when I was doing very specialist comics. For Pagal Guy, I was doing MBA comics. There was another similar website called Crazy Engineers, for which I was doing engineering comics. And for OML at the time, OML had a website called Indecision. Indecision. It was a beautiful name. I was doing Indian rock music scene based comics. You can imagine now that is niche,
Super
that
specialized.
is super specific, and like quirks of, but I realized I was like decent at that. I take one vertical, understand it fully, what are the things within that people care about, or can make a joke about or something like that, and then make comics out of it. I used to like enjoy that little trifecta of comics that I was doing at that point. And by the way, I wasn't a great cartoonist or anything. I think I was just good at. I think I always consider myself a better writer than an artist. And even if you go back and see the Pagal Guy comics, you'll see that the comics by themselves are just a panel. It's like a big paragraph of text. That was the sort of format that I used to love doing. But anyway, the point being, I think all those all those gigs and all that little cred that I had built up at that point of time eventually translated into a job at OML, because it was somebody who I had been in touch with at that point of time. Was that, hey, listen, we need somebody who has your skill set, marketing events, NH7 Weekender. Would you like to, like, obviously I had enough of this. I want something else. Went to OML. It had its own shares of pluses and minuses as any agent, as any company does. And the reason I'm putting the story in over here is because categorically I did not leave it on a very frustrated note. I was a little burnt out with what I was doing, and I had sort of like hit a wall at what I was doing, but I left on extremely good terms with the team and the industry as a whole. Definitely not. It would be an industry that I would go back to, unlike advertising, which I would not get anywhere close to with a PPE suit on as well. So with that context, yes, I decided to jump into freelance in late 2018. Again, that question I asked myself: how am I justifying each month in my next interview, and importantly to myself? And I was struggling to find an answer to that. I was wondering what I could do, what I wanted to do, and all that. And it is very poignant. Again, I'm going to probably romanticize this more than I need to. We were at an NH7 Weekender where, you remember that clandestine show that I was talking about a while back? So one of the guys from there, he was at that gig. Yeah, we had stayed in touch partially at that point of time, and I'm seeing him after 4 or 5 years. And he said, "Hey, what happened to all those comics and stuff that you used to draw and all that?" I said, "Yeah, man, stop. That was a era ago." He said, "Oh, that's so bad. That's so sad, because I enjoyed those and you were good at doing all those things. You should try starting those once in a while and all that." I said, "Yeah, but no time, work, whatever, this thing, that thing." And then he left it at that. But that, like, I kept lingering on that. I'm like, he kept saying that, like, what if? And then the post-rock of Goddess and Astronaut started playing. It's very melancholy. If you're not familiar with the music, it's just very long instrumental that just makes you think. It's that sort of thing, even without needing any specialist chemicals for that. And I just couldn't get what he said out of my head, which is like, hey, you should be doing something like this. And I said, yeah, probably. Like, I was also panicking at that point of time because of what he said, because like, this is the right time for me to try an experiment like this, because young enough to make a mistake, fail, and go back. Like, what if circumstances change later? Next day, I had breakfast with a very good friend of mine, Shriketh, who is also a co-host on Simplified right now. I think now we have mentioned all the hosts of
all
Simplified.
The hosts have been mentioned.
The bingo that I promised them has been done. So we talked over it. So next morning breakfast, I said, "Hey, do you have like 20 minutes or something? I want to chat about something with you." And basically he validated whatever I was thinking and said, "Yeah, you should like 100% jump into this right now." And that's what I did. The speed at which my plan got executed surprised me, because when leaving Weekender, which was December 2000, early December 2018, I said, okay, I will put in my papers or I will think about this seriously again around June, July or something like that. A reason being, the IPL was a huge event for Insider, ticketing, etc. Work on that starts 2-3 months in advance, right? So it would be a fairly dick move to quit in the middle of all that. So it had to be either before or after. I wasn't really thinking about before. I was only thinking about, let this thing get over, I will quit after that. This is anyway a lull period of 2-3 months before the festival season, rather the music festival season kicks in again. Suddenly then I thought, okay, what if I do that before? Oh, but if I say April, that'd be damn bad, because then I'm leaving just before the April. So what if I do? Oh. And then what was July became April, became this, became that, and before you know it, I put in my papers. I think about a week and a half after that gig happened. And I think I was in a mode where, listen, you need to do this, might as well do it right now, because you're giving the company enough time to find a replacement. So, I genuinely am fond of the company and what they did. I did not want to leave them in a lurch. So I thought it's the best thing to do for everyone. Went ahead, did it. What I did do was not fight over my notice period. They said 2 months. I said I will happily serve out 2 months. The reason being, one, I wanted to make sure that everything that I did got translated down, and two, I knew they wouldn't give me enough. They wouldn't give me that much amount of work, and I could use that amount of time to do sort of work for. I mean, put out feelers and all that for myself. And they were very supportive. I have to mention that everybody, like my boss Tulika, Shreyas, who is now part of the product team at Paytm, all of them were extremely supportive in me doing this. So have to thank them for for that. And yeah, that's really how it worked out. I think so. A few things happened. I think here's the thing. I got into freelancing already having a fair bit of work to do because I had done enough homework before that, had enough. I also had the massive insurance that I had a wife who was working and earned enough for the both of us should my income for a few months be nothing. Right? Thankfully, that was not the case. And that really was how the transition happened. And because there was so much work from the word go, I really didn't have a time to pause and think too much. And I did not want to because I had a big vacation coming up in any case, where I went to Europe and actually saw the band that I'm wearing a t-shirt of now. So I just slogged for 6 months and came back, and I actually have been slogging ever since. Haven't actually taken a break, but that is not out of choice, and that is mostly because of this ruddy virus that's doing the rounds. So yeah, that's how it started. But I'm guessing you'll have some specific question within that, or even something that I didn't answer.
No, I mean, one of the things I'm intrigued by is like one beginning the cartooning again. Did
Yeah.
you do that?
In sports, but I never really did it professionally. I think I'd reached a point where I realized that okay, there's nothing new for me to do, right? In the sense, everybody who's doing, say, cartoons on politics, etc. I mean, assuming that that's a sort of like a safe space anymore, is already doing it way better than I have no new angle to add to this, right? At one point of time, I would do it because I needed the money at that point of time, and I've done some things, by the way, which I'm not proud of as well. I realized, hey, I don't need to do this because I am good at something or I'm reasonably good at something. I should focus my energies on that. There are some ideas that I have in terms of cartoons, but again, I want it to be, if I do it, it has to be in that sort of niche again, like how B school specific comics, it has to speak to a community. Let me put it that way. It has to speak to a particular audience with its particular quirks. I need to be a part of that community or learn enough about it to make things specific to them and useless to everybody else almost. I always feel that the best targeted ad is something that is so specific to what the audience that it's received by, that it is goes completely over the heads of everybody else who is not part of that group. I feel the same way about this sometimes. So yeah, cartooning, no, not really. No plans as of now, although I do have that tablet with me. No plans to get back to it immediately though.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting because just thinking aloud, it strikes me that as a creator, you can either aim for mass reach or high engagement.
Yeah.
And you'd know that people like us aren't really going to get mass reach,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We are too like non-massy. So therefore, high engagement and aiming for a particular community like that is
Yeah.
high engagement,
Yeah.
like what you got with Pagal Guy and MBAs
Yeah,
and all
yeah.
of that, I guess. Now, in your story itself, that actually it's lovely to, if someone is listening to you in the last 10 minutes and they open that Twitter thread of yours, a lot of those points are really encapsulated in that. Like, your point one was be clear about why you're taking the step.
Yeah.
Your point two was the pull has to be more important than the push. You
Yeah.
want to do something, that's why you're going. It's not because you
Yeah.
hate your
And
current job.
that is not that. Yeah, that is especially true, I would say, of just forget freelancing, but even switching jobs. Many times there's a saying, right? You quit a boss and not your job. But that's the thing. If you are leaving a job because you hate the job or boss or whatever it is, what's to say the same thing won't happen in the next
Yeah.
job? And I've seen enough of this happen. So yeah, the pull, I think, has to definitely be more than the push, whether it's another job, whether it's freelancing, whatever it is.
Yeah, and then your other points all fall into place. Plan for it, figure out finances, biz dev, etc. Hustle. sell yourself in specific terms. Hustle is very interesting because, that's one thing I can never get myself to do. I just feel embarrassed hustling. Or selling myself or whatever. I'm just kind of happier doing what I do and hoping that the work speaks for itself over time. And I know that at some level, my mindset is on one extreme, that I have to do justice to my work by trying to make it reach more people.
Right.
But I just can't get that kind of hustle. How does that work for you? Like, to what extent do you feel, is there such a thing as too much hustle? Do you sometimes pull back a little bit? Is there a pull and a push there? And
Oh yeah, absolutely. So when I say hustle, it's a word that's thrown around a lot these days, and maybe I didn't phrase it very properly in that thread. I think by hustle, what I really meant in the context of this is that, listen, boss, you're on your own right now, right? Everything that you had an office and its various departments for, you need to do. You have to do your own finances. You need to have somebody going out. You used to have another team going out and getting business for you. Guess what? You need to do that now. You were making fun of your HR before. Guess what? Now you need to plan your own journey and make your own Excels and all that. So what I meant by hustle really was more that you need to be comfortable doing all of these kind of things. You don't need to be always on sales mode. I don't think that sort of hustle is something that's needed. It is, I think, also completely okay if you're not doing full justice to the work that you're doing right now, because again, I think it all goes back to objectives. I think it all goes back to, what do you want out of this? If you create a piece of content and you feel, yeah, this has got only 1,000 listens, I know in my heart of heart that this can get 10,000 people. If that is enough motivation for you, you will find the hustle for it. Let me put it that way, right? If the work that is needed to go from 1,000 to 10,000 seems like too much work for you, it's plain and simple. You don't want those 9,000 listens enough to put in that amount of work. It is simple and it is okay. It is completely okay to do that. So yes, we all want, if you were to ask a podcaster, do you want thousands listens? Do you want 10,000 listens? Obviously they'll say 10,000 listens. But then what goes behind getting to 1,000 and what goes behind getting to 10,000? Two completely different paths. And you may realize you're happier with 1,000, 2,000, whatever it is. And I'm assuming that is what might be the case for you as well, right?
There are many different paths from 1,000 to 10,000, and I would say the path I took was just keep working on the product and just keep making it better.
Exactly,
Which is fair enough.
Which is fair.
Fair enough to choose the other way and say that I'll just do enough marketing and gonna get a wider reach.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a completely legit way of doing it. And to be honest, that's kind of like what I have been doing, which I haven't been actually putting out any. And also, I think the context in which both of us are talking with respect to hustling / working is different. You are a podcaster pretty much, and for me podcast is just a side thing, and I make most of my money through whatever, teaching or consulting or whatever. I have over time grown to loathe the word consulting less and less. For a long time I was trying to find, I can't stand that word. I need to find another alternative to this, but it's okay. I have made my peace with the with the so-called C word. So that's what I mean by hustle in some sense. Again, I'll go back to one of the things I said before about advertising, which is, what is your objective? What is the ideal end goal that you want, or even like medium term goal that you want? What is stopping you right now? Okay, so I think that's the simplest way of looking at even freelancing. For example, okay, let's say that somebody listening to this show wants to eventually, for example, I'll take my own the space that I have sort of worked in a little bit, which is they want to write for a renowned music publication like Pitchfork or a Rolling Stone. That is their goal. Now, is that going to happen immediately? Absolutely not, right? Unless you are very famous or whatever it is, which, let's face it, may not be. So now ask yourself a very simple question, and this is a very uncomplicated way of going about it. What is stopping that editor from opening my email or whatever the case may be? And then list down the reasons why. 1, nobody knows who I am. 2, I don't have a published body of work in the publication that is second rung to Pitchfork or whatever, or I don't have published work anywhere for that matter. Like if I don't even have stuff that I vomited out onto a blog, who am I to go and submit a pitch to Pitchfork for that matter? Or 3 could be that I don't have enough nuance to be able to pitch a topic of some substance. Whatever it is, when you list down these 4-5 things, then take those and see, okay, what is stopping each of these? And then you will when you do this exercise, you will eventually say, okay, I need to start writing somewhere, wherever it is, whether it is on my blog for free, whether it is finding whatever your equivalent of Codwine for me was, put something out, because that byline that you have over there, there are some people who are opposed to doing free freelance work. I think there is a role for that, as long as you look at it in the context, not from exposure. I think this is doing things for exposure. I think that's rubbish and that should never be done. It's not about exposure. I think those bylines mean something for you later. You are looking at it slightly more strategically because that fits into your journey, because of that article that you've written for somebody for free acts as credibility for you when you are pitching yourself to, say, a small music publication that might pay you 500 rupees. That acts as credibility for the next step, pitchfork. Similarly, everything else falls into place exactly that. You figure out what your objective is, either medium term, long term, whatever it is. Figure out what is stopping that from happening right now. Break that down. Go all the way down to things that you can do right now. What the beauty of this is, you pretty much have a plan from zero content all the way to pitching to a Rolling Stone, pretty much drawn out over a period of time. Along the way, you'll figure out other things are needed. Okay, he's not going to take me seriously because I don't have say for a designer, that would be a Behance profile or something of that sort. Okay, I need to build on that. Oh, okay, I don't have a website. Oh, I don't have this. I don't have this. See, I'm actually in a stage like that right now, because I'm at a point where I'm actually trying to do less of some kind of work and more of some other kind of work. And I ask myself, see, for me, I'll contextualize. For me, like many other people, I don't want to make a lot of money. I want to work fewer hours and use the remaining free time to pursue other things, like create more content or consume more content, honestly, right? I'll be happy working half of the day and just listening to music for the rest of it. That would be my dream in like about 2 years time. That is genuinely my dream. I don't want a fancy yacht or a house in Malibu or anything like that. Now, that's a fairly achievable dream. I need to ask myself, okay, for that, what do I need to do? Okay, if I'm making 2,000 bucks an hour right now, it needs to become 4,000 bucks an hour to compensate for this. How is a client going to pay me 4,000 bucks an hour right now? Okay, I need to have this. And then work backwards, and then very tangibly, you have what you need to do in Jan 2022. That's the way I think about it. And I think there are lots of frameworks and all this and all, but this is the way I think is the easiest way for anyone to approach, because it's super flexible and it puts your objectives at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that goes beyond all frameworks is that what you're really talking about is asking yourself questions all the way, take the why to the last level.
Yes.
And really figure out why you're doing. And many people don't often know why they're doing what they're doing. And just asking their question can help clarify their mind and realize that, hey, that's not actually what I want. What I want is this.
Yeah. Another interesting moment in my life, I don't remember when this happened, but it was the time I realized what kind of life I wanted to lead. This was a time when I guess it was around 15, 16 or so, when the startup boom was in all its glory, and you had, like insane amounts of money coming into the ecosystem and stuff like that. And I remember reading this newspaper article about somebody, I might be getting the company wrong over here, got promoted to the head of marketing or a very senior role in marketing at a very young age, like some 32 or something like that, at a fairly big e-commerce company. I'm not mentioning it because I'm not sure if I have the name of the company right. It was a celebratory piece. I read it and I thought, poor fuck. Like, yeah, he's gonna make a lot of money, but what is he going to do with that money? And I've spoken to enough investment bankers and all that to know that these guys have like whatever 8-9 figure bank accounts, but they can't do anything with that money. I don't want to be in that sort of situation. So when I had that reaction, this was a very visceral reaction. Like, I do not want that at all. I do not want a promotion that is going to have to make me work 50% harder, even if I'm going to be paid 100% more. That's when I realized, it's very clear now in my head as to which path to pursue. And I think that is important. I think asking the why is very, very important. We live in a day and age where like everyone's like, there's so much around, you need to build a personal brand for yourself and all that. No, you don't. You don't need to build a personal brand. It all depends on what your objective is. The medium should never supersede the objective. This is true of marketing. And like, there is no like, we were the first brand to use virtual reality. So what? What did that end up changing? Similarly, I have a fully filled out LinkedIn profile, or I'm a LinkedIn, whatever, top 5,000. There are people who show off, no? I have 40,000 connections and all that.
Or followed by Narendra Modi is a popular thing on Twitter.
Like, okay, fair enough. That I can see an answer for. But for everybody else, so what? Like, what does this lead to? What do you want to do? And is this the right way to solve that? For somebody who just wants a regular career, grow up the ladder once in a while and have some fun, go to an international vacation and have enough savings, have a good family and all that, which is a nice aspirational career. You don't need to ruin their lives by telling them build a personal brand for yourself. You should put out content constantly, this thing, that thing. You should constantly upskill this thing. No, you don't need to. You genuinely don't need to. As long as you're happy doing what you're doing, and as long as you have confidence that you can continue doing that and not being replaced by robots or new technology or whatever it is, please, by all means, stay off social media. My first boss in Ogilvy, one of the smartest people I know from a digital thinking perspective, was famously off social media. And at the same time, he had a great digital brain. So there's nothing like, oh, you need to constantly create content. And I think we live in a day and age, Amit, where especially youngsters, especially those scary 16-year-olds that I teach, they are great at sniffing out fluff. They are great at sniffing out when somebody actually means it and when somebody's actually being either paid for it or putting on a persona or avatar to showcase themselves in some sense on. So yeah, that's how I think about these things. It's just a few very simple things. It all I'll like one of the lessons that came out from getting Meta for me, and multiple people said this in different contexts, starting with Rohan Joshi, is just zoom out. Like it's very, very difficult to gain perspective of your career, yourself, your goals, everything, when you're in the midst of doing this on a very daily basis. Step out, even if it's for a few hours, even if it's for a week, but spend that amount of time without worrying what Monday is going to be like or which client has mailed you over the weekend or whatever it is. Take a step back and just evaluate what is it that you want. Is this thing that you're doing, if you continue doing it, where are you going to head to? Is that the logical endpoint of what you want? And I guess that's the reason why a lot of people who go on Vipassana or meditate or something like that suddenly find meaning which is completely different. I completely understand what they're doing right now. By the way, a lot of this gyan that I might have given over the last couple of hours or so is a lot of it is post facto. A lot of it is makes sense now that I am out of the system. Yes, I had a good sense of where career was going, but the larger picture and all that comes only when you allow yourself to disconnect from the day to day. So yeah, that's another thing I would encourage anybody to do, whether or not it's somebody who's looking to be a creator, get into freelance, even if it's somebody who's extremely happy with what they're doing right now, just step out, evaluate. I think that little exercise can lead to a lot. It leads to possibly what content should I create, or what should I get into? Are there other fields that I can possibly get into, adjacencies that I can get into, and all that? So yeah.
Wise words. And you mentioned your boss at Ogilvy who was so great at digital marketing, but wasn't on social media himself.
Yeah.
And that reminded me of the superb book by Adam Walter called Irresistible, which is about the addictions of social media.
Yeah.
And I've written an essay on that, which also I'll link from the show notes. And Walter speaks about, early in the book, he mentions that Steve Jobs once in 2007 or 2008 revealed that his kids weren't allowed to use an iPad, for example.
Yeah.
So he got it himself. So I'm going to not dwell on sort of the freelancing lessons more. I'll just link your thread and
because there's nothing more to add over there. Because I look at it and I think, okay, year 3 anniversary is coming. Do I need to add anything to this? Not really. I think it's the same advice.
It covers a lot. I especially liked point 7, which was about the matrix between love and money, which is something I'll just encourage everyone to go and look at, because I think it gives a very clear frame of looking at it. Now, one of your points was calendarize everything. And I want to move on from that to what is really, when I first thought of this episode, I thought, we can do an episode around productivity from all your lessons from getting Meta, because this is of course releasing on Jan 3rd, though we are recording this at this in the first week of December, but it's releasing on Jan 3rd, and I figured ki theek hai, productivity, New Year resolution, it'll inspire everybody. And now anyone listening to this is thinking ki, bastard, you made us listen to 3 hours before you got to productivity. But here we are. So this is something I struggle with, because
Sure.
And just to kind of go back for a moment to what you said earlier about asking yourself questions about what you want to do and is what you're doing getting you there. And I've kind of been through those phases of questioning myself. And thinking about that, what I realized at some point, just asking myself the question of what does happiness mean for me?
Yeah.
And at some point you realize that all your youthful ambition was pointless. Many of the big dreams you had,
Yeah.
if they actually came true, they won't really make you happy, and they're probably not going to happen
Yeah.
because you were just going too far. What really gives us happiness, if you think about it, are those small moments, the small joys.
Yeah.
So you want
Yeah.
to build your life around the small joys. In your case, it can be half a day of listening to music every day,
Yes.
right? And in my case, like at one point, I kind of tried to define happiness for myself, and I came up with three parameters, which was that I want to be in a room which is A, air conditioned, B, full of books, and C, I want to sit on a lazy boy while I'm, yeah. And I got all of them. And then I
Yeah.
thought that, fuck it, now I can't complain. I've got
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you are on that lazy boy right now.
I'm
So,
living your dream.
yeah, you're living my dream. So, where I kind of see myself is that, enjoy the process of working,
Yes.
take happiness in the small things. But
Yes.
within that process of working, I have a major, major, major discipline problem. Like people think I get a lot done because weekly podcast, course, and all that. But outside of that, if you look at me, I spend hours at my laptop every day wanting to work but not being able to. Either I'm following rabbit holes on YouTube or
Sure.
I'm playing online chess or whatever. So discipline is a big issue. The podcast means enough to me that I'm intense enough about
Yeah.
it, that I put in the work, because I know how much it means to a lot of other people.
Yeah.
Sentimental as it might sound,
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
what it means to. So I'm driven to do that. But that whole aspect of being self-driven to do things doesn't come easily with other stuff for me, like writing books
Sure.
or all the other things I might want to do. So how do you manage that? Like in a thread at one point when you spoke about calendarizing, you said that you can't go to sleep on
Yeah.
Sunday night without knowing
Yeah.
what you're doing for the entirety of the rest of the week.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, boss, I aspire to that, but how?
That's actually
Like, what's your journey towards that?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Actually, I just wanted to. I actually had made notes of a couple of lines from getting what I wanted to say. That I wanted to say, and I loved how you described when you were a child, you wanted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. And Utsav, who I interviewed on Getting Meta, and is the host of the excellent Postcards from Nowhere. He had this beautiful line, which is, if you're ever in this situation, describe your ideal day. Don't describe ideal moments. Describe what your ideal day looks like.
Wow, yeah.
Because then you'll see, okay, I want to wake up in the morning at this time, spend an hour reading, I would then want to exercise, this thing. And then you'll see, oh, that's pretty achievable. If you aim for ideal moments, then you're shooting for the moon. You're like, I want India's best podcast, or I want to win this award, or whatever the case may be, or win India's best podcast award. If we may tie a lot of things together,
Nothing
So
with
those-
an entry fee will have me in it. Yeah.
So those become difficult. Those become aspirational, super aspiration, maybe difficult. And if you don't reach them, you become super sad and you beat yourself down. But an ideal day, describe a day you wouldn't mind leading for the rest of your life. Think
Lovely.
of it that way, right? And I think that's really what he was going towards. So it doesn't answer the question that you asked, but I just remembered it, which is why I took my notebook and I was scrambling to find that.
A similar question that I put to my writing students, to take a digression, sorry for
Yeah.
the interruption. Similar sort of thought that I share with my writing students when we talk about process in my last
Yeah.
webinar is, what is your perfect self?
Yeah.
Think
Yeah.
of your perfect self
Yes.
and think about the difference between what that perfect self does and you don't do,
Yeah.
and what that perfect self doesn't do and you do.
Yeah. Amit, in fact, you had given this advice to me approximately a year back when we had recorded the first episode of what ended up being Getting Meta. And I actually have to thank you for that, because I've actually been utilizing that, especially on my fitness journey, which I've been like pretty conscious of in the last year. There would be times when I would snack or something like that, but I had already pictured this avatar in my head of a super fit me, not even a super fit me, a fit me. What would that person say about this little snack that you're having right now, or whatever the case may be, right? And I find that is extremely disciplining for myself. So one, thank you for that. And I think it's a nice callback to that, what is happening. On the calendaring thing, I think, again, as weird as this may sound, I think it was born out of a couple of things. It was born out of one, laziness of having to figure out what to do on a day-to-day basis, and two, anxiety. I wouldn't say I'm a very anxious person, but I feel very at calm knowing what I've realized is over a period of time. It's not something that I woke up one day to. Obviously, when you're at work, you have to calendarize because there's so much happening. And then I realized if I just add everything else to that, it just makes life a lot easier. Because what was happening at one point of time was there was work, and there was of course multiple things that are happening within work itself. And then you have other things that are happening, like sometimes I'd go on weekends to teach, sometimes there'd be a gig for which I had to attend and I had to go from Goregaon to Lower Parel to watch it, etc. So instead of having to maintain, I just found myself using Google Calendar more and more. And over a period of time, I got good at using Google Calendar. What I mean by using Google Calendar well is, if a gig is starting at 8 in Lower Parel, you know that need to leave Goregaon at X amount of time. So I got good at factoring that in. The other thing that I got good at factoring in is potential rework, etc., that might be needed, right? If you think that a job is going to take you 4 hours to do, account for another 2 hours for some rework or something to happen with it. So building up little things like this is what I mean by getting better at calendaring over a period of time. I think it's a combination of these things, which is a sense of anxiety of not knowing what the next day holds, because I genuinely have problems going to sleep sometimes if I don't know what the next day is. I need to know purely to fulfill my own anxiety sort of thing. It's not a, I actually think it's less of a productivity thing and more of a dealing with anxiety sort of thing. Again, I don't want to use the word too flippantly because, it's not like I have a big problem with that or something, but I'm using it in the semi-casual sense in which I was using it right now. Here's what I do. So I have a sense of, okay, so actually, let me tell you the extent to which I do my calendaring. There is and this again, if anyone who wants to riff off this and make your own versions of it, please go ahead. I just use it for myself. Maybe I should make a version of it or something like that and put it up. I use two sheets. One is Google Calendar, and the other is what I call my sanity maintainer. The sanity maintainer is every week from where we are right now, the week of December 5th, all the way for the next 6 months is every week. So December 5th to 12th, whatever, all the way to that. I have all my clients marked out, right? And I have by now a reasonable sense of how much time I'm spending on each of them. Actually, there are 3 sheets. I'll get to that. Because all of it needs to make sense together. So for every client, I put in, okay, this client I'm going to spend 5 hours a week working on. Tung. You put it in for the amount of time you're definitely going to work for them. On sheet number 3, which is my expenses and finance sheet, I put in how much money that is going to make me, right? And where this work is done on Google Calendar. Again, I know this seems like a bit of work, but do it for a couple of weeks and this becomes second nature. Replicate this everywhere. And at the end of spending 2 hours for the first time doing this entire process, what you end up having is this, apart from the peace of mind and all that. You have a decent sense of how your next few months look. This works for me because I work on a freelance level. I must mention, this may not work at an office level or something like this. This is how I do it. Please contextualize for your own situations, etc. So this includes the clients that I'm working on, etc. So I try to keep a limit of like 40 hours a week. I'm going to actively work, right? That 40 hours needs to be split across so many clients. This might come later. This is likely to happen. Yada, I do all those permutations and combinations. What this gives you is you have a decent sense of how much you're going to be working over the next few months, right? It gives you how much that work is going to translate to in terms of income, which, let's face it, is the basis of life itself, right? There is a subsequent sheet where I break down month by month what are the expenses that are going to happen next year, this thing, that thing, vacation, contingency fund, and all that. Google Sheet is where this meets week on week. Every week on Sunday or whatever it is, I adjust. I actually have some clients are recurring, so I have like a sort of recurring block which every week I just drag and drop into various places. So at the end of this exercise, again, I know it sounds like a lot, but again, this just becomes second nature after a point of time. I have excellent visibility over what the next couple of weeks look like. I have decent visibility over what the next I have good visibility rather over what the next 2 months look like. And I have decent visibility over what the next 6 months look like. What do I mean by decent visibility? Again, all this stems from me wanting to reduce stress, anxiety, all that. One of the things I realized in 2020 that gives me a lot of stress is being unable to commit to a project because I don't know whether I'll be able to take it on. And I have been in situations where I've taken things on because they sound interesting, and then I realize I'm scrambling to do this, and suddenly again what seemed like an interesting project has ended up becoming, how do I get this damn thing done and finished with, right? So I've realized I need to stop doing that no matter how interesting the project sounds. I have realized that I will take up a project only if I have X number of free hours per week, right? Like if I said I'm working 40 hours, after I deduct my existing clients right now, suppose there are 35 hours, right? So that means I have 5 hours free. Now I have a choice. Either I can assume that that 5 hours is not going to go into rework or whatever it is, or other admin work that I might need to take care of or something like that, or I can take on a client for 5 hours per week, right? Now that's a call I will decide to take. For now, I've just kept. I find that imposing artificial policies on yourself are a great way of just cutting to decisions, right? For me, right now, that is, if it is less than 10 hours, I'm not going to take it. I will not take on a project if the available time is less than 10, because it will get subsumed into something else or the other. Worst case scenario, if I'm in a situation where those 10 hours are there, great, use them for learning, or there will be some client or the other who wants something done immediately which I'll be able to turn on, whatever. So all this analysis, etc., I've done. I have also then factored in when exercise is going to happen. Give yourself as few variables as possible. One thing I realized when I used to do exercise last year is that I used to do it at my own time. I used to do cult workouts or whatever, and I was terrible at that. Make one decision less, join an online class where you have to join at 7 a.m. or 6 p.m., or whatever the case may be, commit to that, reduce the variables. Again, I cannot believe I am espousing Mark Zuckerberg a second time on a podcast, but that thing that he once said, that I wear only great shirts because it's one decision I need to make less, it's a little extreme, but I see where he's coming from.
He got that from Steve Jobs, black turtleneck and jeans,
Yeah.
And Jobs got that from Einstein, who wore the same suit every day. So
yeah, again, a little extreme, but I see where they're coming from with respect to that. Give yourself as few variables for these things as possible. And yeah, that's really where it is. I think this obsessive calendaring that I have stems from me needing to deal with anxiety in some sense. It also makes life very easy for me, because now if somebody pings me and says, hey, do you have time for a project? I can say no. Before I would do the whole song and dance, let us talk, we'll figure, I'll try to, whatever. Before you know it, 3-4 hours have gone in the whole song and dance. I can just say no right now. Sorry, I don't have the time to do this right now. The earliest I will be able to do this is April 2022. I know it sounds absurd, but that is really when I'll be able to do it free. You tell me whether it works for you or not, and I'll contact you in March. It's reached a point where I can do that now, to the point where I've actually written this out in a Google Doc somewhere. Again, make life easier for yourself in the future. Customize it to whatever said person has said, etc., and push it out. So all these things together, as you can see, I live on G Suite. As you can see, it's a combination of sheets, it's a combination of calendar. Nothing is geeky, I think, over here. I think everything over here is manageable by everybody. However, unlike many of the other things, I wouldn't say this is something that I would necessarily recommend for everybody. This works for me. I know that calendaring doesn't work for a lot of people. For example, again, one of the folks I had interviewed, who was Dimant Parekh, who is the CEO and founder of the Better India and that excellent publication, and the Better Home, the sustainable home cleaning products. He said he can't work by calendar. He needs randomness in his life. Great. Then my advice would be, figure out what works for you. The other things to figure out what works for you is, when do you work the best? Like, when are you good with creative ideas? When are you good with strategy planning, that sort of thing? And when are you good at doing the admin sort of work? Is that a time in the day? Is that a day in the week? All these sort of things. Again, being a freelancer allows you the flexibility to chart all these things out. Maybe won't be possible in a day job situation, but even then I think it is possible to some extent. I was notorious at work for not replying on Slack immediately, because I would keep Slack off. It was such a distraction for me that I always rationalize, if it's that urgent, people will come over to my desk and tell me. Otherwise, if it's just, I need an updated piece of copy over here, I will get to it. And I will deliver it properly when I get to it. The sort of message that I was trying to send across, and I hope I was successful at this, is that I will not get to your work right now because I'm focusing on something else. But what that I will guarantee is, when I get to your work, I will focus on that and I won't be distracted by something else, and you will get it at the time I have promised you. I think I managed to build that up over a period of time. It's very difficult to do in this day and age where everybody's on Slack and assumed to, or WhatsApp, which has now very tragically devolved into being work communication. But if you set boundaries for yourself, like I think again, going back to advertising, there is this, sometimes people are mocked if they leave on time.
Yeah.
It's a way, and I'm pretty sure this is true of many startups as well. But as long as work is being delivered, I don't think anyone should feel shy of leaving office at 6 p.m. or whatever, as long as work is being done. For me, sometimes that was needed because I valued my free time so much, and sometimes out of desperation because I had to travel on weekends to conduct classes and all that. So I knew I needed to slog my ass off on the weekdays so that I wouldn't get interrupted on weekends. If there is one advice I have for working professional, it is guard your free time zealously. Like Krish Ashok had this beautiful line that he gave in his TEDx talk long back, which was, I work very hard for my free time. And I use that as my favorite quotes on Facebook for a long period of time.
So do you calendarize your free time in terms of this is my reading time, this is spending time with wife, this is when I'm allowed to surf YouTube and all of that? Do you
Yeah,
also do
I
that?
think it gets a little ridiculous if you go down to that level, because I think then that takes spontaneity out of what could happen, right? If I go down to the level of, I have a broad idea, like in a week, okay, broadly, this is what happens. And I think over a period of time, I've adjusted and figured out. There are some things that I need to calendarize. Like tomorrow, for instance, I'm recording a simplified series I'm doing for 3 hours, which ironically we're going to do 3 episodes on. And this is likely to be much longer than this one episode. So that I will factor in, right? Even though technically that falls under the ambit of so-called free time because it falls outside work as such. I don't go down to that level. I think I've reached a routine for reading and all that. I think it averages out over a week, right? I wake up in the morning, I do a little bit of reading before working out, etc. And again, that is, it sounds like I got it all super sorted because I wake up at 6 and read for an hour before getting into exercise. But mostly that waking up happens because I have a cat that won't stop making noise after 6 unless she's fed. So as a result of that, I need to go to sleep at 11 so that I can get the required 7 hours or whatever it is, so that yada yada, all that. So some of this is by circumstance. Make the best of the situation, I always say. So I don't go down to the level of doing it that way. There are times like a good chunk of weekend mornings are purely for reading. And reading certain kinds of things like Wired, Fast Company. I thoroughly enjoy that sort of thing. The consumption of politics related content has gone down a fair bit over the last year or so. And a lot of stuff around, not so much around marketing really, a lot of stuff around me. I still have a lot of getting there to do. I mean, I'm still like figuring a lot of things out. I still don't think I'm at that ideal schedule just yet. But I think one of the things of growing old is figuring out that there will never be a perfect day. I think you have to let go of this fantasy that you're going to be able to do everything, read every book, listen to every band, etc. And just make the most out of, whatever it is that you are doing at any point of time. So I've cut down on, there used to be a point of time I used to save everything that I wanted to read and obsess over it and get very disappointed if I didn't manage to read 20 articles a day or whatever it is. I've let that go because I've realized that if I just manage to read one of them and have managed to take an import from there, that is more than enough. What I do now is I wait for every month, I purge a to read pocket everything. Start from a fresh slate. It's okay. If it is that mind changing or whatever, it will resurface at some point of time. Great content has a way of coming back. The book I'm reading right now, The Singularities Near Ray Kurzweil, is the result of that. I've always wanted to read it and I'm like, we will get to it eventually, but it just kept coming up so many times I couldn't ignore it anymore. So that's the way I think about some of these things. As you can see, a lot of this is extremely WIP. I don't think I am there yet. And I just wanted to put one note on productivity because that's also somehow become a bad word right now. It really depends on what your definition of productivity is and what you want to do. Again, all goes back to what do I want to do? If you're the kind of person who wants to work for every single hour or maximize every moment, great, go for it, right? May not be the definition for everybody. And take any success story that you see with their context in mind, right? If you go on to Medium and you see a VC writing about how I made $15,000 a day in my first job or something, that one might not be something that you want to do. And two, remember his or her context. There's a difference. You sitting in Trivandrum doing something, and that person having a lot of white privilege or whatever, going to Stanford, having parents who are also VCs. There's a difference in all this. So contextualize everything and figure out really what productivity, happiness, everything means for you. I think it all boils down to that.
Fantastic. So, when you started off, it was very inspiring, but now it's fucking scary. The level of
Sorry.
now it's just scary.
No, but
Level of
that's
calendarization.
no, that's the thing. If okay, let me put it this way, Amit. If
No, I'm kind of kidding. I mean,
no, I know you are, but for those who might be taking that seriously, if calendarizing, this is another thing I've realized. If the process to make your stress less is adding more stress, get rid of that process. I've done that. There are things I tried to the process that I'm laying down right now, there were 2-3 other things that I used to do. Managing that became a headache by itself. I realized I don't need to go to that level, right? And I've let that go. And life has been a lot simpler, less. And sure, I don't know every fractional second how much I'm working. I used to actually tabulate 5 hours a week. Am I actually spending 5 hours? I used to do that. But I realized that is too much. I mean, that's adding another stress level of process that is not needed at all.
in fact, there's something I say in a writing context which is now relevant here. And in a writing context, what I say is, my students are talking about all the choices that they make during a
Yeah.
piece and all of that. And what I keep pointing out is that every choice that you make in a particular piece you write has to have a purpose. And if you're not mindful of it, choices are being made anyway.
Yeah,
But they're being
correct.
made in random ways. For
Correct.
example, just the sound of the piece. People say that do I really need to care about the sound? And my point is, look, your piece has a sound.
Sound.
Everything you write has a music to it.
Yes.
Either it is noise or it is not noise at the very least.
Yes.
And the point is that if you don't think about it, chances are it will be noise.
Yeah.
But it's up to you. So similarly, when it comes to the
Lovely.
texture of your
That's a lovely observation.
and similarly, with reference to what you said, the perfect me could assuage the scared me by saying that, look, every day has a schedule anyway. Either
Yeah.
it is a random chaotic schedule that you
Yeah,
don't think
yeah.
about and which just happens and you're a victim, you're passive thing. The world, life is happening to you.
Yeah.
Or you take charge of it and you make your
Yeah.
own schedule. And
Yeah.
what's a better option? And
Yeah.
it's obviously make your own schedule.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. But I just want to address a couple of the things that you said. I don't know whether this will help you or not, but if I were in your situation and I had that, the one thing I would genuinely do is if I felt like I needed to go off on YouTube or something or whatever, I would actually give into that temptation rather than feel bad about it. Because what ends up happening over there is neither do I enjoy the content, neither do I end up getting work done. Right. So I would actually, if again, now I'm saying this for me because I am that kind of calendarizing kind of person, I would work 1 hour of random YouTubing into my schedule.
Yeah.
I will say I will work from 10 to 12. After that, I'm going to reward myself with 1 hour of, I don't want any productivity to come out of it. If I just sit and do nothing, or if I watch mindless content at the end of it, I'm happy with that. I don't want the seen and the unseen episode to come out of this. I don't want dots to join in my head. This is completely guilty pleasure that I have earned. But after that, I will get back to work. I think if you compartmentalize it that way, at least that's the way it's worked for me. It's certainly helped me because John Lennon has that great saying, right? Time that you enjoyed wasting was not time wasted,
Yeah,
something of
yeah,
that
yeah.
sort. And I feel that is very, very true because you are neither doing justice to the art that you're consuming. Let's face it is art in some way. Neither are you doing justice to the work that you're doing. It is inefficient around the board. You have two choices. Either you can give in and binge like this without guilt, or go the other way. Say, okay, let me just get rid of this for now. I'll save all these. Let me slog and finish this thing off and then reward myself by watching this. I think either approach would work. That's the way I do it. Another thing that I do, which has worked for me in my profession, at least the kind of work that I do a lot, is I do a lot of my thinking away from the computer. Actually, I actually use a lot of notebook and paper. All the thinking typically happens when there is no device around me. And I find that extremely liberating because you are one, of course, distraction free. Two, you are also forced to think without the internet, which is actually a great training ground, especially when you're working in marketing. I deliberately put in some questions. Okay, I need to verify this. Like if I say, okay, augmented reality can be used in this way. Suppose the point I'm making, okay, just check whether this is possible. When you go back to a computer, just check this. Yeah, and I go back and I do just execution on the computer. At least that's the way I try to work. And it's worked out reasonably well for me.
So, what you said about sort of scheduling my guilty pleasure, whether it's YouTube or online chess, makes a lot of sense. And the next question I come to is handling social media. Like one of my close friends, shout out to Gautam John, has this habit where there's a particular hour in a day where he will do social media.
Yeah.
The rest of the time, his phone is only for calls. That's it. And he's also, by the way, intermittent fasting, one meal a day kind of person. So incredibly disciplined and accomplished in other ways. And I find that very inspiring. But in general, how does one tackle social media? Because with all of these, like when you were speaking of calendarization, while it was scary, there was a part of me which said that I am actually obsessive and geeky enough to calendarize everything, but will I do it? Because then I will sit down in front of the computer and I will say, hey, let me play one game of chess, and then time just gets kind of sucked away. And the biggest time sink really there is kind of social media. So what are your sort of ways of dealing with that?
So I think it starts again. I hate to say this for everything, but I think it goes back to objectives. Like, what are you using social media for? I think different people use it for different reasons, right? Some people would want to see what their friends are up to. Some people want to just give in to what is happening on Twitter these days and roll up their sleeves for a good fight sort of thing. Other people might actually go there to seek inspiration and or to give inspiration, whatever the case may be. And other people might just need a 5-minute break once in a while and just see some stories, whatever, and go back. It is that last mentioned thing that tends to spiral out of control, and that 5 minutes ends up becoming 10 minutes, becomes 15 minutes, whatever, maybe leads to some sort of anxiety because you read some news from somewhere, whatever it is. I try to avoid that as much as possible, genuinely speaking. And I have gotten to the point where I pretty much open up social media only when I go to the loo or something like that. And of course, during free time, I keep it open just to see what happens. I think my usage of social media has gone down and has become extremely inconsistent. And I don't mind that at all. Because I think the conversations with people that I really care about happen on WhatsApp and other medium that I'm extremely asynchronous on. And I don't regret that at all. When I go on to Twitter, it's usually just see what's happening on the timeline. Maybe and the timeline at any point of time gives me a sense of, okay, is there anything over here worth replying to or whatever? And now I've realized to leave trolls alone, this thing, like whatever. Sometimes somebody's nice enough to write in and say the podcast was nice, whatever. So engage in a conversation with them or reply to them, come back later, whatever the case. Maybe sometimes something random happens. Today something beautiful happened. Tony was complaining about his fan or something like that. Turns out I had the exact same thing, but I didn't know whether there was a fan issue. He said I was confused. He said paging your wife for help, whatever, all that sort of thing. So it ended up being this delightful, very random Twitter golden era-ish thread that just randomly happened. So this, I think, would happen for a sum total of about 30 minutes a day, which I think is okay. I don't think I'm social media addicted. One thing I do is I actually log out. And I feel that is extremely liberating. Log out and don't remember password. And keep a very long, complicated password. Here's what I've realized happens. When you open up, by instinct, Control T and put T into the Chrome or whatever browser you use bar, Twitter loads up. It is astonishing, at least for me, how much I say, oh, I need to enter my long email ID and my long, complicated password. Screw it, yeah, let's just whatever, close it and move on. For me, I have been shocked by how much this has worked for me. And if you do it on phone, another level, because typing out a password on even SwiftKey is infinite times more difficult than on a keyboard for me. That's how I control it. Genuinely speaking, that's how I control it. But I think honestly, the biggest thing is I've just been dissociated from for me, let me put it this way, Amit, I think the appeal of social media has gone away for me. In many ways, right? Once in a while, get onto Twitter, see something's happening. Great if that happens. Some people reply to them asynchronous, as and when it happens. Great. Sometimes, once in a while, I might put out a thread or something that warrants some sort of reaction. Maybe, I mean, we're all content creators. We want validation. You go back, see whether people have retweeted, liked, commented, whatever it is. Like that freelance thread I wrote. I was very active on Twitter for those two. Like last week, I put out a thread about my headphone journey. Something that was completely random. How I graduated from, say, 500 rupee headphones that I had in college to a very expensive pair that I just bought right now, which was my dream for a few years and all that. I just put it out because I just wanted to put it out over there, but I didn't realize the amount of love that it got because people contextualize that into their own dreams that they had. For me, it was headphones. For somebody else, it was a bike or whatever it is. Great. So I spent a lot of time replying to that and all that. This happens maybe once a month or so. So as you can see, it's fairly inconsistent. I'd like to think that I'm not very distracted by social media because I think I've built that discipline in over a period of time. Also, I have get my kicks more out of other things now. If I need a dopamine rush, I'd rather listen to a good song, which happens very, very often, rather than just get onto social or something like that. I have genuinely gotten the habit now more of listening to, if I need a distraction, I'll either listen to something on my system or load up something on YouTube, maybe even listen to a cover or something like that. Got into that habit, get those 5 minutes out of the way, get back to work. So rather than get that fix from social, genuinely don't know what when I logged on to Facebook for the last time was. LinkedIn, though I don't use too much in any case. To be honest, that's really about it. I think it makes me feel bad in some way because there are a lot of friends out there putting up. I feel like I want to go back to the good old times on social where it was really about friends and less about posturing and content creation in that sense. And I'm extremely guilty of it because I have so much content which I keep spamming. Apologies to all my followers for these double standards that I have right now. But yeah, I think overall, just to answer your question, I think I'm lucky enough to have somehow managed to de-addict myself from social.
Yeah, while you were speaking, I thought, oh shit, he's going to judge my Audio Technica headphones. So
Not at all. These are great headphones.
these are good studio
Yeah,
headphones.
studio MX, the M50,
Say M20.
M20. Yeah, I mean,
but whatever.
yeah,
Yeah,
their entire
yeah.
family is great.
That entire family, because I just monitor headphones and you don't want anything
Yeah,
enhanced in it.
but Amit, I will not let you forget this. You scolded me during the first episode of Getting Meta for recording with open back headphones, and I remember the look on your face. It was aghast. I could have said I joined a X brigade or something, and you would have said, "Ha, okay, live whatever experience you want." But using open back headphones while recording my first podcast episode, I saw no, go and get your closed.
No. I think so. What happened was that when he was recording the first episode of Getting Meta last year, in December, though it released much later, I could hear sound bleeding from his speaker. I mean, the reason podcasters use headphones is if you're using speakers, sound bleeds from the speaker to the mic and you have an echo. So all podcasters know you have to use headphones. So he was using headphones, but sound was still bleeding. So it was a natural, like elementary, my dear Watson kind of moment that, oh, okay, you must be using open-backed headphones. So nothing there. But I have, I think, a resting face that is between a resting sad face and a resting angry face. So people often misunderstand whatever. So I wasn't angry. If that's what
you look stern more than angry, which I think is a better. Okay, let's move on from
resting
there.
stern face. Yeah. No, I mean, I appreciate these hacks you shared. I must try this logout hack. Like one hack I tried 3 years ago when I had a really good routine. I would get up in the morning at 5:30, go running for a while, go to a Starbucks at 7, right between 7 and 12, and then come back and do Pragati work. I was editing it at that time. And what I would do between 7 and 12 is I didn't take my regular laptop. I took a laptop I got for 9,000 rupees, an eyeball laptop, which did not have Wi-Fi, or Wi-Fi didn't work, so it couldn't connect to the internet. So you get it. So I what can I get distracted by? It was a pure writing machine. There is nothing else to be distracted by.
It's like what makes reading on a Kindle great, apart from features and all that, is the fact that there is no distraction.
There's nothing else.
That bug is a feature.
Yeah, that bug is absolutely a feature.
And if you have ever used the experimental browser on a Kindle, you will not want to browse the internet again. Anyway,
yeah, that's you don't even have to log out of social media. There's no way you're getting on that thing. Yeah, no. So I wrote half a novel during that period, which I have to get back to and complete at some point, and perhaps all this advice will help. But kind of speaking of that, earlier before this, and this is really the last strand. After this, I'll let you go. But it's a strand that it's kind of important to me in the sense that you spoke about how you'll give yourself time off the computer, and if you're reading a book, you'll just sit with pen and paper and you'll write stuff down, and that's great. And what I sort of find a dilemma for me is when I'm reading fiction, that's fine. I don't even need to take any notes. I'm just enjoying.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
reading the book. But when I'm reading nonfiction, I find it important to take notes, and I use Rome Research with
yeah.
all its nested entries and bidirectional linking, and it's just so useful and so powerful. And I kind of like to kind of take notes in that, and that just clarifies my thinking. There's a dual side to that. One side is that every time you take a note, you
Hmm.
are mentally taking yourself out.
Yeah,
You were in a concentrated
correct.
state reading the book, you take yourself out of that, take a note, go back. And I have to do a lot of reading for research, so I've kind of gotten used to it and I can manage that. But the other thing is that if I was to get away with a pen and paper while reading a book, I would not be able to take those kind of
That's
notes.
true. Yeah.
But regardless of that, I mean, I'm not asking for a solution to that. I'm actually really happy with Rome Research. But what are your systems of knowledge management? Because one,
Hmm.
you are taking in a lot of knowledge on various subjects, and it's almost part of what you do because getting meta about those things makes you better as a
Yeah,
creator. And also, you teach some of that stuff.
yeah.
So, how do you do your knowledge management? What do you think about information retention and
Hmm.
all of those
Yeah.
sort of processes?
This is again a phrase that I have come to love after speaking to you and Ashok for such a long time. We just go back to first principles, right? Have a few pieces of knowledge from which, even if you wake up 10 years later, will still be the same in a sense. Strip away everything else, right? And it's amazing how useful that piece of advice has been for everything, including, like, say, marketing, right? I think that, for example, a good marketing strategy will be the same in 2010, 2020, 1950, whatever it is. The mediums might change, right? The mediums will change, but the objective of what those things are going to be and the strategy, etc., will remain the same. I find stripping these things away very, very useful. I retain those few things. So firstly, I don't use a system. I tried Rome Research for a while, and maybe it's my fault because I didn't give it enough time and I was impatient and all that. So that's my mistake. It seems like a great tool. I've seen great things written about it, etc., so including from you, of course. So I think that's one of the things I will try in 2022 for sure. So I don't have a system as such, but I'll tell you what works for me. I constantly validate or invalidate anything that I have read or listened to, etc., against what I already know. For example, if I come across in the field of marketing, if I come across a new example, I'll say, yeah, okay, it fits with that, with this angle added to it. So I don't know exactly how to call this, but it's led to a system now where I can, okay, if you need an example of how Instagram was used in a creative way for this particular industry, I'll just yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, okay, here's the example. It's not like I don't think I have a great memory or something. It's just that I retain a few very relevant examples, constantly validate. If I find a better example, chuck the old one out, replace it in. That's sort of like how I manage it in my head, by just retaining as few pieces of information as possible, honestly, and having enough examples to buttress those. However, what I try to retain are memorable lines and things that make, I mean, that have a lot more weight than just the 5 or 6 words that they may convey. Those, when I come across those in a book or in a podcast or whatever it is, I immediately stop what I'm doing and make a note of it. So I don't make a habit of this. It's not like I have, if I'm reading nonfiction, for example, it's like I recently read a great book I read was Farid Zakaria's 10 Lessons for a Post-Pandemic World, for example. I didn't make notes, right? I was very tempted to. On the Kindle also, I was highlighting. And I got very good at figuring out whether I'm going to use something for later or whether it is just an impulse. Oh, I must save this right now. Like, no, yeah. Like, I'm not going to sit and worry about the reasons why the Cold War, whatever, whatever. So I'm not going to bother highlighting this because I'm never going to refer back to this. I always look for reusability in that sense. But on the other hand, there was this, I'm a big, big fan of Scott Galloway, the marketing professor, and also very outspoken. I mean, I just love the way he thinks. One of the beautiful lines, one of the best lines about branding in general that I have heard. It was a very throwaway line for him that he said during some, I guess, on a pivot with Kara Swisher. And he said he was talking about how Google, Facebook, etc. are taking over our lives, marketing, and the decisions that we take. We retain fewer brands in our heads because Google and Facebook are where we go to figure out what our favorite brand, etc. is. And the line that he used was so brilliant. I've made part of my marketing presentation. At least for me, it was. What is a brand? A brand is just a shortcut for taking a purchase decision. And I just stopped when I heard that because it just resonated so much. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Like, if I haven't seen a Nike ad in the last 2 years and if I need to buy a shoe, I will still think Nike first. Because why? All the branding work that they've done. What is the result of all that branding work? They don't need to they don't want me to buy a shoe today, but eventually this fucker is going to want a shoe. At that point of time, he should remember us. Similarly, Volvo, Safecar, whatever. These are classic examples, but then it goes down to even individuals, right? I know, for example, there are some people in my friend circle who I will reach out to for a particular kind of design that needs to be done. So, whatever personal branding they have done for themselves, inadvertently or whatever it is a shortcut for me taking a purchase decision of utilizing them for my project or for a client's project or whatever it is. So these kind of lines I will retain. And the way I try to make sure I don't forget it is by putting it in a place where I will reuse it again, which works in my case in terms of presentations, etc. The other thing that I do is I run a newsletter called Things of Internet, which is a pseudo marketing plus, I just call it just general fun things that happen around the internet and all that. This becomes an excellent place for me to save stuff and put in and retain that level of information. Once you put it down, you tend to remember it a little more. These are not like fully fleshed out processes or anything like that, but these are what have worked for me, really, at least in the spaces that I work in, which is primarily marketing and all that. Everything else, right? I take a call. Like, there are some things that I might read on politics. It's a very nice line or something. But then I ask myself, okay, am I going to reuse this again? Is there a point in me remembering this? Or should I just enjoy it in the moment, let it go? Maybe add it to one of your principles, or like, does it validate or invalidate anything you're thinking? And then I let it go. That's it. I don't fall under the tension. That's another thing that used to give me a lot of anxiety. Oh, I must remember each and every fact and all that. That bullshit, I realize, doesn't work anymore, and you don't need to. What is important for me, at least, is some of the marketing things and all that. So that's really how I think about this right now. It's not a very satisfactory answer, I know, because it's not a knowledge management system as such, but it's what works for me, and I'm happy with that.
Yeah, no, it's a lovely answer. And also, just as when I was on episode 1 of Getting Meta, we got the title of the show from
Yeah.
there. So I can give you a title for your book on branding if you ever write one. And that title is Eventually the Fucker Will Want to Buy Your Shoe.
Yes.
That's a great title, right?
Yeah, it is, right?
So, I think we've already gone over 4 hours of talk
Good
time.
heavens.
So,
Apologies to
no,
everyone
apologies to
listening.
you, because I know you sleep at 11:30 and it's
That's okay.
11:09 over here, and you got to get home and all of that, and you have a 7 a.m. class, and you've probably your calendarization for the year must have gone for a toss.
It's a cascade effect now.
Cascade effect now. So I'll just
In May something's going to screw up because of this.
yeah, and you'll say, "Ha, wo Amit ne kiya tha."
But this is the other thing, Amit. I know you meant it as a joke, but this is the other thing. You learn to account for things like this. You learn to account for, again, like, don't think that because a job you think is going to take 4 hours per week, account for those 2 hours extra, because you will need it. If not for that job, for something else. So, it's a constant process of trying to improve this whole thing. The idea is not to get bogged down by the process and just think about something that, works for you. Whatever swishes enough dopamine around in your head, man. Whatever makes you happy or whatever reduces stress. I think at the end of the day, that's what really matters, even more than bank balance or whatever. So whatever your definition of dopamine is, optimize for it.
Optimize for dopamine. Check Facebook every minute for likes. Check Twitter every minute for notifications.
And okay, fair enough. Optimize for dopamine and think of second order effects. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Now I know how.
Yeah. Okay. So my final question, which I ask all my guests on the show, that if you had to recommend books to my listeners,
Yeah.
books that have either changed the way you think about the world, made a profound impact on you, or which you just love so much that you want to tell everyone, hey,
Sure.
read this,
Sure.
what would you recommend?
So I'm going to go a little. I'm going to go a little different over here, because I'm going to recommend a couple of things that are not exactly books as such, but are still great reading in my mind. One is this astonishingly good website called restofworld.org. It's a website, it's a non-profit website actually. The content is great though. Reported stories on technology from around the world, from markets that are not Silicon Valley. It was actually started by Eric Schmidt's daughter. And the logic is great, because a lot of the tech journalism that we consume, even here in India, happens to be from Silicon Valley and the impact that the alphabets, metas, etc., of the world are doing. Whereas there is a lot of stuff happening everywhere else as well, be it the how the favelas in Brazil are using gaming to get out of poverty, or how commerce in Africa is transforming something else, be it the way live streamed commerce is happening in China and Southeast Asia, to how some islands are using AI to preserve their ancient technology. It's fascinating world of technology out there. So if anyone's interested in tech and the internet in general, restofworld.org is one of my very top recommendations. Coming to books, I think Alchemy is a great book, not just for anyone who works in marketing, but for anyone who just thinks about the whole thing of evolution and all that. My guess is if you enjoyed Sapiens, you will enjoy this book as well. Related to that, there's another great book called This Is Your Brain on Music. Again, you don't need to be a music person to enjoy this. It's a fascinating look at why humans are drawn towards music. Because if you think about it, music is evolution. What role does music play from an evolutionary point of view? It's everything that if you've learned anything about evolution, is that everything that we do is for the sake of procreation of the species, and music seems to be a distraction from that. Why do we engage in music, or indeed any art at all? So that's another ready recommendation that I have. The other book that I have is I'm actually going to give a fiction book. It's a book called Some by David Eagleman, if I've got his name right.
Little short stories.
Little short
Beautiful
stories.
book.
Yeah, it's a beautiful book, and it's a set of about 20 short stories on what the afterlife could be like. What happens after you die? Some are poignant, some are surreal and funny, some are absolutely silly. But yeah, that I think that sort of like that's sort of it. And the last recommendation I have is actually, I'm going to cheat over here. I'm going to do that genie rubbing thing. Oh, I want more wishes, that sort of thing.
You have as many recommendations as you
No,
like.
I'm going to recommend the entire Asterix series. And I think they are a great read for anyone of any age. I think one of the great things about Asterix, and this I remember seeing somewhere, is that Asterix can be enjoyed as a child for the slapstick humor and as an adult for all the puns and all that. Now, you might be a seasoned Asterix fan thinking, why is this noob coming on to Seen and the Unseen and recommending Asterix? In that case, I would recommend The Ultimate Guide to Asterix, which is an astonishing book only meant for Asterix fans, which breaks down the Asterix universe. It breaks down the character histories and all that, and even goes into some of the challenges. For example, the original Asterix is written in and conceptualized and written in French, of course. So one of the challenges that translators have is not only translating the words, but also the spirit. And now this becomes doubly difficult when you're doing puns, right? Because now the pun needs to remain the same and it needs to translate into another language. So it actually has interviews with Anthea Bell and Derek Hockridge, who translated the books from French to English. And talk about and it needs to be in that certain space. That's the biggest challenge. You can't make the speech bubble bigger. So the amount of challenges, the times that they took a little liberty, the times they had to let a pun go, all those sort of things. Plus other absolute gems like what goes inside the magic potion. And this, how they do, is by scouring all the Asterix books and figuring out what Getafix has asked for. Like mistletoe over here, strawberry at one point of time, this thing, that thing, whatever. So this is what we know goes into the magic potion. These are the ingredients, whatever it is. So it's an absolute delight for anyone who enjoys Asterix. So yeah, those would be my, I guess, recommendations for now. I did read Farid Zakaria's this year. One of my favorite books was 10 Lessons for a Post-Pandemic World, which I think was nice. It was a very sobering read. It was also a very neutral read. It was a strangely uplifting read given the gravitas and the bleak subject matter. It was also poignant because Farid lost his mom to COVID. And it's also a great history refresher, right? It was the history refresher that I didn't know that I needed. Like, oh, that's what actually happened in the Cold War. Great, thanks for clarifying before I sounded like an idiot. All those nice things all put together. So yeah, I guess these are all the things that I would recommend. If you have read Sapiens, then I would highly recommend the graphic novel version of Sapiens, which takes it to another level altogether. I think I should stop right now before I recommend Archie Comics
No, fabulous recommendations, and I can't wait to dig into Asterix. And these sparked off a couple of thoughts, so a couple of sideways recommendations. When you spoke about This Is Your Brain on Music,
Yeah.
that question that from an evolutionary point of view, why is art important?
Yeah.
It's one that Steven Pinker addresses in a chapter on art in his book, The Blank Slate, which is a masterpiece, which is a desert island book for me. And that's probably, at the time I first read The Blank Slate, I found it was the weakest chapter in the book. The rest
Yeah.
of the book was mind blowing. But nevertheless, that's in comparison to
Yeah.
what is an incredible book. And also, you mentioned Some by David Eagleman, and I'd like to recommend a book called Cosmic Comics
Okay.
by Italo Calvino.
Okay.
Which again is a set of delightful little short stories. Like there's one story which is a first person account of an amoeba about life, and there's another one where these people decide that the moon is made of cheese, so they take a boat to the middle of the river and they try to build a ladder to
Oh,
the
that's
moon to
amazing.
get cheese. It's got these lovely, charming, incredible stories by one of the great writers
That's amazing.
of the last
Yeah.
century.
And sorry, one final thing. I have often been asked for podcast and newsletter recommendations because I guess because I consume a few, do a few. So I've actually, because I got tired of answering this question so many times, I've actually written out an entire Medium post of it and updated on a monthly basis. So we'll link that as well. That I guess would be the last link in the episode, which is just podcasts and newsletters that I recommend. And it's just a whole bunch of shows and newsletters.
Yeah, so go to the
everything. Yeah.
bottom of the show notes. That'll be the last link out there. And and this just reminded me that we missed an entire section. I was going to ask you about podcasting and your lessons and all of that, because you've done different kinds of podcasts.
Yeah.
And, and in a sense, you're my podcast daddy because of an origin story that people can listen to, the Naren Shenoy episode 4. But for now, boss Chuck, thank you so much for
Thank you.
coming on the show.
This was fun. I had no idea this much time had passed, and there were times I forgot there was recording equipment between us.
Thank you. That's exactly the kind of conversation I want. This is your brain on podcast.
Thanks, guys.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, head on over to the show notes where I think there are a record number of links. Enter rabbit holes at will and also listen to some great music while you're at it. You can follow Chuck on Twitter at Chuck_Gopal. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.